The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Crushing moves and perfect strategies won the day at the American Cup in St. Louis. After drawn-out battles in the championships, victors were crowned, sending their foes to a fight for tournament survival. Fabiano Caruana and Irina Krush reigned victorious, awaiting the epic showdown with their final opponent. Levon Aronian continued his conquest of the elimination bracket, decimating Ray Robson in a rematch from round one. Who will conquer the defeated for a final shot at redemption? Day 7 of Do or Die Chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to Day 7 of the American Cup, a new and exciting chess event hosted by the St. Louis Chess Club. Behind me is the Union Station, one of the most famous landmarks in St. Louis. Well, the American Cup is definitely cementing its status as one of the most famous landmark events in the chess world as well. After all the excitement of the last few days, let's go to the studio and start today's round with Yasser and Alejandro.
Welcome everybody back to St. Louis, the capital of American chess, as we bring you an exciting new event, a double elimination format, the American Cup 2022. To bring you all of the action of today's rounds, I am Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez here with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Alejandro, as always, a great pleasure to call the action with you and Christian. It's just been a wonderful event to call.
We've had thrills every day. We've been eliminating players over and over again, and today it's not going to be an exception. 2 more great players are going to go home. I'm excited to see how this is going to go.
Me too. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our live coverage of the 2022 American Cup. Today, we have the champions of the elimination bracket to crown. And let's take a look at who they are.
Let's take a look at the brackets that we have for you so far in this tournament. We have a winner in the champions bracket. You could see him over there. Fabiano Caruana did defeat Dominguez 1.5-1, winning with the white pieces and tenaciously defending with the black ones. He is going to be awaiting a player, a challenger, coming from the elimination bracket, as Dominguez is going to be facing Levon Aronian. They are going to be playing 2 rapid games today to determine who comes back like a phoenix to challenge Fabi for the winner of the entire tournament. Remember, both Dominguez and Aronian are down to their last lives in this tournament.
And in the ladies'
It's a similar situation as Irina Krush just cruised through the champions bracket. She just had one little slip against Tohirjonova, and that was pretty much it. She eliminated Alice Lee, the wunderkind of the event, the sensation of the event so far. Only 12 years of age, just unbelievable. But it's Alice that has to come back now, as she would drop down to the elimination bracket because of that match against Krush. And she's going to be facing a player that is absolutely surging. Yeah, she was knocked down by Alice Lee earlier in the tournament 2-0. But take a look at that. Tatev Abrahamyan going through, Katerina Nemtsova going through, Begim Tohirjonova finds herself now in the finals of the elimination bracket, still with a chance to win this tournament.
And today's format will be what, Alejandro?
We have no classical games for you today, as the champions bracket is taking a rest day. Fabiano Caruana and Irina Krush have the day off.
Nice.
And in the other bracket, we have 1 rapid match per group. Dominguez against Levon Aronian and Tatev Abrahamyan against Alice Lee. Both of them are rapid matches. 25 plus 10 to start. Right. If they draw this rapid match,
1-1.
1-1, we go into a playoff. There you go, playoff if necessary. That one is going to be a 10 plus 5 game. And if that one is drawn,
then it's Armageddon.
Then it's Armageddon. So that's what we have today here on Tuesday for you. It's going to be a wild one and exciting.
Thank you very much. And Christian, Nice to see you, my friend. Drill down on these two matches that we're going to watch.
Yasser, Alejandro, always a pleasure to be back in the studio casting the games of these amazing players. And today's action is going to be fast and furious because we have the finals of the elimination bracket. 4 players, 2 extremely competitive matches coming your way. We're going to start with the women's section. Let's see right now who's going to be in the ladies section. We have a rematch from game 1 between Alice Lee and Tatev Abrahamyan, and we saw that one. Well, it went definitely Alice's way. The 12-year-old won that one convincingly, 2-0 against Tatev Abrahamyan, who has been surviving in her matches against Nemtsova 2 days ago and yesterday in that crazy intense match against Begim Tokhirjonova. She will be facing the surging and confident Alice Lee right now. Well, she had a difficult match against Irina Krush, but Irina, the only grandmaster in the event, she's so powerful. But we have another big match in the open section. That is another matchup between these two gentlemen, Aronian and Dominguez. They played in the second match of the championship bracket, and that one, well, Dominguez bested his player Aronian with the black pieces. He won a beautiful game in that. Petrov won that match 1.5 to 1.5, and right now is waiting once again to sit across from Levon. And 2 champions have already been crowned in the championship bracket. In the open section, of course, we have Fabiano Caruana, who got $10,000 by winning all of his matches. Well, he had a topsy-turvy event up to the finals. He survived an Armageddon in the first match against Jeffrey Chong, then survived the playoffs, and now beat Lenier Dominguez 1.5 to 1.5, as Alejandro was mentioning. Got $10,000, got a rest day, and he's going to be waiting to see who he's going to be facing in the grand finals. And in the ladies section, we have the 8-time national champion, the only grandmaster in the ladies section, Grandmaster Irina Krush. She earned her rest day, she earned $5,000 bonus prize, and she will be waiting to see which one between Alice Lee and Tatev Abrahamyan is going to be facing her in the grand finals.
There we see. Now that we are in the business end of the tournament, let's talk about the money again, because now we know who the first, second, and third prizes are going to be. Let's start with the Open. What are they playing for, Alejandro?
They're playing for a ton of cash, $200,000 in prize fund. And meanwhile, we do know the top 3 players. We just don't know what order they're going to be in. We have first place for $50,000, second place for $35,000, and third place $25,000. Nobody wants to get knocked out quite today. Right. And remember, the championship bracket bonus of $10,000 already gone to Fabiano Caruana. Meanwhile, in the ladies, we have the similar situation. We know the top 3. We just don't know what order they're going to be in. We still have everything to play for in the top 3 in this section. And the championship bracket bonus has gone to Irina Krush. First place in this section is $25,000. Second place is $18,000. And third place is $12,000. So basically a $6,000 game being played there between Alice Lee and Tatev Abrahamyan, as you can see right there.
Exactly. Now, as a 12-year-old, you just don't understand what means 12,000 and 6,000 and 25,000.
But the parents are thinking, oh, how many tournaments is that going to cover?
Exactly so. And there we see Alice will get white in the first game, and I noticed that Levon will be getting white in his first game against Dominguez, as Lanier was sitting behind the black pieces.
Well, one thing about Alice, she's been playing a lot of classical chess. She won all her matches up until the finals against Irina Krush, but she's been playing a la tempo. She's playing very quickly. It seems like she's almost playing rapid chess. Tatev Abrahamyan, on the other hand, she's been slowing down a little bit. She has been surviving in those rapid matches, but she was quite often in time trouble situations. This is going to be very important to see how fast these players are going to be playing in today's match.
And Christian, you mentioned that in their champions bracket matchup, Alice Lee did win 2-0 against Tatev. Do you think there'll be any residual effects of that 2-0, or this is just a different match altogether?
Well, I think this is just a different match altogether. And of course, there's some confidence that comes along with defeating an opponent 2-zip in a classical match. But I'm sure Tatev Abrahamyan has been strengthening, sharpening her tools in the last few days and is ready for what Alice Lee is going to bring to the table.
Now there I just noticed that Alice played d2, d4 with her right hand, c2, c4 with her left hand, and
ambidextrous.
Ambidextrous. But don't use both hands making the move. Ooh, d5, and here we go.
e4, wow.
Okay, very, very sharp.
A very well-known variation. And bishop b4 goes straight into a sharp Vienna, but no.
As does b5.
As does b5, a very sharp Vienna as well. Tatev has been playing this online quite often and played it, I believe, in the US Championship last year. So Alice certainly must be prepared in this variation.
And she's playing so confidently and so quickly. Both of these ladies are.
When I first saw this variation, and then how it kind of flowered, that is to say, the theory grew and grew, I was disbelieving. I mean, b7, b5 makes such a strange impression because you lose the pawn, and then c4 would appear to be perpetually weak, and yet such great players as Shak Mamidarov, for example, willing to play the line. Fabiano as well, I believe.
I think everybody has played this recently. Carlsen has games here. Wesley So has games here.
Remarkable.
Yeah, everybody has been playing like this. But Cristian, you have updates on the Levon game against Dominguez.
Yes, I'm trying to understand what's happening in this game because right now, I'm pretty sure we've seen this in their first game, the one that Lanier won with the black pieces, and right now it seems like Aronian is thinking and pondering his options. Nevertheless, she should be speeding up because he anticipated that Lanier is going to repeat. Lanier won a big match with the black pieces. Of course he will be repeating. You have to be ready for that. And I see the transmission is speeding up a little bit. We're catching up with the players. Rook H-E1, bishop to G4, and now we have C4, G6, and bishop to D4, a completely different approach from Levon Aronian. We don't see this H4, early H4, and try to just completely kill black on this side. A much more tame and strategical approach from white. C4, bishop to D4, setting up the bishop on this long diagonal and setting up a nice square on C3 for the bishop. I'm going to get the bishop back to C3, follow it up with queen to F4, and I'm going to have this perpetual pressure on the long diagonal. Let's see how black is going to deal with that. I would assume he's going to do something along the lines of bishop to F8 and try to fianchetto his bishop on G7. Apparently, bishop to D4, we are being told, has been a novelty, the first novelty.
Thank you for that, Cristian.
And I remember looking at these kind of positions quite often with Fabi as we tried to understand it for the World Championship match of 2018. Yeah. One of the more curious things about this position is, do you ever take bishop g4 takes f3?
I would say do it now.
Right, and if you have the chance, do you do it the first time you get to? Because white does get the option of going f4, f5, opening you up somewhat on the king side, but it does take some tempi. It doesn't fully open you up, and perhaps black can withstand such attacks, and is not really afraid of taking on f3.
And indeed, I was thinking more or less along the following lines: bishop takes f3, g takes f3, and then, like you say, I'm visualizing f4, f5 coming on your agenda, and I'm thinking that this bishop patrolling this diagonal, I got to get rid of it. So I'm thinking to play the move bishop e7 to f6 and do my darndest best to set up a blockade. If I could, with the move knight f4. As you were saying, you can go f4, f5, and liquidate, excuse me, the double pawns. But I would say if you're going to play bishop g4 and you're not playing bishop h5 and bishop g6, take that guy. And what do you think, Cristian?
Well, let's try to understand this novelty, bishop to d4, because king to b1, the slow king to b1, very typical move. You're hiding the king, defending the queen side with this move, king to b1. This was the move played so many times, but this allows also the retreat bishop to f8 followed by bishop to g7. Now, the big difference between that is that after bishop to d4, you don't have the move bishop to f8 because of queen to f4, and this actually gives white a tremendous advantage. Not only that I occupied the long diagonal, but I also opened up this diagonal for the queen to land to f4. After that, you have to take. I'm going to basically take on f3 and have the pair of bishops for absolutely nothing. No compensation from black. I'm going to go g4, h4, h5, and kill you on the king side. So, to be honest, this bishop to d4 signals the fact that you're more or less forced to take on f3, which he did. Bishop takes f3, g takes f3, bishop to f8, very logical play. You want to get this bishop to g7, and let's see what Aronian comes up with right now. Quite critical moment. Rook takes c8 is an option. We don't have that on the board yet. Knight takes c8, of course, you cannot take with the queen because the knight on f6 is going to be lost. And then I have time to start pushing my pawns. f4, f5, try to open you up, followed by h4, h5, or f4, f5. Once again, try to open you up. Try to break your castle on the king side. Let's see if Aronian still is within his theoretical knowledge.
And would the move knight h5 instead of bishop f8, would that have been a bad move? Is there a tactical issue with it?
No, absolutely no tactical issue, but once again, I'm just going to continue pushing. f4 followed by f5. This is pretty much the only plan that I have right now in the position.
Bishop f6 to
bishop
trade.
to f6, I have a feeling I'm going to go bishop to e3.
Interesting.
Oh, okay.
Just simple retreat, bishop to e3, keep the dark square bishops on the board, but also this bishop not being on g7, it feels kind of awkward for black species, especially this knight on h5, and f5 is coming really fast. f5 followed by f takes g6, followed by f4 and f5 once again.
Yeah.
It's not that easy. It's not as clear as how are you going to defend against that? How are you going to set up a blockade to stop me from doing that?
All right, very good. And what we do have in the game is instead of the move knight h5, as you were mentioning, we do have bishop f8 on the board. And seems to be working against knight h5. Rook takes e8, knight takes e8. F4 seems rather transpositional, but okay. Let's just put it on the board.
Perhaps the only difference here would be that on bishop g7 type positions, if you ever take on e8, I'd be able to do so with the queen. I'm not sure that I want to, but that would be the only big difference that I can see in the move orders.
So just the idea that if I don't play rook takes e8 right away, you're not required to capture with the knight, but you do at least give yourself this added option. The other potential benefit I do see in Lanier's play with bishop f8, there is the idea that f4 could be potentially met with bishop e3, which would really put the kibosh on the move f4, f5, and I have to prep that move with bishop e3, and that's a whole different kettle of fish. So here we are up to date with these two players. Let's just jump back into our ladies' game between Alice Lee and Tatev. We left it. The players have played this very theoretical duel. Knight takes b5 castles, knight c6, bishop e3, castles, queen c1. And how well will young Alice Lee prepare this variation? Because it is topical, it is very, very sharp, but it requires a lot of understanding.
I actually just did a video series
on this exact line?
And this exact position as well, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And?
Black is, of course, doing quite fine. Black actually has two good moves here.
The correct answer is you have to buy the video series. It's a $19.95. We have a friends and family discount of 5%.
Very good.
Go ahead, please.
I did it for the website Limitless Chess. It's kind of a Netflix-type subscription to chess opening video series.
Excellent.
It's interesting. It's initiated by my friend Mezgen Amanov up in Chicago.
Wonderful.
And I analyzed this position for that series. Both bishop a6 and knight d3 I thought were sufficient for black. But you got to make a choice.
Our database is not as up to date as yours. I'm assuming that knight d2 is a computer approved move,
knight d2
if you will.
Maybe has not been played before, but it's such a natural move to hit the pawn on c4 that I considered it
as best. And as you were saying, two different approaches. The first is you attack my pawn, I defend my pawn. The second is you attack my pawn, I block your attack. Bishop a6, I must say, I like over knight d3 because knight d3 is not going anywhere. I've always got that option, or don't I?
There are some details in this position. For example, you can break with b3. It makes the move knight d3 a little bit more uncomfortable. But the position is difficult for the queen on c1 after the move knight d3, which is why sometimes you want to throw it right in.
And I'm assuming I'm going to play queen c2 against the move?
But the problem with queen c2 is you just go back.
Okay, so queen b1 then, I guess.
Queen b1, but do you really want to step on the b file?
I'm not eager. I definitely am not. But I am eager to evict the knight,
And
either
here
with knight
you play
c4.
bishop a6.
And here bishop a6.
And there's a slight difference in the sense that after b3,
yes,
there is no threat.
there is no threat.
Because there's a rook on b8, hitting your queen on b1 every time that you take on c4. So the only problem is that b takes c4, knight takes c4, queen takes d3 is...
That's, I hope, my threat, yes.
It's kind of a threat. But if you just play a counter threat, I think it was bishop b4 or something like
Bishop
this.
b4 looks very irritating because the knight on c3 is suddenly, and I have to take time to play queen c2. Again, it looks like a lot of prep, and probably we're just getting started as far as the video is concerned. How deep do you analyze, or do you just come to a position and say, okay, fair's fair, this is an even position?
I did a little bit of both. I give lines almost to equality, but then I give a series of games that I think are relevant to the position and how more or less those were handled. So a little bit of practical play, but plenty of theoretical expertise as well.
And did you pick a guide, a particular player's games in this variation that you recommended to your students? That
Actually,
they should use?
players that appeared pretty often included Nepomniachtchi with the black pieces and Wesley So with the black pieces.
Two very good names, I must say. And what do you have for his Christian?
Well, I'm sure Alejandro has much more knowledge than I do about this particular position, but it does seem like knight d2 first. Rook to d1 seems to be the main line, and I was looking at it, and it does feel a bit more flexible, because right now black has a couple of options. Bishop to a6 is one of them to support that move knight to d3, or bishop to b7. Now, if you go bishop to b7, I can play knight d2 now with a clear threat on the pawn on c4, and now if you go bishop a6, obviously you just lost the tempo for absolutely no reason. You cannot do that, you cannot allow that, so you're more or less forced to sacrifice a pawn with the move queen to e8 followed by f5 and try to create some sort of compensation and initiative on the king side. Instead of that, she played this move, a knight to d2 first. Bishop to a6 came on the board, and it makes a lot of sense. By the way, Alice lead 25 minutes at this point and 57 seconds.
Wow.
Tatev with only 18 minutes on the clock. And right now counting, I think we're down to her last 16 minutes, because after knight d2, bishop to a6, she immediately played this move a3. And knight dropped back to c6, not on d3. This just doesn't feel like the right move. You don't want to go backwards with the knight, because knight to d4 after rook to d1 is not going to be possible. You're not allowed to take that pawn. You're going to end up in real trouble after bishop takes d4, queen takes d4, knight takes c4. We see these discovery checks. I'm getting my pawn back, and strategically, I'm just much better right now. White, that is. You don't want to do that. So what's going to be the response of Tatev after the simple rook to d1? And you know, Alice probably already knows it. Nope. She played the move knight to f3. The commentator's curse is real, as we were just discussing that. Knight to f3 came on the board. I would assume if you played knight to c6 as Tatev, you have to follow it up with knight a5. Now you take advantage of White's weaknesses that were created with this last move, a3, knight to a5, queen to c2. Still, it does feel like White has the upper hand, and she definitely has the upper hand on the clock.
Yeah.
Wow, for me, I'm stunned by the move knight c6 myself. I mean, it's everything you had been talking about, Alejandro, really inspired me to want to put the knight on d3. And when Alice played the move a2, a3, I was about to jump and say, oh, that's got to be wrong.
Let's go knight d3.
Because the move knight d3 is just so compelling from Black's point of view. Long thing, came knight c6, and as you say, rook rook d1, I think, would have been a better choice. As it is, knight f3, and the players have gone in a completely different direction than maybe your video had talked about.
Well, not really. This is
Queen C2.
a funny transposition because the way that both players played, black went bishop a6, b7, white went
knight f3, d2,
knight
back to
f3,
f3.
d2, missing a tempo, and also queen c1, queen c2 gives away a tempo. We're actually transposing to Mamedyarov Caruana.
Wow. And how is that?
That was a game in which I think Mamedyarov survived with white.
Survived?
Yeah, survived. It was a long game in 2018. This is what I remember from it. It's part of the video series. Is this a funny position? Because I analyzed it quite a bit with Stockfish, and it's one of those rare instances where Stockfish is super happy about white.
Yeah.
And Lila's like, no.
This
Stockfish, you're wrong. And they have this huge argument. If you just let both engines run against each other, they have this huge argument. Lila's like minus something and Stockfish plus something.
That's
and
great.
It's one of the few places that I've still been able to find that debate. And I'm not sure who's right. Stockfish thinks white's better, Lila thinks black's better. It's kind of a complicated position.
And that's why they have world championships for computers.
And she played h6, which actually follows that game that you were mentioning, Alejandro, between Mamedyarov and Caruana.
Well, both players seem to have been doing their homework. Only Alice is getting her homework on the board a little bit faster. I'm looking at this position and I'm seeing this pawn on e5. Whenever I see a pawn on e5, I know there's a missing knight on f6 that's defending the king, and I see a lot of a lot of black pieces over here on the queen side. So I think to myself, I've got to, student body right. I got to bring the guys over to the king side. How do I get them over there? Alice has just played the move knight d2, which does at least have ideas along what I've just generalized as a concept of getting pieces flowing, I should say, towards the king side. But it does look a little strange to be playing the knight back and forth,
it's like
back
a dance,
and forth.
Right? You played 5 moves with the knight.
Wow.
Knight f3, knight d2, knight f3, knight d2.
And was that a good decision?
It's still the game.
It's still the game?
It's still the game. It's knight d2, queen d7. I think queen c8 was Salgado von Forest.
Queen c8, prepping
c5.
c5, yeah.
Yeah, but queen d7 also playable. It has ideas not only of queen c6, well, hello, checkmate.
Yes.
Because it's a bit uncomfortable to defend the checkmate. You might want to play bishop f3, but you don't actually want to trade knight squared bishops.
You have to give up the d5 square.
d5 and b3.
Control.
Right.
Wow, a fascinating strategic struggle going on here between the players. Let's just switch back to Levon Aronian for a moment. And what developments have taken place over there, Christian?
Well, actually, not as many moves have been played. After g takes f3, bishop to f8, this is the position that we were looking at, and right now we were wondering what is Aronian's idea, because if you don't do anything, and if you don't do anything fast, you're just simply going to be strategically much worse because of your pawn structure, as well as potentially the exchange of the dark square bishop, and me being able to set up an outpost for the knight on f5. For example, knight to h5, bishop to g7, we're going to exchange that, knight to g7, and then knight lands to f5. If I manage to stifle your attack like that, well, you're going to be in deep strategical danger as white. So Aronian played this cagey move, quite intriguing, rook to e3, offering the trade on the e file, but then I'm going to recapture back with the f pawn, and I'm going to straighten my pawn structure, also defend this bishop on d4. So whenever we see that tension between the bishops on the long diagonal, I don't even have to move it. I don't have to lose a tempo. I can just continue my avalanche with the f pawn, f4 and f5, try to open up your position. And if you take on d4, then that brings the other pawn closer to the center. So I really like, at least from a practical point of view, this move rook to e3. Bishop to g7 was played, and now we have king to b1. But once again, are you in time? What if I just simply go knight to d7? This is the clear plan in the position. I want to exchange the dark square bishop. Right. How are you going to continue? Are you going to go c3? I have a feeling that if you go c3, maybe I can even continue with c5. But also, it seems like queen h4 becomes a big possibility. Go munching on this side. Queen takes h2 if you allow me to. Of course, bishop takes d4 and then queen takes d4 is a big threat. He did not play that. He played the move queen to d7, which has a clear plan as well. You're wanting to control the f5 square, and you're saying that, okay, I don't need to retreat this knight to d7. I can go via h5 with the same idea of exchanging the dark square bishops.
Right.
I like this move queen to d7 from a practical perspective. Knight to d7 sure might have been the better objective move, but I do like black's position even after this move queen to d7. I'm struggling to find a clear plan for white right now. And if it doesn't do something, are we going to see another victory for linear with the black pieces in the Petrov?
Yeah, the inclusion of the moves rook e3, king b1, all very nice and tidy, of course. But you guys were telling me that f4, f5 was the battering ram, and that needed to be played earlier and rather quickly, because if you don't get it in the next 1, 2, 3 moves, you're not going to get it in at all. I mean, the queen will end up on the king's side. There will be a knight h5, and the possibility of a strong blockade will be suddenly very, very real.
I think it's important to understand that this comes with a strategical risk for white. It's not a simple double-edged position in which rather white is just pushing forward.
It's all play on one goal or something. No, not at all.
You've risked your long-term position, right? Your long-term structure, your long-term capacity. You have the pair of bishops, but it's not a permanent advantage. You're worried that the bishop, especially the dark squared bishop, disappears, and you're left with a lot of weaknesses on the king's side that can't be covered. So this is a position that requires precision from white.
Yeah. Again, there are the 2 bishops, but there are 2 sets of double pawns in white's position, as well as this isolated pawn on h2. So his pawn structure has really been wrecked, and it's the dynamic factors that are supposed to compensate for that wrecked structure. So once again, I'm looking at f4, f5 and saying, let's go. Maybe there's something to be said for rook e1. I'm not sure I'm a big fan of Lev's position. Levon's position, pardon me.
Here, yeah.
Jump right in, Christian.
No, you're right. Levon's position just doesn't feel healthy from a strategical point of view. And there's no way you can stop the trade of the dark square bishops, especially after this move that you just played rook to e3, because
the bishop
remember,
exactly.
that was the square for the bishop
Right.
in some instances, right, after knight to h5. That's no longer possible unless you give me the control of the e-file after the exchange on e8, but you have to take on e8. You didn't play rook to e3 to take on e8. Absolutely not. It makes absolutely no sense. You're going to stay with this rook on e3 and wait for your opponent to release the tension with rook takes e3 and straighten your pawn structure. That's the plan of rook to e3. But how to do that, right? Because f4 was the move that you were mentioning, and we don't actually have f4 on the board. We have the move a3. That just feels very slow right now. And let's go munching. Let's go munching on this side.
Wow.
Rook takes c3 right now is also on tap potentially later on in the game. You have to be a bit careful because after f takes c3, that also opens up. So let's just make a couple of moves. If you take on e3, I take on f3 on e3, and you cannot take on f3 in this instance because of rook to f1. Now we see how nicely coordinated the bishops and white's pieces in general are, because you have to remove this queen off the f-file, and then you're going to lose the knight on f6. So a3 is on the board, queen to h3, a real possibility. With this move a3, Levon is signaling the fact that he doesn't see black's next move. What are you going to do?
Knight h5. Queen h3 is definitely a kind of a pawn munching activity, but I think from a strategic point of view, I would like to trade the dark squared bishops and just reduce the dynamic potential that white has.
Feels like the correct move.
White's play feels slow.
Feels like the correct move, knight to h5. It does seem like bishop to e4 would be the response, tickling the pawn structure for black on the queen side. And if you do play the move c6 as the engine is recommending, well, the problem is you're leaving the d6 pawn unprotected. I can just take and then take back on D6, which will probably lead to some sort of a compensation for white, because I do have an extra pawn, but our pawns are facing each other. There's no way for white, to create a passed pawn. So C6 might be on tap. I'm wondering what happens after rook to B8. Yeah, and this is why I see Levon. By the way, knight to H5 is on the board.
We do have it on the board, yeah.
We will likely see the move bishop to E4.
That's right.
I believe that this is Levon Aronian's preparation and idea in this instance. And how are you going to defend this pawn B7? This is going to be the big question that Lenier needs to ask and answer.
You mentioned the compensation variation. Could we just see that for a moment? C6. Yeah, bishop E4, sorry, C6. Bishop takes, let's say, king takes, let's say. King takes.
King takes, okay.
Yeah. Queen takes D6?
I actually don't even have to take that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What I can do is continue with C5. Take advantage of the fact that you have some problems with your pin as well on the D5. So D5 is going to be met with C4. I'm going to continue attacking that pawn.
And we'll end up playing D4 and kind of getting the position I expected nonetheless. And I was looking at this, queen takes.
But now I have this extra square on D6 for my rook.
Yeah, your pawn went very nicely. Yeah, this was the type of position. Like you say, it is a pawn, an extra pawn for white, but there are so many weak pawns. For example, if black just played a move like, I'll just pick one, knight F6.
Still compensation.
Knight F6,
still compensation. Knight to F6 is also definitely a move. The problem with knight F6 is that, as you were mentioning, you're trying to find some compensation on the king side related to the bishop also awkwardly placed on E4. You want to play F5 potentially in some lines. Knight F6 doesn't allow you to do that, right? So now I just have a free hand on this side to try to open you up.
I was going to go rook E5 and rook H5. That was the point of putting my knight on F6.
Yes.
This kind of thing. Crazy stuff.
Crazy
we'll keep our eye on it. Alejandro,
Bishop E4, by the way, is on the board.
I like Alice's play so far. She's following your textbook, playing F4. I think she's preparing the move F5. She is definitely grabbing the initiative in this game. Lovely to see, and just the confidence where she makes her moves. Look at that time difference. She has 21 minutes against 11 minutes of Tatev. I don't like a particular move of Tatev. I think she misunderstood this position. If you see right now, white has a lot of pieces aimed towards D5.
Yes.
If D5 comes in and you rip apart that center, sometimes,
danger, Will Robinson.
So this move, Bishop C6, actually is pretty bad a couple of moves ago.
It's encouraging Alice's play, bishop to G4, F4, and F5, as well as D5.
Yeah.
Once bishop G4 came on the board, Tatev said, okay, well, let me get out of the ramifications of this scary move D5. Alice followed up quickly, hoping to get in F5, and G7, G6, we've caught up with the players. And how do we like it?
Oh, I don't like it. Here, black should have a pawn on C6 and a bishop on D5, which changes the character of the position completely.
Totally, yes. Yes, indeed it does.
But she had the opportunity. If we go back just a couple of moves, she got spooked here. Sometimes you just think your bishops are too good.
Right, and after knight C3 came the opportunity, as you might have advised, say, hey, look, Tatev, you're a French defense kind of lady. You know that the light squared bishop, you're welcome to take it. So if you had defended it with C6, this is the exact type of situation you would have advised her to play.
And I think black's position plays itself.
You know what to do.
Yeah, you know what to do.
Right.
But with the move bishop C6, she's given Alice this extra opportunity of breaking on D5. And even if it costs a pawn in many variations, you can go D5, F5, and continue the attack.
That's a very, very scary looking attack. In fact, it's interesting in the 2-0 result that they played in the classical, it was Tatev who was going a little bit crazy with the attacking stuff.
Especially the first game.
And it was the calm Alice who rebuffed the attack. But here, Tatev is really encouraging just the pawn sacrifice that you just mentioned you could take with the bishop on D5 if you liked. But these types of D5, F5, well, I mean, with the rooks in the center of the board, you couldn't ask for a better opportunity.
This is the moment. She has to grab the moment. D5, it looks like a huge move to me. Right in this position.
Carpe diem, seize the day, Alice. Is she going to make it the sacrifice? And how scary would that sacrifice be, Christian? Because again, as human players, we sit here and look at this position and go, I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of this. I know the cold computer says it's okay.
Extremely scary. No,
Oh,
it's
really?
extremely scary. And this reminds me, actually, this pawn structure, this exact pawn structure almost, we've seen in the game between Fabiano Caruana and Sam Sevian in that line that we were analyzing with e5, and then this pawn sacrifice d5, and then followed with f5. She did not play that move.
She played
the
bishop back to
bishop
e2.
That misses a bit. That misses a bit.
Yeah, that feels like a step
Backed
in the
away.
wrong direction, right?
She backed away from this opportunity that we've been harping upon. Alice could have gone with this. By the way, it's Alice Pawn Palace is the name of her show. So I guess that means that she likes her pawns, but she could have really put Tatev in a very uncomfortable attacking situation with the pawn sacrifice. She backed off. And why did she do that? Why did she play bishop e2?
Now, my guess is that, first of all, she wants to immobilize knight on a5 to the defense of the pawn on c4, but also perhaps at times you could consider the move g4 followed by f5.
Wow, that's...
I want to play f5, says Alice, but I don't want to sacrifice a pawn doing it.
Hyper aggressive. And that's why Tatev played this move, bishop to a8. Now, whoa!
Bishop a8.
And f5 came
after
on
that.
the board.
Whoa.
After all of that, okay, so she's saying, I did want to play f5, but if I did it immediately, my bishop would be on g4 and would be in capture after, say, e takes f5.
But I am kind of happy as black to get more pawns in front of my king, right? You take with the e pawn, you definitely never take with the g pawn. I assume the idea is bishop takes h6, but e6 is not currently a threat that I can see. You can probably just take that guy.
Right.
And the key questions in
It
this
may
kind
be d5 followed by e6 is what Alice...
Well, d5 right now, bishop c5 will be an issue.
Well, I understand. That is a check, and the queen is lurking and eyeballing this pawn on e5. But, okay, from Alice's point of view, all she needs to do is somehow include her queen. Queen coming over to f2 to g3. Not exactly sure how she slides the queen towards Tatev's king. How does the computer like Alice's play, Christian?
Well, look, Alice might not be playing the best objective moves, but she's definitely playing a tremendous practical game because she's putting so much pressure on her opponent's time as well as the position, and she's not losing her whole advantage. f5 is still very decent for white. After e takes f5, bishop takes a6. Now we're going to, well, first of all, you have to be careful about rook takes d4. So bishop takes h6 immediately, which actually we might see if Alice doesn't spot this incredible tactic. Rook takes d4, and if you take on d4, just simply bishop to c5, bishop to e3,
bishop h6 on the board.
takes e5. That's a huge blunder. If she sees rook takes d4 right now, Tatev with 8 minutes and 40 seconds on her clock, and you know she's looking that direction.
Right.
If she sees
Armenian
it,
school of chess.
Armenian school.
if she sees it, she's close to winning right
Whoa,
now.
whoa, 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 whoa. Queen to d2 in the position that you have on the board?
Queen to d2, knight to
b3,
b3.
And then check.
Check to d8. Yes,
you
thank you
don't
very
have to
much. King
take.
to g7.
Of course, you just moved your king away.
I'm not recapturing on d8. I'm just going king to g7. Still, so many of your pieces are under attack.
Oh,
the queen on
that's
d7,
a
the
tough
bishop on
one,
e3.
though.
Completely
That's a tough
losing.
one.
This is
That's
done. Over.
That's nasty. Okay. So rook takes d1 is a tactical...
Rook takes d4. Wow.
Rook takes d4, pardon me, is a tactical refutation to bishop takes h6. And the times of the players
8
are
minutes
such...
and counting for Tatev.
Tatev has 8 minutes to calculate rook takes d4, rook takes d4, bishop c5, followed by Christian's queen takes e5, and the tables have turned.
That would be a big one. It's very thematic the moment that you open up your diagonals like this, but it's tough. You have to see this move king g7. I think that's the key of the position. That one is a hard one to find.
Later down the road.
road, because
that long road.
It's easy when you have it in front of you.
Of course.
But from a lot of moves beforehand,
Right.
you see rook d8, you think you must take it, right?
It's check.
It's check.
Oh
Let's see
boy.
if she goes for it. Big moment.
Either way, she has to play something kind of quickly, I think.
Well,
10
if she
minutes is a
doesn't
big
take on...
difference.
Look, she can spend as much time as she wants if she sees rook d4. Because after rook to d4, the position is on the brink of being just completely winning, shattering for black.
Exactly.
If she doesn't, then she needs to play any move right now.
Right. And she has options. Even the move bishop h4, I'm pretty tempted about.
Bishop h4, hitting the rook on e1.
Putting the rook on e1, because do you really want to play g3?
I really don't want to play the move g3, especially as you've got this light squared bishop patrolling this long diagonal. No, the move g3 is not a move I want to play, but your idea, similar to the above, you want to really hit this pawn on e5 so that if you could provoke me to move my rook, then the idea of c5, and this is what you're all about, queen takes e5, shattering white's pawn structure, which probably means, like it or not,
You gotta, right?
sometimes you got to do what you got to do, g2, g3. The immediate queen c6, I can meet with d5.
Which wouldn't be the end of the variation.
No,
You still
because
have
there's
check
checks.
on c5
Or b6 and b2.
I
is
would think
hanging.
this is a very tempting option if I don't spot the move rook takes d4.
Guys,
I
but
agree.
I think she sees it because otherwise she wouldn't be spending so much time at this particular moment.
Well, it's a crucial moment, though,
Right.
Christian. If you're not going to spend your time because rook d4 could just win the game, right?
Yes, exactly.
But it could lose the game, but bishop h4, very reasonable alternative as well.
No, absolutely. Bishop to h4 is very tempting. Bishop to
And-
f8 as well. Try to take more of a passive approach, but you haven't spent your last 4 minutes on the clock to play the move bishop to f8.
Well,
no, wait.
and forgive me, but also the move knight b3
It's very
is
tempting. It's strategically very tempting.
Your knight on a5 is out of the game. Suddenly it jumps into the game.
And I continue with d5.
And then I've got bishop check and queen takes e5.
Or even knight d4.
But queen to e5, I have bishop to c4 all the time, right? That
I see.
discovery attack. So you
I
have to
see.
be careful
And
about
she's
that.
gone
she's
knight
played
b3.
knight
She's gone
b3.
knight b3.
Knight b3, yes.
Okay, so the problem there was there was really some very good options.
options, right.
Rook d4 happened to be the very, very best, and unfortunately, Estadov's going to discover to her horror it was probably a winning option. But I got to tell you, bishop h4, knight b3 were really, really tempting. But as you were mentioning, Christian, the problem with this move, knight d4, is bishop c4 could kill the knight. So d5 and bishop e3 for Alice?
Absolutely. d5 is not an easy decision to make for Alice, and also she plays so fast, so I think what she's going to be focusing on is actually taking the simple, practical decision and just retreating with the bishop back to e3. If you go d5, you do allow these ideas that you were mentioning, Yasser, with bishop c5, maybe not take on e5, but rather go knight to d4.
Right.
A couple of moves with tempo can be scary in this
Right.
position, right? So
Yeah, because it's easy to imagine white's center collapses.
precisely.
True.
It works or it doesn't.
Right? And that knight on a5 suddenly is really in the thicket of things. But you were saying that a practical
approach would just be bishop to e3. It feels
Drop
like
back.
the right move, right? Not only that you're dropping back, but you're also controlling the knight with this bishop on e3 later on in the game. Bishop to c4 is a big threat. So you have to be ready for that. How are you going
Exactly.
to defend against that? Because bishop to c4, it might look like you have some queen to c6 double attacks, but actually the queen on c2 is nicely defending the second rank. Also, I have the retreat of just simply going bishop to f1 whenever that comes on the board. So, big moment right now for Alice. d5 is on tap, bishop to e3. If she wants to play, oh my, and I think she just chose a different option.
Bishop c4, allowing knight takes d4. A little bit on the surprising side for me, at least.
But this was one of the things that I was wondering. As white, I really wanted to transfer my queen over to the king's side, and I was wondering how Alice could do it. She found a way. Maybe it's not a good way, but she is eyeballing this idea of getting her queen towards black's king. This move, queen f2, unfortunately, well, rook takes d4.
It's
is
a
a threat.
It's a threat.
It's a threat right now.
Bishop c5, I have bishop
enough.
e3.
Knight to e6. A good
Remember, I
move
can
by
always
Katev.
retreat.
An American always retreats.
Well, one thing about Alice, she plays very fast, but she is missing some key details in the positions that
Well,
she's playing.
basically what she
Bishop to E3.
did is she voluntarily traded off her D4 pawn for the C4 pawn. We thought the C4 pawn was a weakness, but in return, she did get this very nice looking bishop. Black has a very nice looking bishop. I'm still seeing 3 results here.
Oh, absolutely. I think
Yeah.
this is anybody's game.
And if Alice could drop her knight on F6, whoo-hoo, that would be a marvelous
We
achievement.
have a move. Is it C5? Wait, but
Wow.
what if I just simply take the pawn?
Take what pawn?
Bishop takes C6 and bishop takes C5.
Oh, but B2 is hanging at the end, right?
Like we trade everything on C5. I was actually thinking knight to D5 was, for me, a kind of automatic. I'm starting to warm up to the position for white. I'm not sure I liked this move C5. What was your feelings when you saw C5 for the first time?
Mixed. I would have moved my A pawn instead, just to not
Right.
create a target on C5. But it does create a square for the knight. I can't imagine it's that bad of a move in this kind of positions. Even if you lose a pawn, kind of for free, as long as you have a good minor piece to compensate for it,
Okay.
you'll be okay. I am much more scared about knight D5 than I am of taking the pawn on C5.
Well, absolutely, knight D5.
And I think you have to chop it. You can't live with this
But then
guy
you
there.
got to give up your pride and joy.
I do.
This
I don't-
bishop
I
on the
really
long
don't wanna do
diagonal.
that, yeah.
I mean, after a move, for example, like bishop takes D5, let me just recapture for the moment with bishop takes D5. You're welcome to sink your knight into this powerful D4 square. But after bishop B3, this bishop patrolling this diagonal really, really would frighten me as black. I think that.
Yeah, I don't think I would ever move my knight from E6.
Yeah. I'm just kind of weighing the 2 pieces, trying to balance the scales. They don't balance. The bishop is better on C4 than the knight on D4. Not always the case, but my judgment would be that would be the case.
Let's
Christian,
see.
this
She's about
game
to
is
play a move.
dominating our attention with good reasons. But I tell you, we got to keep an eye also on our #1 seed in the tournament, and just checking in.
What a visual, this tripling on the D file.
So we left it off after bishop to E4. Bishop takes G7 after knight to
Right.
H5, the exchange of the dark square bishops that we were touting it so much as favorable for black, because right now there's going to be some weaknesses in white's camp. This square F4, also you don't have the 2 bishops. It does feel like black is taking over the strategical initiative in this position. Queen to C8 defending the bishop on the pawn on B7, rook to D3, knight to E6. Rook to D3 is quite an awkward move because it allows my knight to go to C5 with a tempo, putting a lot of pressure both on the rook on D3, but also on, to be honest, what I see as one of the most awkward pieces for white, and that is the bishop on E4. You don't have a lot of squares to maneuver it around. Bishop to D5 does look good. The problem is it's going to be targeted with C6. That's a problem. So how do you deal with that? H4. Try to open up the position. You have to go for that. You have to go for the kill. Knight to C5, rook to D4, rook to E5. Really like this move by Linear, controlling the 5th rank. H5, you want to open up the position, you want to open up the H file? Absolutely not. You're not getting that in the position. Rook to E5 was played, bishop to D5. Again, that's the big problem. I'm going to go C6. I'm going to immediately target this bishop. And now it seems like Levon has to go for F4 and find the complications, which he does. He plays this move F4. Crazy position. This is obviously strategically close to winning for black. Nevertheless, white retains some initiative due to the fact that I'm 1 move away from opening up the H file. If I manage to get H5, H takes G6, then I'm going to be able to create a devastating attack against your king. Let's see what happens.
Tripling on a file that's closed. I think that is one of the few
Yeah,
remarkable
incredible,
moments
right?
in chess history where somebody triples their major pieces on the closed D file. Very, very, very unusual. Tripling your majors on the open E file, that would have been recommended. F4, what a crazy game that is. Let's jump back into the game of Alice because she did go for the pawn.
And she did go for the pawn, but
She's
I
a
am
material girl.
not really sure why Tatev recaptured on D8 with the rook. We mentioned this rook is hitting b2. I think this is a blunder for Tatev. Just take with the queen, right?
Yes, because there was this very important pawn hanging, and this is what Alice wanted was, she got everything that she wanted.
Yeah.
An extra pawn and an outpost for her. Oh my gosh, that's a devastating move. Rook to d6. There's no way you can ever capture and allow this passed pawn to recapture. Tatev definitely on her back foot suddenly. That was an enormous blunder.
That was a huge blunder. That was an important pawn, right?
Was your source of counterplay. You could imagine if we were to teleport the rook, teleport the rook to the b2 square. Well, you get the idea. The rook on b2 would be attacking the pawn on g2. No, this is traffic all going one way.
Oh,
Alice is in pole position right now. Oh my gosh. It really, really went wrong. This is the crucial moment right here. Let's see if we can repeat. So it happened actually almost when we left. Rook takes d8, queen takes d8, and if Alice had followed the game continuation, this is what we're all talking about, the rook landing on b2. She would not be a pawn down, and she would have great counterplay with rook takes g2 on her agenda. As it turned out, well, it turned out terribly for Tatev, as she's looking at this position after rook d6. Now she brings her rook back to b8.
Ooh, I hate
Too
rook
late.
d8.
Too late.
She could have taken on d6. I don't really quite understand why she didn't.
Too late after
Queen
c7.
Maybe this rook is coming to d7. That's a great move.
That is a great move. I was actually looking about to suggest queen d4, bringing the rook to d7. No, you can't touch the pawn on b2 because of rook d8. Queen c7 does all of that and much more beside. Great move by Alice.
This is the finishing touch by Alice, because rook to b7, which seems to be the natural choice right now, try to kick that queen away from the 7th rank, allows rook to d8, which finishes the game on the spot.
Because of the bishop hanging on a8 after the trade.
And queen to f8 is on the board.
Queen c7, now queen f8, anticipating.
But what about rook takes e6 now?
With the threat of rook takes g, that looks like a harvest.
Maybe she's planning rook b2, but I can take on g6, and the moment I do that, I defend g2, so I'm not really worried about it.
Winning a pawn with check and the great benefit of defending the counter attack.
Yeah, this is
as
Alice's game now.
All day.
And the time, look at the time difference. It's one-way street.
I know there's lots of ways to win it, but one of the things I always love to do, and I say that time and time again, invite everybody to the party. The knight on c3 might enjoy a trip to the king side. Knight e2, knight f4, knight e6. Wow, just so many great options for white suddenly.
And she's done it. Rook takes e6.
Took on e6. Rook takes b2 has to come instantaneously by Tatev. There's no other alternative.
I mean, what is the other point, right?
No other alternative right now.
But rook takes g6. Okay, let's just put it on the board. Rook takes b2, dreaming the impossible dream of rook takes g2. Rook takes with a check. As Alejandro mentioned, it will defend the pawn on g2. King has to go into the corner. Now passed pawns must be pushed. Pawn to e5 with the idea of queen e5. That's going to precipitate a handshake.
Rook takes b2 is on the board.
And I assume rook g6. Here it is.
Rook takes g6, king to h8.
Okay.
And now let's see.
Now we're just expecting Alice to drop her pawn to e6.
Everything is just protected.
Yes.
Queen c5, protected. Rook to b1, check, protected. Rook takes g2, protected. I have at least one extra move, so I can just simply push the pawn.
Exactly.
And by the way, after e6, rook e2 to go behind the pawn, protected.
Yeah, this is very sad.
Very sad indeed.
But what a performance here by Alice, taking advantage of this blunder here by Tatev.
Exactly.
And really, really just destroying her.
Indeed. And this position is gone. One mistake, and that's all it took.
Oh, my goodness.
What about you, Christian? What's going on in the game of Levon?
Things are changing rapidly in that one. Oh my goodness, guys, we left it off somewhere around rook to d4, rook to e5. This was the critical moment. Bishop to d5, and we said that is going to get targeted with c6, f4. Rook to e8 came on the board. Bishop to h1, queen to h3. Rook takes d6, allowing me to take that pawn, but focusing on the weaknesses on the king side. Queen takes h4, f5. Knight to e4, bishop takes e4. Why would you play this move, knight to e4, and allow the trade of my bad bishop on h1 that was not doing anything, with a knight on c5 that was controlling everything in your position? d7 square is crucial for the game because rook to d7 is going to come in. That's going to have devastating consequences. I don't like this knight to e4. Rook takes c4, and now I can just simply go the move f3, and that seems to be giving white a clear advantage. Let's see whether Aronian will be able to avenge the loss from their first match.
Wow, some confounding decisions being played by the players in that game, to be sure. Knight, I'm not even sure I understand the move c6. You're tripled on the d file, so why do I create a weakness on d6? Lots of questions.
I'm baffled, absolutely baffled.
But the games that are taking place, we do have e6 by Alice
on
the board,
that's a finish.
and that is just boss move.
And perhaps we can see what likely will be a handshake.
Is looking at the tatters of her position. Wow.
The problem is you cannot move the queen from f8. You would like to try to find some sort of check, some sort of compensation. The problem is as soon as you touch the queen, queen g7 comes on the board.
Mate.
Yeah, this is
checkmate.
Just super over.
One. Rook cannot move. Maybe rook to b7, but that allows, once again, queen to e5. There's just no way in which you can improve your position as black.
Exactly. Exactly so.
Also, after rook to b7, maybe even e7 might win on the spot. I don't want to go queen e5. I actually want to go e7.
I mean, this is the vultures picking the bones. I mean, there's any tissue left there? But e6,
no,
I think that's it.
I think we should focus on the linear game simply because this one has a lot of it, and this one is just dead, right?
I think a handshake is coming. That was the only reason but I agree. We do anticipate Alice Lee to win and score 3-0.
3-0 against Tatev.
What? I mean, what's going on? He did not play f3, which, by the way, was a confounding move too. It's not an intuitively obvious move to play the move f3. Levon did play the move queen b4, which I get. I mean, we're tickling a pawn, but I always thought the idea when you play h4 and h5, what are you doing? You're trying to get your pawn to h6 so that you can control the checkmating square. For me, this is a rather remarkable decision to play queen to b4, go for the pawn, when you could set up a back rank checkmating. But if it provokes b6, I can well understand that Levon wanted to capture the c6 pawn.
So what if I can continue right now with f6, your idea, Yasser?
Exactly. f6, I love that. But when the queen was on d2, I was threatening a back rank mate immediately with the move f6, which I thought would force, I don't know, h6 or something like that.
You still more or less.
And by the way, we do have a handshake.
Alice Lee half a point away from rematch against Irina Krush for the win of the tournament.
Finals. Wow. And that would, of course, be coming up tomorrow as, I don't know, I mean, Alice is kind of living through a dream.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, and they will be playing again in 1 hour at 3 p.m. Central Time. Okay, what happened after Levon's queen b4, b6?
He's still thinking.
Still thinking. Oh, you played the move queen b4, I thought. Yeah,
Rook takes c6 is the point, right?
I mean, I thought that was what it was all about when he played the move queen b4, but he has not instantly done it.
Perhaps he's worried about, after rook takes c6, either queen takes f2, but also there's another option of queen to g4 and trying to target the f5 pawn.
as well as the rook on d1.
He went f6.
Now he plays f6.
Rook to
Now.
e8.
All right.
Immediately responded. Nevertheless, this pawn on f6 could become a liability if you don't checkmate me.
Okay, the
It
rook.
could, but after white goes queen takes c6, it feels dangerous for black, right?
I don't know about a liability right now. It's my ace in the hole. This pawn on f6. I
really like
love rook takes c6.
But I really like queen a4, the one that Aronian played. I think it's a great move. Hits a7, hits c6, and when the queen lands on c6, even though there's no
That's the
immediate
back rank,
threat,
the
but
back rank mate threats become
everywhere, right?
really prevalent.
And this
with the
also
queen on c6.
takes advantage of the fact that you cannot take on c4. Huge detail right now. Because after rook c4, rook to d8 finishes the game.
Nice. Take my queen, I take your rook. If you come back, I've got this queen takes e6.
No,
Oh,
I
rook
take on
e8
e8.
is easy, yeah.
Rook e8 is easiest. Yes. Sweet. You don't see that type of skewer that often, but that is a very nice one indeed. C4 is taboo. There's no question. You can't do that. And that pawn on f6 is a real bone in the throat, I must say. Wow. How do you get rid of it, actually?
Well, Lanier has a minute and 40 seconds to find out a way to get out of this.
And he's played the move queen takes f2, inviting queen takes c6.
Now, do you take the pawn on c6 or the pawn on a7?
C6,
Probably
right?
c6, yeah.
Just because it's a nice tempo.
And when you take on c6, you are defending this pawn on f6, and you are eyeballing
The move
rook
rook
e8.
e8.
I guess he took on f6, by the way.
F2. Yeah, I was thinking queen c6 is on the board, but if rook e1 here, I'm worried as black of the move king a2, just so you don't take
The king's very nicely tucked
tucked,
away.
yeah.
It feels like black has to create some space for his king with the move h5 and maybe even create some sort of initiative via that h-pawn. Queen to c5, apparently we're being
Queen
told that
c5
it
is
would
sick.
be a good move.
That is sick, because queen e4, rook e4, rook d8, you have queen f8.
Nice.
And that's a hard move
That's
to find.
not
though.
a move that anybody makes. No way.
Falling for what would appear to be a back rank.
And he played it.
And he played it!
played
What a
it.
monster!
Are you kidding me?
Pardon me, Lanier.
Lanier is just
Lanier.
such a good defender.
Queen c.
That's a cold-blooded move.
That is an amazing move.
Like you see
In a
that checkmate
rapid-
coming on the 8th rank and you just
Exactly.
simply play queen to c5. The
Right.
best move in the position.
In a rapid game at that. By the way, the clock.
With a minute and 20 seconds on the clock.
For Lanier. And for Levon?
2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Wow.
You know, this really does feel like a heavyweight matchup.
But it is.
I mean,
It really is.
I mean, these guys are really producing the goods here. Queen c5 was a joyful move.
What a move.
Wow.
Queen to c5.
The pawn on
And that
f6,
just harmonizes black's defense right now.
c4 pawn.
Bringing the
yeah.
queen, queen takes c8 is almost never a threat. Rook to d8
I mean-
doesn't come as easily anymore.
And in these major rook endings, queen takes c5, b takes c5, massive majority on the queen side versus the majority on the king side for black. But black's pawns in these types of positions somehow feel faster.
They are
I don't know.
faster,
So queen takes c5, definitely not on Levon's mind at the moment. He's looking at moves like queen a4, queen a7, maybe queen b7, but he's looking to avoid the queen trade, I would imagine.
This move just simply shocked Levon, who understands
Exactly.
right now that he's no longer in pole position to win this game.
Right?
1 minute left only for Levon.
This is the move that makes 3 results possible.
Absolutely. You're so scared. This H and G pawns.
Exactly. Will fly up the board.
You exchange the queens, it seems like from a practical perspective, if not from an objective perspective, black is just simply winning.
Right.
Okay, so
But what
the
do you do with your
idea-
queen, though?
The idea is, let's say I do play a move like queen b7. Is Lanier's plan to take on c4, defend f7, and play for rook e1?
Why
at the
not? But
cost of-
also rook to e1 directly is a move that has to be taken into consideration.
Yeah, I don't have the resources of king a2 anymore that I had in the other variations, tucking away the king.
I see.
Because of queen takes 18 seconds and counting for Levon.
That is a tank. He is in the tank.
That move, queen c5, really unnerved him. And look at that, under 10 seconds?
Under 5, queen
And
b7,
queen b7,
and rook
rook
e1
e1.
immediately played.
Lanier.
He's feeling it.
I'm telling you.
Queen takes d6 is a threat. You have to be careful.
We're all going to be taking up the Petrov after this
yeah.
match. Queen d7.
with 3 seconds on the clock.
Defends the rook. I don't see a threat.
There is no threat.
Well,
right
I'm
now.
thinking, I think Levon is hoping for queen takes c4, rook queen takes a7.
And if I give myself a little bit of a loft with a move h5.
I'm all about h5 right here, right now. Not just loft, but introducing my passer.
Push him, baby.
Oh, yeah.
And also, like,
now Lanier,
and where does white's move after that, right?
right?
Because queen c4, you can give queen a7, and there it is, h5, as we predicted.
Lanier is playing just
Marvelous.
marvelous chess. Or like really, really marvelous. Now,
Five,
Levon playing a move
4.
like b3. What
Ooh.
else?
B3, but this allows queen takes a3. That's
Yes,
a pawn.
it does.
That's
and
a
it's
pawn
a
to the
very,
good.
very good pawn. No question about it.
And
it's
you
a
no
very,
longer
very good
have
pawn.
any checkmate threats on the 8th rank anymore. Also,
Thanks
after queen
to-
takes a3, I have ideas of opening you up even more with a5, a4. So you have to be very careful.
But the problem is white really doesn't have a very good
Follow-up.
Not at all, yeah.
There's no
Like
move.
h4, a5. I know queen a3 is a move I would play, but a5, h4 were always also wonderfully attractive moves. Queen a3 on the board. Rook d4, finally, in a sense, liberating his queen a little bit.
A little bit, but the queen
is
could
no
go
longer-
back to c5, for example. It's
Yeah.
not that the move rook 64 really helped white.
Exactly. The queen was babysitting a little bit. And as
going
you
for it.
said, queen goes back to c5. Once again, no queen a7 moves. Queen takes d4. The rook needs a nursemaid.
And what a result this would be for Lanier, beating Levon Aronian, one of the best chess players on the planet, with the black pieces in the
And-
Petrov. Consecutive games.
We do have a trade, so
It's the time to
at
play
least
queen e5.
Oh, that's such
That's
a
a tempting
boss
move. That's a
That is
tempting
such
move.
a boss move. But also, for me, I would really want to remove this guy. I mean, so I would really be about rook to c6. Pardon me, rook e6 and rook
Right,
f6.
but who's killing who here if I go queen a5?
Ooh, that's a checkmating threat.
In the immortal words of Larry
And there it
Christensen,
is, queen a5.
On the
getting you
board?
from behind.
Well, queen
You only have a
a4,
check.
queen a4 would be a resignation.
Yes, you just cannot play that move. The
But how
endgame
do you
is-
defend against checkmate?
I just don't see it.
You can go rook to d1
But queen
as
e5.
well as a resignation.
But
Right.
then queen e5 really is so strong. Rook d1, threat,
Queen d8, that's one check.
and
But then queen to e5 comes on the board. That's going to win the pawn. Rook
I
takes
think you
e1.
take first because
And then queen e5.
and then queen
Yes.
e5.
This finishes the game.
This is 3 connected pass pawns.
pawns.
Levon will keep trying because maybe he'll make a pass pawn in the c file. And remember, in queen endgames, if there's any endgame where just one pawn can promote,
yep.
It's about the rank of the pawn, but you don't even have c5 because queen to f2 is going to capture that pawn. Now queen f2, queen g3 could be the follow-up.
Queen f2 check and
g5,
queen
g5 also possible with the idea simply to play king h6, queen e6.
But I
remember.
love this queen g3 idea that Christian has just proposed because you keep your king nicely protected by not playing the moves g5 and or f5. But okay, f5 is a nice tempo too.
Right, it's very the queen
Very
on,
tempting.
Problem with f5
There
is
it
that
is.
queen to g5 comes on the board. And
But h3, and the thing is, at some point in these endgames, you do need to calculate the walk.
yeah, off the board.
At some point, you can't easily tuck in the king and push the pawn at the
Exactly.
same time.
a residual benefit of the queen on f2, not only supporting the h-pawn, but it is eyeballing the c5 square, making the advance c4, c5.
Not only
no
that,
passer.
but also covering the h4 square. I understand it's defending the pawn, but queen to e7, queen h4 is not possible.
Playable, right. Queen g5, h3.
No perpetual. I'm escaping with my king via h6 in all scenarios right now.
Absolutely, absolutely right. And by the way, those three connected pass pawns can make for a very marvelous movable shield. You
that might
and
be
10
it, guys.
seconds.
This
for
might
Levon,
be it.
queen
H3.
g5, h3. Lanier doesn't have to be asked twice. Push him, baby.
Those three pawns are just going to act as a shield. You're going to have 1, 2 checks, and that's going to be it.
Exactly. And again, down to a few seconds is
King goes
Levon.
up.
But Black's moves are just too darn easy.
Yeah.
B
H5,
takes
let's
c5,
take
h2. You got to go queen f8 check. There's absolutely nothing else on your agenda.
And
King
he knows
g5.
it. Lanier knows it right now. He seems relaxed.
I'm telling you, I'm taking up the Petrov. That's it. I mean, Lanier has convinced me if you could take down the #1 seed twice with the black pieces,
King
he's
h5.
on the verge of one of his most memorable victories in his already illustrious career.
Sequence of victories.
Wow.
King to h5
And
seems
Lanier's
to be...
played this game so very well.
So
I
very
mean,
precisely. And I love the move queen c5 shocked the Aronian. I think it just changed the character of the game completely, where Levon was pressing and trying to checkmate his opponent, and
Right.
suddenly he was trying to survive.
Exactly.
Queen
Now
to
remember
G2
the
is a
Ray
possibility.
Robson game where Ray Robson played Queen G1? This time it doesn't work because there would be a perpetual check of Queen H4. I think it is time to make the king walk, right? King
to
H5.
And he decides to give
It
up
just has
the
to
Much
shifts up
more
the H-pawn,
practical. Now you've got to go Queen H8 or Queen H4 check and take this pawn back. And now
we
these
start again.
Yeah, two connected pass pawns versus this pawn that's still on the board, C3. Must be winning, but
But some work to be done here.
yeah, I was about to say, I thought King H5.
There will be
instead
some
of Queen
checks.
takes.
We'll be here a while because G5, F4, the king is much more exposed. Still, you will be using the pawn shields and the pawn on C4.
Exactly.
It's not going anywhere. You cannot ever trade queens.
A5, by the way.
A5 is on
just
top.
to make
F4
sure
I
that
like because it cuts the queen.
Close the queen.
I
F5.
like A5 because I love the idea of picking up this pawn on C4
G6.
with check.
Have to go up. Queen to
And
F5.
I think the ladder, right? King F6, King F5.
He decides not to propose the queen trade with Queen F5.
Here maybe you propose the queen trade, right? Queen E5.
I like it because Queen E3 also counts.
Queen E3 trades the queens on almost everything.
So Queen
Right.
C2 might be the only way. Queen to B4 he decides to go for.
And if we give a check on E3, you go to A4, I assume?
Because Queen B6 is a kind of threat when you go Queen to E3 check.
It almost feels like I can trade the queens by fours, but perhaps I don't need to.
I'm on the verge of being able to trade the queens by force. Yes,
Yeah.
that's what it does feel like indeed. But I mean, what is the sequence?
Well,
There
he
is
says no
sequence.
need. Allows the queen to F8, knows that these pawns will shield the king from the other side.
Exactly. You can go Queen G8 check, King H4, Queen H7 check, King G3, and just as you were saying, the pawns will shield against Queen D3 check. Never mind Queen E3, but there's also F4, F3.
I think you have to push the pawn. You have to
C5
push
but
your
will be
own.
quickly met by F3, I think.
Queen to D8 first.
D8 check.
Making sure that the king doesn't comfortably walk towards the G3 square, but there
now
is
we could go
Queen
towards
King F5.
King F5 or Queen F6, right?
or Queen F6. Oh, I do like Queen F6 too. I like Queen F6 a lot, actually.
Yeah, it's one of those situations, kind of well-known pattern. Queen F6, Queen D5 check, King H6. The king surprisingly safe in this type of situations.
Once again, our admiration for Lanier's play has just
And
been growing and
honestly,
growing.
honestly, kudos to Levon for like making this queen endgame
Difficult.
Difficult. It's so easy to blunder a queen trade.
Right?
Okay.
And just gain a few seconds on
Very
the clock.
professional.
I think that was a little bit more helpful to Levon. But on the other hand, it doesn't matter. Lanier, he's a time travel specialist. He knows when to get in those extra pairs of moves just to get the bonus.
And that queen on f6 supports also the push of the f-pawn very
Doesn't it?
nicely.
Yeah, it's ideally suited to be for f3, f2.
c5 is an option. Try to create your own weapon on the c file. But then f3 might be a problem.
Black just feels like he's so much faster.
That's one check. You can give another one on b7. But after queen to f7, that's going to be it. Queen to e4, not allowing the move f3.
Exactly.
Cunning.
And there is a queen check on b6.
But I still
then
think
queen to e3?
Well, you could do that, but king a4, right?
Probably.
G3 played instead. And c5, finally time to push this pawn, says Levon.
And it's his
Look, he's making it difficult. As difficult as it can.
Absolutely, of course. And is there queen g5 in order to play g2?
Then you can play f3 here.
f3, queen...
f3 is an option, queen to g4.
Queen g6.
And then we get another endgame with probably should be winning, yes. I mean, it definitely is winning.
I think f3 is a good move here.
And
there we go.
And he's done it.
And then queen g6. The point is that if you play on f3, I trade queens on f7. And I catch your pawn, but you don't catch my pawn.
Nice. Queen f7 check is the very nice move indeed. Okay, so now where can he hide his king? Lanier, king to g8.
King g8, queen d8 looks...
Forced. You can't play queen d5 check.
Or queen
because
c4.
Queen f, yes, or queen c4. Because of queen f7, he has played queen d8 check. Where is he hiding his king?
It's a good question.
It's not a, can he go f7 to f6 to f5?
Let's find out. King g7, I think you have to play queen d4, you go.
The problem with king f7 is that it allows me to go queen d7, c6.
And now
this is a repetition.
That's one repetition.
King f8. King f8 is a new position.
All right.
Now, queen takes g3,
but
f2.
I could also go queen c8, right?
Queen c8, yes. King e7.
And I think we march up the board.
Correct, yeah. Woo! More drama than we expected. We thought this was a trivially easy winning queen ending when it was queen and 3 connected pass pawns, but Levon is
so
really
is queen takes g3 as easy
forced
f3?
Lanier to play very well. As
queen e6, you have to be careful about that.
Queen e6 check
Is a
forcing
threat.
the trade of queens is a massive threat. No c6 in the position for you.
So queen to c7, queen
to b7 check. And this is where Alejandro and I were thinking that the king might be able to simply walk up the board. Is it true, Alejandro?
I don't know, because king e6, actually, queen b7 was very clever. I think the point is that on king e6, you go queen e4.
Right.
No, but then queen to e5.
And then queen... and then on queen takes f3, you have queen
He
e5.
has played king e6. Queen e4 check looks forced.
But
Anything
once again, there
else
is a big problem with queen to e5. So I sort of liked queen to c7 previously a bit better because I have queen d6. Now I don't have to move queen to d6.
Wow. Queen endings, by the way, are one of the most difficult endings. These are the endings where the engines, in particular, are simply outstanding. They announce mate in 60.
c6.
C6.
Well,
okay.
Because the king is on the e6 square.
Wait a minute.
Promoting with check would be a dream come true.
This is not easy, guys. How do you stop c7?
How do you stop c7 with 9 seconds left?
Wait a minute.
Wait a second.
Queen takes f7.
No,
This is going to be a draw.
Is it?
This is going to be a draw. I'm
Why?
going to capture one of your f3 or g3 pawns.
Yes.
with a check, and that's just
And
going
the
to be a
white
draw.
king will be...
I think that endgame just starts, right?
No, because the
No,
white king is
no.
in front of
In
the
the front of the
a-pawn.
a-pawn, that's right.
And black's king is so far away.
Oh my goodness, what
He
a
blundered.
defense. What a defense by Levon Aronian. Queen to F5
Amazing.
or queen to D5 is going to draw this game.
Yes, he will pick up the f-pawn.
And that will be an easy draw.
Incredible.
Wow. Levon, what a survivor.
Amazing. King a4 with the idea of queen
Queen
a3
A3.
check.
That finishes the game.
And
Wow.
what a heavyweight slugfest. Amazing.
Incredible defense there by Levon.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Wow.
It's hard to beat this guy.
I tell you,
Wow.
I thought he was about to resign.
of course.
I thought Levon was just simply about to resign, and he did not give up, put tremendous pressure on Lanier's time as well. That was key. And you were mentioning they're so professional, right? Whenever they spot this opportunity to make a couple of repetitions, gain some time, he
Yes.
did that, but even that wasn't enough to finish him off.
Exactly. Well, going back to one moment when we had just taken this pawn on f6, we were running the pawn up the board, did come the move f7, f5, which did cause these problems. You just want to win the game with the h-pawn only. You really don't need to win the game with the f and the g-pawn. I really feel that this was a moment when queen g3 might have been just a little bit easier if you get a situation where your king is absolutely safe from checks. That would have been an ideal. All I got to say is that was an amazing defense by Levon Aronian when we were about to give him the final rights and say that's it.
It
It's
seemed like the
over.
Petrov was going to go to 0, but Levon, incredible resilience in this
Wow.
first game. Let's take a look at the results of the first matches, or the first games in the matches, as Tatev Abrahamyan has lost against Alice Lee yet again, and is yet again forced to win, this time with the white pieces against young Alice, or the Wunderkind will be going back for a rematch against Irina Krush. And meanwhile, Lenier Dominguez, he seemed to be on the verge of winning the game against Levon Aronian, but the former Armenian player just did not give up. He held on to the few hopes he had in that position, salvaged a draw out of nowhere,
Remarkable.
and match is tied.
Incredible. Wow, and after these American Open and a Blitz coming on the 29th, we do have the start of the 2022 Grand Chess Tour, Alejandro.
Take a look at that. We have a full Grand Chester for you guys. Super Bet Chess Classic is May 3rd to the 15th. Super Bet Rapid and Blitz will be May 17th to the 24th, almost immediately afterwards. Of course, we start in Bucharest, we move on to Warsaw, and we continue to Zagreb, where we will be joined by the world champion Magnus Carlsen, playing in the Rapid and Blitz there. And of course, the tour comes back to St. Louis for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Singfield Cup starting in late August. And of course, the stars that we have this year, the GCT MVPs. We have Magnus Carlsen making a comeback, Wesley Saw, who's won the GCT twice, and the youngster Ali Reza Firuja. We're gonna add a U there for his game. And wow, the superstar with 2,800 at only 18 years of age.
Playing in his first candidates come June.
And we have even more announcements for you. Of course, visit us at QBoutiqueSTL.com, as we have a lot of merchandise to sell to you guys, so you can support the stream, support the club, and all the projects that we have. And check it out. What a great gift this is, the American Cup wooden board. It is signed, of course, by the players of the tournament, and it comes with a certificate of authenticity. Sold exclusively at QBoutiqueSTL.com. All right, final thoughts, Christian, about these rounds, as we will take a break until the next rounds at 3 p.m.
Well, what a crazy round, guys. Alice Lee just putting the finishing touches on Tatev Abrahamyan. But the game that I really had my eyes on, of course, we all had, was this one between Aronian and Dominguez. And it seems like these top players just have a sixth sense. They smell opportunity whenever it arises. And at this point, after queen to b7, king to e6, this was the crucial mistake. Now, Levon Aronian, from 1 minute and 3 seconds, spent half of his time to play this move c6, which actually equalizes the game and forces the draw. Incredible tenacity by all of these players. And we have another one coming up in just an hour.
Thank you, Christian. Indeed. See you on the other side of this break as we get ourselves in order for a 2:50 Central start to our broadcast. Don't miss it.
We'll be right back. welcome back to the American Cup 2022. We already had one round of today's elimination matches. Remember, two players are in a different situation. Dominguez was about to win his game against Levon Aronian, but Levon put up a stiff fight, salvaged that draw. As we see the current brackets of the tournament. Remember that Fabiano Caruana won the champions bracket. He won this event.
He's waiting for the winner of this match.
Yeah, has not won the event yet, is waiting for the winner of the elimination bracket who will challenge him in the grand finals of the American Cup. It'll be one of Dominguez or Aronian. Remember, Levon just survived against Dominguez, a wild queen endgame. Certainly, he can count his lucky stars, but he gets black now, so he still needs to defend against Lanier. Meanwhile, in the other bracket, it was Irina Krush that simply dominated the field, reached the champions bracket easily, won against Alice Lee quite convincingly, but the youngster is surging because she can earn herself a rematch for the tournament victory against Krush if she manages to hold on to her half point here against Abrahamyan. She's done the hard part. She won with the white pieces. She just needs to defend.
And the results are one draw. I didn't know which graphic we were going to put up, but this was the one that was a draw.
That Dominguez game against Levon Aronian was a draw, but Dominguez gets the white pieces now. He put a lot of pressure on Fabiano Caruana in a must-win situation in the champions bracket finals.
Almost pulled that game out.
Almost pulled that game out, but wasn't able to convert. Will he be able to put pressure on witty Levon? And meanwhile, in the other one, we know that Alice Lee has Tatev's number in this tournament. That is the third victory in a row for the youngster over Tatev. Can the veteran pull herself together and come back in this tournament? She has the white pieces. Will certainly try to make the comeback.
And Cristian, jump in with your thoughts after this first games.
Well, about this matchup between the two ladies, let's remember what happened in their classical time control matchup. With the white pieces, Tatev Abrahamyan actually got a winning position out of the opening in that Sveshnikov. Will she repeat that? We know that Alice Lee's repertoire, well, it's not very dense. We know what she plays. She's going to probably continue playing the same things over and over and over again until you prove her that you have her number in those variations. Let's see. That's one strategy that Tatev can employ. Nevertheless, also time is extremely important in this matchup. Tatev needs to play something which will allow her to gain some time over her younger opponent. Irina Krush, when she had the white pieces against Alice Lee, she played this cagey knight to f3, e3, c4, b3, a very slow positional play in which black, Alice Lee, doesn't have a clear path forward. You just have to make waiting moves. You have to play a strategic game. That's another strategy that Tatev could potentially employ. We know that Alice Lee's theory is extremely sharp. In the other matchup between Levon Aronian and Lanier, well, in their classical matchup, when Levon had the black pieces, he also had to win. And he played that Caro-Kann. I don't think we're going to see a Caro-Kann right now. Caro-Kann is a difficult opening. You play it when you need to win. Levon Aronian doesn't know it that well. Of course, he's still Levon Aronian and can play anything. But he doesn't know Caro-Kann as well. I'm expecting something along the lines of a Rui Lopez, potentially, maybe an Italian. Maybe we're going to see some residual opening preparation from Lanier from that match against Fabiano Caruana. Because in that Italian game, well, he actually got quite a nice position and quite a nice advantage. Let's see if he's going to use any of that preparation against Aronian in this one. He needs to put some pressure, but these players are still tied. Let's see what happens.
Exactly. I'm expecting e4 in a big theoretical. But this is our format for today.
The champions bracket is resting today. That's Fabiano Caruana and Irina Krush as they wait for the results of the elimination bracket to see
the challenger.
Exactly who survives to challenge them. Remember, we're going to have classical starting tomorrow as the champions bracket meets the elimination bracket. But today we have rapid matches. We have two going on, one in the ladies and one in the open. Levon and Lanier, everything to play for. Meanwhile, Tatev Abrahamyan, she has to win to remain in the competition. If she wins, she forces a playoff. in the open section. If they draw, we will have a playoff at 5 p.m. If one of the sides win, well, that's it. They'll be moving on to face Fabi.
But let's not forget,
1-1, it's Armageddon. Yes,
Tatev
please.
was, before this match, actually in her first match, in this position as well, against Zatonsky. She lost the first game, and then she had to win with
Right.
white pieces. She knows how that feels, and definitely has the experience to put the pressure on Alice Lee. This one is going to be a very, very intriguing game.
Yeah, that was an extraordinary match, now that I think about it, that Tatev came back from such a deficit and won 3 games in a row to win the match and move on in the elimination as well. But boy, I tell you, for Lanier, I mean, he's coming into the game with the white pieces, and he's got to put it aside. He's got to forget about the first game's results. But man, I'm sure he's still kicking himself. I mean,
it's a golden opportunity.
Such a hard thing to do, to
outplay Levon the way that he did in a Petrov twice in a row. It seems like the win was just in his hands. A couple of accurate moves here and there, but Levon kept finding tricks. He didn't collapse. The fact that he didn't collapse in a queen endgame just proves how well he can calculate with seconds left, because it's so easy to blunder a queen trade or to blunder a pawn being pushed.
He connected past pawns as well was what he was facing. It seemed like a completely hopeless uphill task. He managed to do it, and we just have to tip our hat. So Lanier, I feel like he's got to forget about game 1. He's got white in game 2. Come and bring the pressure, e4, and let's see Levon defend his e5, which he's done his entire career. I'm expecting a theoretical slugfest there, whereas, like you said, Christian, in the ladies, it could be theoretical on the one hand.
That's one strategy.
Or it could be knight f3, b3 on the other hand, and play a long game.
And without revealing too much, we know that Alejandro is doing some preparation with Tatev. He's taking some walks in between the broadcasts. So maybe Alejandro can reveal a bit more about which strategy is Tatev going to choose.
Just a second, let me write this down. Go ahead.
Well, let's say that e4 will not be the first move.
There we go. So maybe strategy number 2, much more of a cagey approach. Get out of the opening as soon as possible. Try to put pressure on your opponent's time. Try not to fall under any sort of theoretical knowledge that, to be honest, the 12-year-old has just been showcasing every single game so far.
Exactly. But you told, as in Stavi was going to be playing the King's Indian, and she came and played something completely different. That was great. 3 minutes after the coaching session was over, the King's Indian was affirmed and reaffirmed. I was at dinner that night when she had to defend her decision too. Well, I just thought that it was time to play something different.
It felt like the preparation fell apart somewhere going up the stairs.
Or down the stairs.
I'm not really sure what happened there.
The preparation was lost on the way to the playing hall.
Now, I'm looking at this matchup between Lanier and Aronian, and I'm thinking, what will Aronian come up with? Because we know that he's been playing a lot of rapid matches for the last 5 or 6 days or so. He's been playing rapid matches only. So is he going to choose more of a speculative approach against White's e4, maybe something more suited for rapid, or is he going to be ready with a solid e5? Another intriguing option. Which strategy will Aronian choose? I don't see anything else but e4 from Lanier.
Exactly. Well, one of the things that Levon did incredibly well against Ray Robson was keep the position complex, put challenges in front of his opponent, make Ray burn his clock, get him down on the clock to something like a 2 minutes versus 6 minute situation. And for Lanier, it's the same kind of strategy, I believe, that Levon is going to try to employ. Make the challenges, get Lanier to burn a lot of his clock, try to take advantage of the time differential. Lanier in his openings is just so darn well prepared. I don't expect that Levon is going to surprise him as he did surprise Ray Robson with his f4 g4.
Absolutely.
As the players get ready for their second game in the Rapids. Christian.
But also, one important thing to notice is that against another very well-prepared player, that is Wesley So, Levon Aronian with the black pieces got almost a winning position out of the opening.
That's true with an Imzo Indian.
Let's see, e4, e5.
Instantly played. No Caro-Kann today.
No Caro-Kann today. Knight to c6. Bishop to c4.
The Joko piano, somebody was mentioning that maybe there's some residual ideas that
And now we see Bishop e7.
Lanier might have had from his match with Fabi.
Well, that's
Bishop
the first
e7,
change.
a very
Right.
a very different approach, not the Bishop c5
Called
that
the
has become.
Hungarian defense.
Yeah, but I always thought, yeah, that's right. Against
Yeah.
Bishop c4, Bishop e7, the Hungarian defense. It has its adherents. There are reasons why the bishop on e7 could actually be quite reasonable. And I've seen Levon like these king h8, knight g8, f5 ideas. Bishop g4. Are we going to see a piece sacrifice?
On g4, it seems a little early for white to play the move g4, and therefore bishop e3 first played, controlling the d4 square, and very quickly
King
Levon.
h8.
Yeah, Dominguez knows his positions with white, and even though Levon is more of an Italian player with the bishop on c5, he knows the structure so well. He's always been a prominent player of the move f7, f5 in the structures.
Exactly. And this move, King h8, telegraphs the idea that he will be pressing for f7, f5, but that's going to be very hard to do now that he's put his bishop on h5.
But then
right?
you go knight g8, and that's why also you're getting off that diagonal to play f5 and not be pinned, but also you can go knight g8 followed by f5.
Well, exactly, but usually you do that with the bishop on c8, so that when you do end up playing f7, f5, the bishop will be able to recapture. Now, what we saw very quickly after King h8 came the move knight d5, reasonable. What else? Knight takes d5, bishop takes d5 again. You can't play f5 immediately because now there is no knight to sacrifice on the g4 pawn. So we saw the move queen c8. Again, I don't see f7, f5 as a
No,
threat,
I don't think
but
it's
maybe
knight d8, knight e6, I think is the main
knight
idea
d8,
behind
knight
this queen.
e6.
But why would you put the queen on c8 and not d7?
Maybe knight takes e5 was a tactical thing that I had to be worried
Yes.
Knight
That
takes
is a
e5.
good point, because I think
with
knight
the
d5 actually
discovery.
comes first. And if you take on d1, I take on d7, you don't have time to take on c2.
Yes, because the rook is on prise. So that's why queen c8. But in these positions, oftentimes the knight on c6 is a little forlorn. White plays the move c2, c3. The knight has no really decent squares to go to. So we did see the move queen d8. Again, very easy to understand that this knight is seeking greener pastures with knight d8 to e6. Now, from Lanier's point of view, we've talked about f7, f5 for black. It's not so easy to talk about f2, f4 for white, so, which leaves the other break, d3, d4. I could also imagine there's good reasons why you might want to gain a little bit more space before playing c3 and d4 with the move a5.
It feels a little more comfortable for white to play in this position. You have the space, and black doesn't have any real threats. He's readjusting his pieces. He'll be continuing to be solid. But with the bishop on e7, it's hard to create any serious threats. And there you go, g4 directly by Lanier saying, I want to hard prevent the move f5. I'm going to kill the bishop on g6. I think every grandmaster in the world knows the game Winter Capablanca, knows this bishop on g6 needs to reroute at some point.
And now I can imagine that we made the decision to play g4. Lanier, instead of playing for d4, might want to play for f4. I've put the knight on e1 with the idea of knight g2 and f4 grabbing some space. You like this, Christian? By the way, you don't have a position on your board.
I do, and I also understand that you have to do that f4 fast because knight to d8, knight to e6 is coming. And you don't want that knight to land on d6 with the potential idea of exchanging dark square bishop. So, well, first of all, let's refresh our memories about what happened in that game between Irina Krush and Alice Lee from a few days ago in the Champions bracket. Well, Irina started off with c4. c4, e6, knight to f3, d5, b3, knight to f6, e3, a6, bishop to b2, and then she went on to win a very smooth and easy game. Because Alice Lee just simply didn't know, after arranging her pieces, after getting out of the opening, she did not know the plans. She was uncomfortable finding the right plans, and she actually collapsed quite quickly from a strategical point of view. Now let's see what's on tap in today's game, the second game between Abrahamyan and Alice Lee. She started off with knight to f3, d5, c4, e6, e3. Same pawn structure, knight to f3, knight to f6, b3. Now we remember she played the move a6. a6 continues, bishop to b2, knight to d7. And now this is the position finally that we ended up in. But a very good strategy by Tatev. She is just playing normal, practical chess, putting slight pressure on her younger opponent. There's absolutely no way in which you're going to exchange all the pieces right now. You're going to take on d4, and then we're going to have this standoff in the center between our pieces. This is exactly what Tatev wants from this game. A long game in which she's not going to get caught in the opening. There's not going to be any time pressure on her. And right now, she has the option of potentially keeping all the pieces on the board, exchange a couple of pawns, play a long game, and try to show that your experience will matter in this match.
All right. Yeah, trying to take a page out of Irina Krush's handbook to equalize the match. By the way, back in the match between Lanier and Levon, surprise move for me by Lanier was the move King G1 to H2. I would have bet good money, big money, that this knight was moving out of the way to make room for f2, f4, but move king h2 is a novel plan, and the only reason I can imagine that the king went to h2 is white is actually not playing for the move f4. He's going to play for the moves rook g1, h4, queen h3, and try to launch a pawn flank attack without the move f2, f4. Whether that's a good plan or not, I'm not sure, but king h2 was a surprise and a novelty. Alejandro.
Well, I am surprised, very surprised about that. What is white's long-term idea here? You play rook g1, h4, but after that?
Not 100% sure. You're just hoping to crack black on the king side, maybe induce h6, so right. You could go h5, g5.
That's very true.
And just to play with space. This bishop is a little bit passive versus this one. Also a little bit stuck is this bishop on g6 versus this one. How big is the advantage for white?
There's no advantage.
No advantage.
No, absolutely
it's just visually
no
very pleasant.
Yeah, but that's it.
No, but there's no advantage. Not only that, but Aronian is taking his first sting of this game. Up to this point, he had 26 minutes, and his opponent only 21 minutes. King to h2. I want the database that our producers have in the van, because for me...
No, that's a patent that they've got
most
going
likely.
on over there.
Actually, king to h8. King to h8, the move that puzzled you, Yasser, was the move that in my database, the Lichess database, was the novelty. Nevertheless, perhaps it wasn't, because as we have seen, Aronian spent not a single second. He actually gained time in the first 15 moves, and right now he still seems to know the plans, at least. He played this move f6, quite an intriguing approach, because knight to h4 is available right now for white. Is he going to give up this bishop, or does he just want to exchange the light square bishops and then gain more space, play the move g6 later on in the game and try to break with f5 or d5 in the center? Let's see which plan black decides to choose.
Yeah, I would want to get rid of that light squared bishop, knight h4,
bishop f7,
knight f5, queen d7, go ahead and take my dark squared bishop, trade the light squared bishop. The knight on d8 is looking for a much better outpost, and that, of course, is the f4.
But he's playing so fast. Does he still know the theory? This is
It's
incredible.
just confidence. He
knows the position.
He knows the position. He might not know exactly the position, but he knows the structure. He has the understanding of the position, and he's not afraid of playing these quick moves. He knows that this is not the time to burn the clock.
Right.
That might get
Down the road. Exactly.
So he makes easy moves. He defends his bishop, doesn't burn his clock. Over 25 minutes, he did this against Ray Robson. Just practical ideas and practical moves, making your opponent think.
Exactly, and again, it's very easy from Black's point of view. He's ready to trade the light square bishop, put the knight on e6. If you like to go bishop takes f7, capture with the rook.
Yeah.
Capture with the rook, so that, and I think more moves have been played than the updated board, by the way. I do believe knight h4 has been played.
No, queen to d7. Yes, the knight is on f5, and queen to d7 was the last move, defending the bishop on e7. But right now, once again, it seems like Lanier is taking a thing because, okay, knight h4, knight f5 was an easy plan to make, right? Two very easy moves, a nice sequence, but what are you going to do next? Are you going to open up the position with f4? Are you going to open it up with d4? Are you not going to open it up at all? What's your next plan?
I think it has to be based on opening it up with g5.
g5, so that's a third plan.
Yeah, something like knight takes e7 and g5, or g5 first.
Oh, you really want to give me that knight, that beautiful knight on f5?
Exactly.
I'm not a big fan of this.
Of course, but the whole point is, why did we play rook g1? We went king h2, rook g1. We played rook g1 with a very clear idea that we do want to open up the g file. We do want to, on a very, very good day,
right, but the thing is,
double, treble, quadruple. Will we break through?
And this bishop on e7
is ugly.
It's so ugly. Do I want to trade it for my bishop?
How could a bishop ever be bad?
This one, look at that guy.
Imagine this type of thing where we do get some, well, actually, f2 is still
that doesn't work,
f2.
Yes. But even if you do get rook takes g5, let's say you could go knight takes c7 and take on g5, and let's say I cannot take on f2.
Okay, and we go like knight e6.
But isn't this like dominant for black strategically?
It's dominant, and I think there was a rook f2 hanging.
Yes, we did.
If you don't have that,
maybe you don't have it.
Okay. You don't have it.
We did note that. This is one of those things where you've got this great half-open f-file that you're putting a lot of pressure down. I have this half-open g-file. However, this knight is doing an excellent job. This bishop maybe is not doing that great a job as d5 could potentially push it away. If I'm not playing for g5,
why did you put your rook on g1?
I don't know. If I am playing for f4, then I would rather have my rook on f1. Lastly,
h4, h5, h6.
But it seems so
or
weakening,
h5
right?
and stop.
Just stop, right?
Right. h5 and stop, and then maybe rook g3 and some rovers. I just don't see how you break Black's fortress.
But also after h4, you have to ask yourself whether I can go g6 myself.
You
Knight to
mean
e6,
immediately.
I understand. You put the move h5 on the board, and then it feels like you have some sort of control on the king side, right? But what if I just simply go g6 and then knight e6 later on?
I have
you
to.
really like taking that bishop.
No, I don't.
I'm not attracted at all to that.
I'm trying to understand
So now I would take
Lanier's ideas of rook g1. Like, I thought the rook on f1 was very supportive of f4. If I put the rook on g1, it has to be because I'm supportive of the move g5.
Well, to be honest, this is reminiscent of yesterday's game between Tatev and Tokirjanova. She played bishop to b2, then she had to go back bishop to c1. I think that rook on g1 doesn't accomplish anything. So just play d4, try to open up in the center, get the rook to e1, get the other rook to d1, forget about placing this rook on g1, it doesn't really do anything there, and just play some normal moves. It's still a slow game, it's the gioco piano. It's a slow game, so you might as well take your time.
And here it comes d3, d4. not f4, not g5, but d3, d4. I just wanted to say in the screen that we had, I don't think the board, the live board was updated. And that was awkward for me. I was saying, they've been played. They've played these moves. And by the way, a surprise that Lanier did not capture on f7. But now I'm expecting a capture on a2, just to maybe momentarily at least misplace the rook on a2.
All right. I still like white visually simply because of the bishop on e7.
I know, it does look terrible.
I don't know where exactly my plan is.
Right.
But I know it's not opening it up anytime soon. As soon as I see the bishop on e7, I think, I want to keep the tension. I don't want to go g5. I never want to take on e5 and liberate this bishop.
Right.
I just want to keep my tension. I want to keep my space.
But the problem is what Cristian questioned the knight, like g7, g6. I'm assuming you're not going to sacrifice the piece.
Why not? What if I play bishop h6?
Bishop h6, okay. Let's
just
see what...
And I take on f5 with my g-pawn?
Yeah, let's just see.
No, but not bishop g7. Bishop. Now the rook on g1 finally does something.
That has a real purpose, yeah?
Yeah.
G-pawn. So bishop h6, unfortunately, I probably have to move my rook to g8, Alejandro.
And then maybe I'll go knight, something like... Thing is, I didn't gain that much from putting my bishop on.
No, you didn't.
It's very pretty, but it doesn't do much.
Take a photo. But for the moment...
Also, you have to be careful because once you move the knight back, I have to move g5 now, trapping your own bishop on h6. Knight f7, rook g6 is coming. You're going to lose that bishop.
Cristian has baited you into bishop h6, and he abandoned you. First of all, I think, who recommended bishop a6? I thought it was Cristian.
No.
Bishop h6, and then he abandoned you. He left you. He left you to die in the desert of h6. g7, g6. By the way, after d4, surprise decision. No, bishop a2, rook a2. A surprise decision for me.
I agree.
Immediately taking on d4.
Take on d4. Queen takes d4 and knight to e6.
It cedes a lot of space here because if you don't get in the move d5...
That's a nasty backward pawn on a half-open d-file.
Oh, I can imagine pushing all of his pawns forward. c4, b4, a5, just expanding everywhere. Again, black is playing almost on 3 rows only.
Exactly. After knight e6, where did the queen go? I didn't see the birds.
Queen to d3.
Queen to d3. Very good. Very good.
Okay, so what if I just try to play for that d5 push, right? Maybe not immediately because I don't want to give you the isolated pawn.
Well, it's a pawn sacrifice. Never mind, an isolated
I don't think
pawn.
you want to take on e7 and take the pawn, do you?
Why not?
Well,
That's
actually, I'm not
bishop.
asking you, Yasser, because I know your answer.
Ask Alejandro. Alejandro will tell.
I'm taking the pawn.
Nah, that's a good boy. Good boy. Look at that. Look at. But there is queen c2 check.
I cannot believe you guys are taking this pawn.
Unfortunately, there is a queen c2 check.
No, that's fine. You still go king h1, and the knight on e6 is hanging. So.
Oh, good.
I
good.
don't want.
Excellent.
Excellent. I have a good bishop.
But I don't care about this. I just.
You don't care about my good bishop?
No, I want to target that queen.
You
Not after rook queen to c7. I want to start with rook to d8.
I'm sorry, right here, right now.
Yes.
Rook to d8.
I think the other one.
Rook
And
None
by
of this
the
is going
way,
to happen because
none
rook
of
f8
this.
played first. I agree with you, Yasser. Maybe there's some compensation, but I see the powerful bishop. I see the extra pawn. I'm thinking, I don't really want to do this with black.
And by the way, the bishop on e3 does control the knight on e6, makes what we call a tsuji against the knight. Queen d3, not d5, rook on f8 to d8. By the way, for those of you, I'm borrowing the term from the Japanese game. Well, not the Japanese game, but it's a Japanese term for the game of Go, where you control your opponent's play. You make a tsuji. And the bishop controls the knight, and it's in a tsuji pattern. Anatoly Karpov, in his book Karpov on Karpov, talked about that, and I was really pleased with myself. I was like, I knew about it. Rook fd8. How good a move is that, Cristian?
It's a great move, and 22 minutes, 57 seconds, 16 minutes for his opponent.
But
that's also why it's a good move, because he played it so fast. And by the way, I think we do have some more moves. C4, trying to stop this move, D5, and bishop to F8, reinforcing the threat D5, because the bishop on E7 is no longer under attack. So now the normal progression, natural progression in the position would be to for white follow it up with rook to D1. Once again, you have to focus on this D5. Do not allow D5 on the board. Once the position opens up, this bishop opens up the king with so many pawns moved in front of his castle. Well, it's going to be filling the air around him. So you don't want any of that. The breeze around it. You don't want any of that. Bishop to F8. I expect rook to D1. White's problem is, how are you going to bring this rook back into the game? Are you going to go B3, rook to D2, triple down on the D file? Are we going to see another tripling down also on the D file, like we've seen in the previous game? This one is quite interesting. Let's see how, after rook to D1, which I expect is going to come on the board, how will black handle this? Because
in fact, it has come on the board. Rook D1, very quickly.
Queen F7 immediately.
Queen F7 after rook D1 by Levon.
He's playing so fast, though. That's the thing. Such a practical player.
It's a 9-minute difference already.
Much like a strategy that he played with Ray Robson. I was talking with Levon and Annie till like midnight last night, and Levon was very enthusiastic about his strategy that he used against Ray, playing very practically, but really fast. And against Lanier the same. You had mentioned that, Alejandro, that as white, you like this idea of C4, B4, A5. Not only B4 has a double purpose in the sense that the rook could swing across your gaming space, maybe on a good day you can get in A5, but it really is about D5 and the liberation.
I agree.
That this move
is
brings.
what black is completely eyeing everywhere. B3 has been played instead of the move B4. A little bit more sedate, but similar type of idea.
Exactly. You just want to bring your rook back into the game. Get your queen off of the D3 square so that knight takes D6 will one day become a threat. If black doesn't get in the D5 break, then real danger will slowly become ever more evident that this bind, it's not a Maroczy bind, but it's a bind with the pawns on C4 and E4 against the backward D6 pawn will be severe.
Not only the bind, but also that beautiful knight on F5, and the only way to get rid of that knight is to play G6. That, in return, is going to weaken your king even more. And once again, if you don't do this D5, how else are you going to try to open up the position, take advantage of my weakened king? If you give white a couple of moves, I'm going to be able to stabilize, and I have to say, I'm starting to like white's position more and more.
Oh, absolutely.
It feels like it backfired once again. Tremendous preparation, tremendous speed at the beginning, just like we've seen in the first game between these two players, but then slowly, Dominguez got back into the game, made the right moves, okay, fell behind on the clock a little bit, but forced his opponent to spend his time as well with good moves. And this is exactly what he's doing right now, and we see a knight landing on C5, offering a trade on C5 and a complete change of structure as well.
Just making a quick check-in on the ladies' game. Alice Lee, to my eyes, has been playing a Queen's Gambit accepted as black, where very slowly, and maybe not so slowly after her last move, she's trading off all the pieces. Remember, she's in a draw odds situation, having won game one. And how is Tatev ever going to make any headway here? Looks like Alice Lee at this exact moment is really performing very well.
Very solid performance so far. You can see the move knight b4. I love this move. I assume that on bishop takes b7.
I will either capture on d3
or on
d7. I don't know. I'm kind of curious.
And then I go queen c6.
It looks so awkward to have the bishop here, but I don't think I can take advantage of that.
Right,
No,
no.
I don't think I can. I'll therefore
You'll take
on
B7, yeah.
Right, and I'm looking forward, of course, as black, to make as many trades as I can and as quickly as I can. I want to challenge the C file.
It looks pretty equal here. And remember,
Balance.
only needs a draw does Alice Lee in
And
this
she's
position.
in the superfinals.
Against Irina Krush, she will have to win against Irina twice. Irina has an
Exactly.
extra life on her. But if she holds a draw here against her more experienced opponent, that is a great result.
It is a fantastic result. I mean, oftentimes we get caught up in hyperbole, but seriously, Alice Lee will have been the sensation of 2022 American Cup, our inaugural event, and what a performance by this 12-year-old.
Let me switch real quick to the Dominguez game.
Please.
I think Cristian has it because the last move is difficult for me to understand.
There's a Queen C7 check that may have been missed.
I said
by
he was
Lanier.
offering this change of structure with
Yeah.
the move knight to c5. And Lanier, for whatever reason, grabbed it with two hands. But is it the correct decision? No, you cannot do that. As you are pointing out, Yasser, that falls under queen to c7, winning the rook, winning the game. Actually, knight to d6, wait a minute, the game is not over. Even in that position, you have the move knight to d6. But king to g8, I think, just finishes the game.
Yes. Yes, you're right. Knight d6, you still have to make this final key move,
Perhaps.
king g8. And again, all the pieces are hanging. So it means after bishop takes c5, you've got to move the queen and not capture the rook. It's a strange decision to grab that knight. Where did he move his queen?
F3.
F3.
But at the same time, it does make some sense, right? Because after rook takes d1, queen takes d1, which is on the board right now, I still have the majority, the pawn majority on the king side, so any sort of endgame favors white at this point. Queen to d1, I do have control over the d file. If you do go queen to c7, I move the king away and then I parry your threat after rook to d8 with rook to d1. So
Well,
I still see white as having a slight edge in this position.
Well, I think it's really the eternal battle of the bishop versus the knight, and what is the better minor piece. To my mind, if I can establish my bishop on anchor squares such as
that would be
e5 and
great.
d4, and it simultaneously drive the knight to a lesser square. Right now, the knight is anchored on a very nice square, but this is not a very nice square. So, for example, I'll play a bad move, knight e3. I'm not saying that this is a good move. So check, and we'll get something like this. I assume you want to trade rooks. Rook takes, queen takes. And for me, it's about whether or not this bishop ever lands on these squares. Now, if your
does seem
knight
like
finds a
you're
good
getting
square,
close. You're getting close to landing there.
yeah, if your knight gets a good square, I agree with you that it's 4 versus 3, and it's a 2-result game.
But the bishop on d4 is just so strong.
I know.
But
Bishop-
in this particular case, maybe I have ideas of g5, taking advantage of your weak king. And if you take knight to g4, queen to c3 is coming, so you have to be careful.
Wow.
C3 check.
What a concept.
It is a pawn.
Queen to c3, and let's see, do I checkmate you or not? I mean, e5.
I think you're
I don't think you
drafting a
checkmate me.
stock
I don't think you checkmate. I think you got compensation. By the way,
Knight
you
to
did.
f6.
You
Let's keep
did
going.
find an anchor square for your knight, and I think that's what this battle of the minor pieces is all about. Still,
Your bishop looks very beautiful on f4, but
Thank you very
does it
much.
have anything to do? And I don't see that it has a clear path forward. Now, maybe I can e6. Does
take
it
it.
work or not? That's the question. I take, and then you go queen to e5. It seems like it's not working.
or yes, exactly.
Maybe even bishop e5. And if e6 doesn't work, then probably you're going to escape in that position.
Exactly. The bishop ended up outgunning the knight, if you will. Queen c7 check. And again, maybe I shouldn't have taken all the rooks off the board, but I just wanted to show an example where the bishop got to the d4 square and life was pretty okay.
But we're going through something very similar. Those moves are already on the board. The move g6 just played by Levon, and it almost doesn't matter where this knight goes. I could play rook d8. I could also just start with the move bishop d6.
Yeah.
There is some danger on the move rook d2, rook d7, but there will be scenarios where bishop f4, queen e5 will just hold black's position. Of course, much more natural to trade the rooks first.
Exactly.
But I think there's options here for Levon.
And another option, again, not necessarily with the trading of the rooks. Again, I'm not saying this is a good move or a bad move, but you can imagine that the queen could lead the bishop into battle with a move like queen f4 followed by bishop d6, maybe queen e5 followed by bishop d6, and aspiring to go to h2. I don't like more and more I look at it, I don't like the decision to play this move, bishop takes c5.
No.
The knight on c5 was not disturbing anybody. f2, f3 would have dealt with that. And we do have what I think is a 3-result game going on. Christian.
I agree with you guys. Now, the only way I can explain this decision to take on c5 is that maybe he did not want to intervene with the action of the rook ready to go to d2, either with queen to c2. Queen to b1 probably would have been the best move in the position. And as you were mentioning, Yasser followed it up after queen to e8 or queen to e6 with the move f3, defending that, solidifying the position. Now, perhaps he was also worried that now, once he gets the queen away from the d file, releases the tension on this square d5, and perhaps black has the move d5. This is the only explanation that I can find. He was likely afraid of facing this move d5. The problem is that once you take, I can double down on the d file. Put a lot of pressure on your pawn d5. You cannot take on c4. You cannot eliminate this couple of pawns. And if you don't, then you're just simply going to lose that pawn. Now, you do have this nice little tactic with knight to c3, or rook takes d5 first and knight to c3. Knight to c3 works as well in this position. But after knight to e4, what I can do is just sidestep this attack. Rook to d3. You still cannot take on c4 because the rook on d8 is hanging. If you go g6, then I'm going to drop back with the knight, offer the knight trade, and you're still going to lose this pawn. We're going to end up in a position in which we have major pieces on the board, the bishops, as well as white with an extra pawn. This would be a very good situation for white. He did not do that. He changed the pawn structure with bishop to c5, as you guys were mentioning. Did not like this idea. Probably objectively, well, it's not a great solution for white's problems after knight to c5, and it seems like Lev also understands that, but also Lenier. Only 8 minutes now on the clock against 18 minutes for Levon.
So practical is Levon.
I know.
So practical.
He certainly is. Quick check-in with Alice Lee. She did manage to trade knights. There are 4 bishops on the board and only...
Nope, no more 4 bishops.
No more. Only queen, rook, and bishop versus queen, rook, and bishop. In fact, if anybody's got the advantage, it might be Alice Lee. I was actually expecting in this position a move like queen to d6, centralizing the queen, chasing the bishop. Queen a8 by Alice.
She has a clear plan in mind.
And that is, Christian?
Next move, after you defend against bishop takes g2,
f3,
bishop c8.
I like
bishop to c8,
I want to exchange
more
everything.
Pieces.
Exchange everything. You're
Nice.
forced to exchange your c8 because bishop d5 is no longer on tap.
and
That finishes the game. You're never going to lose that with the
And
black
had
pieces.
she played bishop c8 right away, there would
That's
have
the
been
problem.
bishop
Bishop
d5
d5.
by Tatev.
Which is, by the way, not really a problem because you can still continue with bishop b7.
Exactly. But I do like an f3 on the board, and if Alice Lee finds bishop c8,
And there
which
it is,
she's
bishop
done
c8
rather
very quickly.
Instantaneously. Wow.
This
Well, she
young
has a
lady
plan.
might be heading for a rematch.
Oh yeah, the rematch. Remember that she will be playing Irina Krush for the tournament victory if she's able to survive this one. But she's a huge favorite. It's just so symmetrical.
Exactly.
No real problems here.
No real problems for Alice as she seeks a draw, having won the first game. Now, in the Levon versus Lanier matchup, their first game was a draw. So the winner of this game advances to the finals against Fabi and the tension for these players at the board. It's easier for us to talk about, okay, maybe he should play this, maybe he should play that. They're gambling with their lives. Every move could be a potential game winner or even game loser. G7, G6 chases the knight. I like this move
and look
very
how
much.
Focused also Levon Aronian is on his opponent's time. He's calculating his responses based on what white will decide to do, where he will decide to retreat the knight either to h4 is an idea as well, e3, g3. Actually, all of those options seem very similar
legit,
in
right.
value, right? So that's a big decision, that's a difficult decision, and this is why Lenier is spending so much of his time trying to understand the nuances. But you don't have enough time. You only have 6 minutes left on the clock.
Jeez.
You have to make a move right now.
Right?
For me, I mean, it might seem a little counterintuitive, but I prefer the move knight h4. Why? Because what I'm seeing is bishop coming to either e5 or d4. For the bishop lands on either one of those squares. If my knight's on f3, I stop the bishop from having a perfect perch.
But Yasser, you know what the problem is? And I think this is what he's worried about. Bishop to h6.
Bishop to h6.
Taking away the d2 square. Preparing the move rook to d8, and my bishop is going to f4, e5. No problem with that.
Okay.
But I'm also not allowing you to exchange the rooks on the d5.
And I really, really wanted to play rook d2. I am being told that he played
knight e3.
Knight e3.
Specifically, I think because of this bishop h6.
That must have been aimed against bishop h6.
I think he's pulling the brakes right now. I think he wants to make a draw.
I think he's realized after a long thing that he is certainly not better in this position.
Exactly. That bishop takes c5. Huge decision strategically. It feels like it hasn't worked out for Lenier. Now, having said that, I don't think he's a favorite to lose the game or anything like that. I think it's still well within equal tidings.
Does Black have the option of... Oh, well, never mind.
Queen e5.
He's not taking that option. He wants to go for it. Queen to e5.
I would totally go for it here at this position. Queen e5, bishop d6 is so tempting. You also hit the pawn with the tempo. I understand perhaps there was a objectively better move in bishop h6 or something, but
Queen d3.
Very hard,
but
not to go
for this. Yeah.
And by the way, Queen e5, as mentioned, bishop d6, and again, that's invasion.
So Queen to d3 now. Okay, I understand. You are invading, but perhaps you don't have a lot of things coming after. Maybe even rook to d2 right now, allowing you to take a pawn.
With check.
With check.
You do understand. You've made my day.
I know, Yasser. King to f1, you take that, I go king to e2, and I hope that I have some sort of attack on the d5.
But he's actually played quickly the move bishop e7 instead.
Bishop e7?
Preparing rook d8, I think.
That is very
queen went to
counterintuitive to
d3.
me.
The queen went to d3.
It's a threat, right? Bishop e7, because instead of putting the bishop on d4, I want to put a rook on d4 first. Looks, and then go bishop d6.
You won my
Makes
heart.
sense to me.
You won my heart.
Piling up the pressure, and knight to f1 came on the board, rook to d8.
Not a good look for the knight. Knight f1 was, if that was white's best,
And
bishop
rook d8
e7 was brilliant.
Immediately on the board.
Rook d8, like you say.
Yeah.
Put the rook on d4. You want to trade rooks? Well, we'll trade them on my terms.
Right.
Undouble my pawns. And where did the queen go after rook d8?
No, but that's the thing. Dominguez is still thinking. Levon has played all these moves naturally. Boom, boom, one move after another.
Right.
And Lenier keeps on sinking on time. He has 4 minutes and 30 seconds. It feels like Lenier's time ticks and Levon's doesn't.
That's the reality.
That is the reality. Queen f3.
No, but
I
now
understand
I can go
the concept
rook to d4.
of putting everything on the light squares, but this is taking it to the level of absurdity. If rook d4, rook e2, it feels like white's playing checkers.
It's so passive, right?
Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
And after that, I can even start considering opening things up on the queen side, a6, b5.
Which, after all, is where your majority resides. Still, I mean, having said all of this, The bishop on e7, as good as it looks, is passive for the moment. If I'm in Levon's shoes, I'm looking at rook d4. Very, very nice, very natural move, provoking the move rook e2. And now, again, I really, really do want to put my bishop on an active square such as e5.
And he went for it. Rook to d4 is on the board. Now, how are you going to defend
Rook
that
e2.
pawn? Passive rook e2,
Passive
knight
rook
d2,
e2.
knight, not rook
Passive
d2.
rook d2.
Oof.
What
if I...
Rook d2.
Excuse me, is that a pawn?
Upon my word, it is.
Pawn to the good. Also, are you really threatening to take on d4?
Exactly.
Allowing me to take with the c pawn?
Right?
And he doesn't. It's not even interested in the pawn.
Levon playing, again, very, very practical chess. King g7 is a decent move.
But why didn't we take the
I
pawn?
would have thought at least about capturing the pawn. Rook takes e4, rook d7 is certainly
Annoying. But is it enough to convince you? Perhaps, right?
right.
But Levon
When
didn't
you're-
spend any time. He just said King g7. Feel
Yeah.
free to take on d4.
When your
Practical
opponent's
play.
When your opponent's in time trouble and you let him play rook d7, it's easy moves for white suddenly to be able to play. King g7, on the other hand, leaves it up to white to resolve the issue. Okay.
What I think...
Guess what? I'm going to take the rook. I know you guys are with me on this, that we don't like undoubling the
He
pawns.
took it.
And he took
But
it.
on a good day, if I get my knight to d3,
Well, he got the queen there first, but the point is that after bishop d6, or at least the point Levon is making, is that I'm not going to give you this chance, that I'm going to put my bishop on d6 and hope that the threats on h2 mean that the knight on f1 can't really reroute. I'm not 100% sure that's true. You can go knight d2, for example, anyway. Yes, you have a check on h2, but...
in
That's
this
a big
case,
check.
we're not picking up the pawn on h3 with
Yeah.
check, though.
But you don't
at
have
all.
a follow-up, right?
That's okay.
So let's say
I think
play
at this
c5.
point, Levon is trying to win, and then you're just trying to defend.
Absolutely.
I agree.
So
I
he'll
agree.
go
It's
king
a-
e2, he'll go knight f1, he'll just defend.
Yes, he will, in fact, be consigned to a...
But he decided to go knight to g3. Now, as you were mentioning, Alejandro, after knight to g3, there is no rerouting of that knight. There's no landing on f3. That's the square you want to see your knight on. But after knight to g3...
Well. I mean, we've already decided queen h2 is not the end of the world, but we do have this idea of king f1 followed by knight e2 and knight g1. Rerouting is still possible. But here's the tricky question that Levon needs to answer himself. If you play the move c5,
Yeah.
you defend your pawn. You've got a protected pass pawn in the middle of the board. Hearty congratulations. But then your bishop might be a little bit passive. Do you play bishop b4 first with the intention thereafter to play c5 so that your bishop is outside?
But then knight to e2 followed by f4.
That was a question. You allow your opponent to get in this useful...
c5 was played.
I'm just not a huge fan of playing c5 until I need to.
He played
You're
it.
going to need to.
All right, c5 played actually already.
You're going to need to play c5. I don't think you can, after a move like knight e2, whether it's prefaced by king f1 and knight e2, I don't think you want to play bishop c5.
Excuse me, but how can you... What's your next move as white?
As white? No, I was asking, well, let's say I play, just for example, here's a move, knight f1.
Okay, knight to f1. So not knight to e2.
No, this is a pattern that everybody in our audience, and by the way, big shout out to the audience. If you want to be a part of the conversation, you can join the conversation with any kind of question you'd like to ask our panel. This is the thing you want to avoid. This is a very, very well-known pattern of check, and you hit the pin knight on g1, and you're winning.
How are we doing on time, guys? 2 minutes for linear, is that what I'm seeing?
Yes.
2 minutes and 30
2 minutes and
seconds.
30. Oof, devastating. But advantage
There we
there
go.
on time. But he's such a tenacious defender as well. King f1 being played.
I think we can say after the first game, I
the
think
first
we can
game,
say
yeah.
that about everybody now. What a tenacious defender is Levon as well. Again, white is, yes, he's looking to reroute his knight to the square f3 where he'll be a little bit more active and as well as guarding h2. king f1.
So you basically got absolutely everything you wanted with black. But what's your next step of the plan?
Right, exactly. By the way, in these positions where it is the queen and knight versus the queen and the bishop, we tend to think that the queen and knight have an upper hand. It's not always the case, just because we can play on the two complexes, the light and the dark squares. I'm just thinking that if I was white, the move I'd love to play as white is king on f1 captures queen on d3. I'd like my king to be the blockader, not the queen. Put the queen on f3, put the king on d3.
And then fly your queen to d5, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. Get in h5 and g5 and somehow activate my queen. But exactly, what's the next plan? I think it has to be associated with activity.
Right.
Get the queen into the enemy's camp. Queen g5, queen c1. And again, this dark square bishop needs to play a more active role.
I like that idea of queen to g5 for the simple fact that once again you're going to make your opponent's pieces
And
more
there it
passive.
is. Queen g5 played.
Knight
Listening
to
to
e2.
everybody here.
You need to control
h5
c1.
immediately.
Knight e2 and
I like it.
h5.
I like it too. Change the
Okay.
character of the position a tiny bit.
Exactly. And again, these constant nagging questions that Levon is asking his opponent to solve. What are you going to do about this? What are you going to do about this? Spend some more time. Oh, you want to take on h5. Oh, that does disturb the position of your pawn structure. And wow, these nagging, probing questions have been a very effective strategy for the #1 seed. h5.
So now,
Good question.
Right?
Right? Pawn on g4 is hanging, guys. You don't really want to play g4 takes h5,
No,
but you
not at
don't
all.
want to play f3 either. f3 might induce queen h4 and
neither you
some
want to
probing.
play queen to f3
No.
because that would allow queen to d2 followed by d3.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to see that with less than 2 minutes on the clock.
No, you don't.
That would be decisive.
Well, wait a minute. Is
took
that
it.
is actually true? Queen f3, queen d2. I can take on h5. I've got some counterplay
That's okay.
over there.
I think I'm just going to follow up with d3
I
actually.
think I start
Yeah.
with queen d1. Queen d1, king g2, and d3 might even be stronger.
Knight c3,
Got knight c3.
And then queen c2. Now I hit
knight
everything.
d5.
Good knight d5.
Ah, knight d5 comes with the tempo. I see.
And again, after spending some time, Lanier made a concession. I'll just call it, again, it's just like it's a slip. He's made a concession with the move g4 takes h5. I'm anticipating queen takes h5.
on the
That's
board,
on
yeah.
the board actually already. And these pawns have now become a little bit disjointed pawn
Guys,
islands.
Lanier is at
Oof.
1 minute mark.
1 minute for Lanier
Minute.
Dominguez against 1450. This strategy of Aronian on the rapids, it's really paying off.
Exactly. King to g2. I was wondering, should I try to lash out with the move g4? Usually after playing passively for so long, active play usually gets punished. So Lanier, with his extraordinary experience, understands that f4 would likely be a mistake. Played the move king g2.
King to g2 has
Hoping for
an
a queen
idea,
f3 check.
perhaps. Well,
And
queen to
now-
f3, but you have to be careful about queen to g5 when you play queen to f3.
Exactly. And we do have queen g5, king f1 on the board, Christian.
Once again, all of your pieces, all of white's pieces are extremely passive. The knight cannot move because queen to c1 would come on the board. The queen needs to keep an eye on that d2 square. What are you going to do next? What's your next move? And that is exactly what Aronian is asking with this move, bishop to e5.
Very good. Just posting up, activating the bishop. All good questions. So all I'm saying, if I make a series, I could allow queen g2. I was about to make a series of king e1, king f1,
That's dangerous.
passing moves, but it would have been terrifying to allow the queen in.
It feels like every move Lanier needs to calculate what to do not to lose something,
Right.
what move he can make that doesn't lose something, but it's costing him time every single in every single instance.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I see queen to d1.
Queen to D1.
Queen to D1.
Queen C2,
Or
very,
to
very
C2.
similar.
Or to C2, yes. The same idea. I need to be connected with the square D2. I don't have any other queen moves. Now, whenever you attack my pawn on H3, I'm going to go back to D3. Guys, and Yasser, you know a lot about this topic. What if I try to get my king all the way to B4?
That's right.
That's right.
A little bit of a king walk.
The king walk.
Let's go for the king walk, improve the position.
So essentially, the maximum has been achieved with black's queen, the maximum with the black bishop, more or less the maximum with the pawn, and the move B7, B6 on the board,
Followed
and
by
very
queen D3.
quickly queen back to D3. And here comes our king walk. We don't necessarily have to go through B6 to get to B4. We could go all the way over to A6 through B7 and get to B4 that way. At some point, if our king is ever active, then we can engineer the desirable queen trade.
Okay, you get all the way to that. You get all the way to B4. What do you do next?
Yeah, exactly.
That's a good question.
We do have...
But he's on his way.
He's on his way. He's got his
running shoes on.
Yeah, he's got his sneakers. Will travel.
King D6 going forward.
And Tatev and Alice are still in a very close game. Nevertheless, I do see Tatev maybe trying for something. Getting the best out of the position that she had.
Her majors are a little bit more active than the rook on F8
Precisely.
and the queen on the A file.
Precisely, yes.
Not many targets, though, in Alice's position.
What's the move after Queen C5?
Maybe this structure is a little
Queen C5, maybe
rigid.
Queen A8.
Oh. But Rook B4?
Well, we're going to find out
Now
the
that's
answer
the
to
way
that.
of targeting a pawn.
I want your pawn, right? No, but Queen C5 hits the rook, and Rook takes A4. I'm assuming is a threat. It might even be a lesser threat compared to B takes A4.
We're going to have an answer very soon because she did
Queen
play the move Queen to
C5.
C5.
It feels like whoa.
At least
Alice is slipping.
give herself a fighting chance as Tatev. But let's go back to the Levon game. This one will be a long game no matter what.
Exactly. Back to Levon and Lanier. The way that Levon had put his king on D6, it almost inspired me to ask, well, is he going to put his king on E5? You know, like somehow you move your bishop, I don't care, to H2, and you put your king into E5. I'm not necessarily sure what it does on the square E5, but just let's go, excuse me, my bad. Let me go just back to this moment. When I saw the king on E5, I was thinking to myself, whoa, is he preparing bishop H2 and king E5?
Wow, what a concept.
That would have been an intriguing way of putting pressure
you know what
on
the
the
problem
position.
might be, yes, sir?
What's that?
Bishop H2,
Yes.
Queen F3, King E5, Queen H1, and your bishop gets trapped.
Well, it's not the end of the world, though, is it?
It's not, no. But then I just go back, Queen to F3.
Okay. Intriguing. I feel I put some pressure, but none of this happened.
It somehow still holds right everywhere. This knight on E2.
I know, kind of a little bit of a glue, but okay, we've got the queen. By the way, did Levon? No, Levon didn't have the chance to go queen G2 because of F4.
Right.
Okay, so but queen F3 does guard against that. And by the way, I like I mentioned some time ago I would much rather have the king on the D3 square blockading the pawn than the queen, and Lanier seems to be close to achieving that. I think the king, it's a big benefit. Holding.
Hold on.
Queen to G4.
Oh, I like that move.
It's well timed, right? Because there's a queen on D7 check that might be annoying if you just sidestep and you don't have a check.
Everything was well timed by Lanier because let's not forget, Levon played King D6, allowing this King to E1, and after Queen to G2, F4, trapping the bishop. What if he would have went to D7?
like somewhere right back here. Maybe this was a misstep by the king, stepping in the pathway of the bishop that gets trapped. Something like king d7, so queen g2 is not losing a piece to f4.
So you have to continue with this queen c2, queen d3 defense.
And this is the point that we were mentioning, that after king e1, Lanier cleverly snuck his king over to the queen side, because now f2, f4...
It's computer-like, right?
Yeah.
Exactly at this moment, I can play king e1. Exactly at this moment, I can play queen g4.
Right.
Because of the details of the position. These guys are so good at recognizing these little details of differences and precisely taking it. Love them with queen g4. We're heading for a draw, I believe.
Oh, yeah. No question about it.
And that would mean that we get a playoff.
Yes.
Between Lanier and Levon. Remember,
a two-game playoff.
Two-game playoff. If they tie their match, they will play later today at 5 p.m. 10 plus 5 games.
Two of them.
Not one playoff, guys. Two playoffs, because Tatev is also winning her game against Alice Lee.
Wow.
She's a pawn to the good and actually has a very easy plan. B4, B5, rook b4, b6, and keep going.
Yes.
That's dominance. And
push him.
Somehow Black's major pieces are stuck in the 8th rank. The king on h8 is terribly weak.
What happened here? Wow.
And by the way, the clock types, Tatev, who really does get into a lot of time trouble, has managed her time for this game very well.
Yeah, she's still within.
I push him, baby. B5, get that pawn up the
B5
board.
looks very strong, and the problem
Maybe
is
B5, rook D6, B6 too.
Unstoppable. It's unstoppable because the king on H8 is just stuck there. Yeah,
it's weak.
That is the problem for Black's position.
Oh my!
That king side is so weak with this H6, F6 combination. The light squares nicely controlled by the queen on D3. And the doubling up on the D file, well, it just paralyzes Black's position.
Again, too early to say 12-year-old Alice Lee, but it does feel to me like this strategical play by Tatev, the game that Alice Lee lost to Arena Crush, was a strategic, long game, as opposed to playing tactically.
Right?
Don't play tactics with the kids.
No, you got to learn that lesson early.
Right.
Still some work to do for Tatev. Remember, she is winning, but she's down to 3 minutes, and she's played the move b5. The plan really plays itself out. Right. You have to be tactically aware. f4 is always hanging with check, and there will be perpetual problems. So you have to be a little bit careful. The move rook b8 on the board, and we like rook d6.
Exactly, so that rook takes b5 is going to be met by the check on the back rank, and that's curtains, she wrote. But rook d6 also prepares remarkably enough b6.
That's
and
right.
Your rook still can't leave the back rank because rook d8 will be curtains. So it does feel like Tatev, if she spies this little tactic, rook d6 stopping any queen f4 check ideas, and continuing very, very quickly with the
And I think she's done it. Rook d6 on the board.
Play.
On the board.
Beautiful play.
Nothing to do for her younger opponent right now.
She is prepped. The move b7, b6. Black's king is in this very awkward checkmating net.
And the problem is, even let's say you get b6 and you cover up with queen to b7, now I have the option of exchanging the rooks with rook to d8, and then put a queen on c7, and that is it. Lights out, defends the king side. There's no perpetual checks coming out of anywhere. And then I just simply go b7, b8.
That would be the crowning gem in White's play.
And that's it. I mean, there's absolutely no way in which the youngster can defend.
Put the pawn on b6, try to force the trade of rooks, put the white queen on c7.
Ooh, f5.
f5.
I like that practical move, right? It asks a question. And we're being told by our producer that queen d4, queen d4 is actually super strong.
Uh-oh.
Because there's a secondary.
Rook d7 coming on the board.
Rook d7 as well as rook h6, right?
Exactly.
Rook d7, rook h6, b6, everything is supported.
Hanging, yeah.
Queen d4, is a star move. Yeah, it's almost like ding, 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 ding. You're in Las Vegas. casino where you're...
Well, if you're watching,
That's it. Queen D4 and B6 is... This looks over.
Put the queen in the center. Activate
Centralize
your
that
pieces
queen
to the maximum.
Yeah.
Wow.
Beautiful play. And this, well, I liked F5.
Yes.
I did.
I did like F5. It was practical. You saw the move B6 coming. You found the only way to defend. It had a couple of tricks. The rook moves, the F4 is hanging. But Tatev, with good technique, Queen D4.
Found the right move.
Once the pawn gets to B6, the rest of it should be quite easy.
Exactly. And this is rook H6. I mean, poor Alice is if she plays a move like rook B7 to defend against the threat of rook D7, there's that rook takes H6 check that we've spoken about. That'll pick up a second pawn. You did also mention B6. That's a champion's move, getting that pawn up the board.
In the other game, I think we're going to see a shake of hands and a draw, most likely agreed anytime soon, because it seems like White has found, Lanier that is, has found the perpetual.
Very good. In this game, Alice played the move Queen F7, offering, in order to be able to meet the move Rook D7, but she's offering up the pawn on H6. Rook takes H6 check, King G8. I would play Rook B6. I would take that second pawn.
Why not Rook D8?
Yes, why not Rook D8? Takes, King H7, B6. And it's like a Ray Robson construction, right?
Yep.
You put the queen on C7.
That's it.
And that's it. The queen covers the diagonal, and you can't avoid...
promotion.
That's the easy way out, very controlled. There's absolutely
the lazy grandmaster is always the correct version of the endgames. You could go up 2 pawns, but why?
I want to say because it's 2 pawns, but I
like
the lazy man.
I like the laziness, yeah.
I like the lazy man's approach. Rook takes H6 would be 2 pawns, but Rook D8, B6, and Queen C7. There's no play.
There's no play.
It's too simple. The pawn is going to promote, and there's no checks against White's king, thanks to the pawn on F4.
Well, she's taking her time, very professional. She knows that the position is simple enough that even if she falls under 1 minute, it's still going to be extremely easy to convert. Making sure that she's not missing anything, and after rook to D8, which I think will come on the board, the game is going to be over.
What is remarkable is in the queen ending that we just saw the previous game, you're two pawns up and didn't get the whole point.
And it's the entire change. It's the counterplay, right? In queen endgames, it really doesn't matter how many pawns deficit you have. How safe is your king? Do you have a passed pawn?
That's it.
That's all that matters.
Those are the 2 key questions.
As the great Alejandro said once, when I entered the queen endgame up a pawn, I was lost. When I was equal material, I was better. When I was down a pawn, I was winning.
Nice, nice. And as we, well, actually,
B6
this is
was on the board.
What? B6.
B6.
I'm pretty sure that doesn't spoil anything.
No. Now, the idea, I would assume, is rook to D7. Get the queen to G6 or anywhere else, and then go B7.
Strangely enough, not to be critical, because B6 is okay, but rook D8 as well as rook H6 were your 2 primary moves there. I forced the trade of rooks, just forced the trade of rooks, so there's nothing to be done.
Rook D7.
And this is a draw, and we will have a playoff as the players will play with the same colors going into a 10+5 later today. I believe it is at 5 p.m. We'll confirm with you. A fighting draw there, but Lanier is the one that in this case showcases his defensive technique under pressure. Levon tried, but couldn't break through.
And let's get back to the other game now.
And Alice Lee, we just had, well, what can I say? The pawn just landed on B7. Nothing to say. This is, well.
But she always gives herself a fighting chance. This is what I like about this player. Somehow or another, she finds ideas. She finds a way to keep on the clock. She might play the move H5, H4 and say, look, you know, you have 30 seconds. There's a perpetual idea.
Guess what?
Guess what?
H5.
And H5 on the board.
Her perpetual chance is coming if we play a move like Queen E5, saying, I've got your rook. Yes, it's true. You may get the rook, but you don't get the win, as there's a perpetual, as I've just shown.
G3 is...
No, Queen E5 is totally winning, right? H4, and I think good technique, King H1.
King H1, yeah. Pass the move. You
H4.
cannot go to G3 because
we
queen
go.
takes F5.
We're expecting the move King
That's the easy way.
H1.
Yes.
Uh-oh,
What's
she's
she-
reaching for a rook.
What is she doing with the rook?
She's reaching for...
Maybe rook e7? Ah, she's covering her E1 square.
That is a good
So
move as
that-
well.
Yeah.
So that after...
So rook to D1 probably has to, rook to D8, excuse me, has to be played by black. And if you go B8, then queen to G3, rook D1. That's her last trick. in
Right,
position.
rook D8, definitely the
But
last
she has
trick.
16 seconds, right? You need to try a trick. You need to try a trick here as black.
Tatev.
Final trick,
Here
rook to
we go.
D8.
All right.
Queen E1 ends the game, but will she find it?
Oh,
She's
switch
going for it.
And there it is, queen e1. Why is it in the game, by the way?
I'm threatening queen takes H4 check.
Oh, queen h4 is a big threat.
And queen F6 is going to be met by rook to E8. And the second queen covers the F4 pawn as well.
That's nice.
Queen E6, Queen F6, rook E6 might
Also,
be the lazy
man.
I'm looking for the lazy man at this approach. Queen G3 check, trade the queens, put the rook behind the pass
Okay,
pawn.
Okay.
I'll tell you another one, Yasser.
What's
rook D3.
Queen h6 played.
Queen
It attacks
H6,
this
tickling,
pawn on.
defending H4,
Yeah.
attacking,
Queen to E3.
and
Makes
queen
a
to
lot of
E3.
sense, yeah.
Attacking and defending at the same time.
By the way, again, not to be too critical, but B6, when
Yeah.
you're down on time, just
Don't
trade
just
the
trade
rooks.
the rooks, right?
Like, simplify the position. A little shaking of the head by Tatev as she's saying, I'm not happy with my technique. Technique is so important.
Queen goes to C6 now.
Endgame technique.
But
Queen C6.
I really like this queen going to E5. It should have been there.
I would prefer it to go to C3 so you keep G3 under
Rook
control.
takes G7, followed by queen to E7, and she
She's
finds.
fine.
Wait, but if king g6, I don't. Oh,
Then
she-
you take
Rook
two pawns.
takes the rook.
Yeah.
Rook.
I think
Take a
maybe.
rook, and then you take on H4.
I know you take on f5. You take the 3 pawns.
Queen G5.
I think you should have taken all 3 pawns, right? Queen g5, you take on f5, and then you take the other one. But this is a lot of pawns.
And
Right.
H4, H5
H4,
is just
H5,
very
yeah.
easy to
Yeah, h4,
to
h5.
spot.
right.
There's no perpetual, no checks whatsoever.
How do you not play Queen G5?
Right?
I mean,
incredible.
take a pawn with check. Take 3 pawns with check.
1 minute and
And
12
she's just-
seconds for Tatev.
she's
Gain
just
some time. This is going to be
Checking
easy.
herself to make sure that a Queen G6 check would be a winning king and pawn endgame. Why you would do it?
I don't think you
know.
should go
Well,
for
it's
it.
black's turn, right?
Pardon me? Is
Black's
it Black's
turn.
turn?
Yeah.
I apologize.
By the way, I'm not sure you have any moves, do you?
You have king h8, I think.
But H6 and
you also
Queen
have
G7.
queen e1. You never know, right? I know, queen e1 is check.
Queen E1,
sorry,
Queen
sorry,
takes
sorry.
F5. So now just simply H6.
h6, and then you go queen f7.
How about
And it's
Queen
an
G6?
it's a winning pawn endgame, right? h6.
No, Queen G6, guys. That's the
Queen
simplest.
g6 is winning, h6 is winning. I mean, every move is winning. Right?
No, but she's not going to play Queen
Well,
G6.
well, the nice line here
There's
is
no
Queen
way.
G6, Queen takes G6, H G6, King G7, G4
Very nice, yeah.
takes,
But
and G5, and F5, pardon me.
It's not easy to see, right? H6 just plays itself, it feels like.
I don't know. The lazy
Well, she's
man's
played
Queen
H6.
G6. H6.
6.
Now, Queen F7 is the only way out.
Threatening mate in 1 on G7.
But now I can just push my king all
Queen
the way to
F7.
H4.
I think the king
4.
goes to h4,
And then
we
queen
trade
G7.
queens, right?
Yes.
And then
That's easy.
King G5, then that's it.
So King H3, King H4,
Yeah.
Queen G7 check, and then after the trade of queens, King
You can give a
G5.
spy check on B3, I'll cover with G3, I'll continue my
can
king
even-
march
you
with
can
King
even- King
H4.
H4.
Thank you for
March.
helping me, king h4, yeah.
And,
And that's
it
it.
looks like we are going to have 2 playoffs. I know these elimination bracket players are tough.
Oh, yeah.
They hang on to their lives.
And
don't they?
Tatev has been almost it feels like one move away from elimination.
Back to the wall multiple times.
Multiple times, right?
Yeah.
Oh, but this one was so close because
she's a fighter.
It was such a symmetrical position, right?
Right.
It didn't seem like there's anything to separate the players in that position, but she found something. She found a detail that her opponent did not spot.
Queen A7. What on earth is
Well,
Alice?
if Queen H4, if King H4.
She's saying, I see that you want to go King H4, so I'm going to do the only thing I can
How about I take
to
another
disrupt you.
Well, that's another pawn, yes.
How about I take the third one?
And this, unfortunately, is really hurtful because now
No,
any queen
pawn,
trade
yeah.
is
And there's no way you avoid a queen trade here.
right. Oh, but Alice putting one last trick on the board.
Man, she
doing
is
her
so
best.
tricky.
Doing her best.
She's such a resilient fighter. Clearly, a little bit of issues technique, but she's 12. This is what happens when you're a kid. Technique has not been refined yet.
Right.
And
It only gets better.
It only gets better. And the fact that she's able to even get these positions against Tatev is great.
Now, don't play
impressive
Queen E5, Tatev, because you're in check. I know you want to trade the queens.
Yes, we do. And Queen E5 check on White's agenda, followed by Queen G7, or Queen F8 check, followed by Queen G7 is game
Queen
over.
G6, Queen G7, H7.
King G8. Alice knows that her opponent is just trying to trade queens.
Queen G6, Queen G7, H7, resignation.
Queen G6 on the board? Yes, it is. King F8 on the board.
H7, also resignation.
I would go Queen G7 check and Queen E5 check. I
Man,
don't trust
the
myself.
vultures around the...
I don't trust myself. And she's done it, by the way.
What a
She
comeback. From an equal position, Tatev Abrahamyan outplays her young opponent, shows experience. And
Where did it all
Where
go
did it all go wrong? We left
for
it off in
young
such
Alice?
an equal position.
It sure did. It right about here. I mean, if this had been a classical game and draw offers would have been allowed, we wouldn't have been surprised at all if the players had stopped their games at this point. But somehow, Tatev managed to activate a rook, and
Yeah, this rook on
Alice,
F8, right? Not sensing the danger of the position.
yeah, and then right here is where it really turned around. Queen C5, and it all went Tatev's favor. Impressive perseverance. That's what we've seen time and again in this event as well.
Absolutely,
Alejandro.
just not giving up, fighting for your chances. Levon doing it from a lost position, salvaging a draw. Tatev here from a completely drawn position, somehow managing to trick her opponent and going into a win. And that means, guys, we have 2 playoffs in this day. Match playoff versus Tatev Abrahamyan and Alice Lee. Tatev will now have the white pieces. Remember, they will keep the colors they just had. Lanier will also start with the white pieces against Levon Aronian. We will have those matches, I believe, at 5 p.m. And these are the rules. We have 2 games of 10+5. We basically wiped this match clean. It is a blank slate. 2 games of 10+5. If still tied after that, we'll have an Armageddon, 5 minutes for the white pieces, 4 minutes for black, and everything to play for increment on that one from move 60, with black having draw odds.
Wow, it felt like a heavyweight battle, slugfest, these elimination matches, Christian.
It was a heavyweight battle in both matches. That tenacious defense of Lanier, but I was combing through the game, and at this point, Black Alice Lee had the only chance to not lose this pawn for nothing, for no compensation, with the move rook to d8. Now, the idea is that without exchanging the A pawns, I'm going to have rook to d2 coming on the board, attacking both the A2 and the G2 pawns. Huge nuance, huge detail in the position that would have potentially saved Alice Lee, saved her tournament, actually win that match and going to the finals. She did not spot that, and after that, things started going quite badly for her. A takes b3, A takes b3, and now it's going to be extremely difficult to defend this pawn. You're going to lose this one, and good luck defending that one with a vicious Tatev ready to bounce back and equalize the score. Well, you know, at this point, she was super happy about this position after what she had 10 moves ago. So this one, an incredible struggle between these two ladies. Now Tatev has the opportunity with the white pieces to put additional pressure on her young opponent at 5 o'clock.
big confidence booster too, because up to this moment, Alice had won all the games that they had played with one another. So now at least she got one in.
Alice felt that, I have a client here in St. Louis, and Tatev said,
wait a minute. I'm not always paying bills. Nice. As we're going to take a break.
Well, thank you. Yeah, we're going to take a break, and we will be back a few minutes before the start of the elimination match playoffs. 2 games of 10+5 starting for you at 5 p.m. Central. Join us then. We will be back. We'll take a break, and we will be back minutes before they start.
The American Cup has a new and exciting format, a double elimination bracket. How do you feel about that?
I really like the format because it combines both classical and fast chess. So even if you lose one match, you still have another chance in rapid chess.
I think it's an interesting format. You have double elimination, so even one mistake is not going to be so costly. I mean, you can still recover. So I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
So I think the format feels different already right now, and feels great, feels even like better, because it's like you have to work really hard, but like you have this match, and if you win that match, you make a big step forward compared to the US Championship, where it's like every round matters the same way, and it's a really long event. So this is more like, a short track instead of a marathon.
Yeah, the format is very interesting. I've definitely never played in this exact format before. I don't even know if I heard of this exact format before. I actually really like it. It's not only because it's novel, but just I think it's exciting, and it brings in more exciting chess, and also there's no draw offers, so I think that will only help make this a really interesting event.
Yeah, I think the format, it's really interesting. Everyone's probably really looking forward to get into action. I think especially when you have these multiple time controls, and also, the no extra 30 minutes. We're gonna see a lot of time scrambles, a lot of time trouble.
No, but I think it's a good format, and I know this is very good for spectators, and for chess audience, it's much more like fire on board, and I think it's a great idea.
But in any case, actually, I don't fully understand the format yet, but I'm just focusing on one game at a time.
It's a very interesting format. It's pretty much a lot of these matches will come down to the shorter time controls, which will be very interesting.
Yeah, it's new, so we are. I guess we all want to see how it goes in practice, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be interesting.
Well, I think if you ask 20 different players what formats they like the most, you'll get 20 answers. And while this format is not exactly what I would come up with if I just could choose perfectly myself, it's about as close as anything I've ever seen.
I like the faster time format. I think it's going to be a very fast-paced, exciting tournament, and I think the players will enjoy it, and I think the viewers should enjoy it too.
Yeah, I like the idea. Double elimination is used in a lot of esports, and chess is sort of not quite in that category, but sort of in that category, so it makes sense to try out this format, and I think it might, after this, get adopted in some other tournaments.
I really like the format that the St. Louis Chess Club has come up with, the double knockout format, right? Quite innovative, actually. It makes a lot of sense from a chess player's perspective, the idea that, even if you lose one match, you're still not out of the tournament, there's a second chance. So I think that's actually perfect.
Double elimination, I have never played such a tournament before, and when I saw the regulation, I was very excited about that, and I thought, wow, that's amazing, and I really wanted to try it. I cannot say much because I don't have any experience, but after the tournament I will let you know.
Hello, everybody. We are back in the elimination matches here at the American Cup. We have 3 players surviving in each one of the groups, but of course we have 2 players facing each other in each one, and we have to say goodbye to at least one of them per group. Yes, sir. It's been interesting so far, but all even in both.
Even in both, and let's take a look at the results of these first 2 ladies' games.
It was Tatev Abrahamyan that found herself with her back against the wall as Alice Lee managed to win the first game quite convincingly from start to finish, and it seemed like the youngster had it in her hands to draw the second game. It seemed like a completely equal endgame, but she lost her patience. Tatev, with extreme perseverance in that one, was able to somehow trick her opponent, pull off the full point, and force the playoff.
Very different story in the open match.
Different story altogether as Dominguez came out guns blazing, outplayed Levon Aronian yet again in the black side of a Petrov, and just about as Dominguez was putting the finishing touches on Levon, the former Armenian superstar just kept on defending, and somehow he found enough resources
to draw the game. It was a miracle.
It was really a miracle, but it was Dominguez actually on the back foot in the second one.
That's right.
Where he was under pressure both on time and in the position against Aronian. Dominguez was able to hold his draw on that one with a very precise defense, and they find themselves after 2 draws with a tight match and going into playoffs. And let's remember the rules of this engagement. It's going to be 2 rapid game matches each, and it's a playoff game of 10 plus 5. 10 minutes for the entire game, 5-second increment, much faster than the games that we just played.
Right.
And if they're still tied after that, immediately after the games are finished, they will start their Armageddon. 5 minutes for white, 4 minutes for black, and black wins if the game ends in a draw.
That's for the Armageddon. Jump right in here, Christian. What is your take on these 2 challenging matches that we've been calling?
Well, what actually adds to the intrigue of this whole situation is that actually they're starting off with different colors. So right now we see Dominguez not starting with the black pieces, not having the chance to play the Petrov in the first game, but rather in the second game. He's going to start off with white. And we know from the last game between these 2 players, yes, Alejandro, you were saying that he got a worse position. He had to defend tenaciously against Levon Aronian, but actually out of the opening, he got a completely winning position. He was unable with that bishop takes c5, change the pawn structure, which was a big mistake. We did not like that decision. Nevertheless, once again, Levon Aronian surprised him. He built up the time advantage, but allowed Dominguez to get a much better position. Knight c5, go queen c2, go queen b1. Who's going to blink first? That's the question. Will Dominguez repeat what he played? Will Aronian come back with something else? And it's the same situation in the ladies' match as well. Well, we know what Tatev wanted out of that game, and now we see the elimination bracket right now, this big match between Alice Lee and Tatev Abrahamyan. Well, they're going into the 10 plus 5 tie breaks. The last match is history. This one is going to be explosive as we are seeing the players getting settled into the playing hall. We see Alice Lee already at the board, Tatev Abrahamyan still strolling around the playing hall, trying to remember her preparation, trying to potentially, how do I trick my opponent? How do I trick my young opponent once again with the white pieces? It didn't feel like she got much out of the opening. Are we going to see maybe a reversal? Are we going to see Tatev going back to her usual e4? Is she going to continue with this approach, this strategy with knight to f3, try to keep as many pieces on the board as possible? Look what Alice is doing. She's setting up her opponent's pieces as well.
Oh my God, I hate when people do that.
Shadu being all the pieces. For myself, I always had the idea that I was responsible for my own pieces, and I put my pieces properly on my squares. but it was up to my opponent, and I didn't play with my opponent's pieces.
No, you don't
That's
touch
your
them.
responsibility.
They're sacred. Like sacred, right? My pieces are my pieces, your pieces are your pieces.
Responsibility. I'm
the general of this side. You worry about your side.
Exactly. So I always had the idea, I liked coming to the game. I like coming early, just kind of getting the zen of the playing hall, the noises, getting accustomed. I like coming early, and I like setting up my pieces, bringing out my score sheet. But Alice, I notice, is one of the very few earliest players in the playing hall. She's always ready.
She's always ready, and the players are just minutes away from kicking off, but surprisingly, nobody.
And open, where's Levon? Where's Lanier? Yeah.
And I would think Lanier repeats what he played in the rapid game with the white pieces. He felt that the opening itself went well. He just made this mistake later on. Bishop takes c5.
Right.
I didn't feel that was strategically the correct move.
No.
But I think that if he focuses up, talks to his second, whoever he's working with here, just somebody that tells him, hey, this opposition was actually really good, you should have played this and this, I think he's going to go and roll with those punches.
Well, Lanier, with the white pieces especially, I mean, he had this must-win game against Fabi with the white pieces. And it's so hard to put pressure on Fabi, and yet he did. He was really, and Fabi came down and said, boy, was I feeling it. I'm so happy I'm not in some playoff.
And look at Lanier. He's arranging his pieces, not even touching
the opponent.
The black pieces. Don't do that.
That's it. And what do we have for tomorrow?
Tomorrow we will start the championship. Well, the champions bracket,
but the championship match itself.
Absolutely. The winner of the tournament will be determined starting tomorrow.
Yes.
We will have the winner of the championship bracket facing off the winner of the elimination bracket to determine who wins the entire tournament. Remember, if the elimination match winner wins in the classical portion, then we will have a match, an elimination match between the two players. Meanwhile, if the championship match winner is the one that wins the classical, that's it. The tournament ends. You can basically think it in a simple way. Everybody in the tournament starts with 2 lives. The championship bracket winner has not lost a single match, therefore
still has
both of his lives. The elimination match winner has already lost 1, therefore starts with a disadvantage.
Okay. So just to put it in perspective, for example, Levon Aronian, our #1 seed, wins his elimination match. He goes up against Fabi tomorrow.
That's right.
They'll play 2 classical games.
Yes.
On the second day, they'll also play a playoff.
If necessary.
And Levon will have to win that to force another match, an elimination match.
Precisely. And that what, if we need it, will be on Friday.
I don't know what I'm saying, what I just said. But if you said precisely,
good,
I mean, what?
It sounds good.
I was confused before.
You said it exactly right.
Okay.
We are convinced. Yes.
All right. I'm glad I was convincing.
And of course, during the last day, we also have the Blitz coming this way. We have a 40-player Swiss system. That's going to be great. 3+2, tons of grandmasters coming in, plus the people that have gotten eliminated from this tournament already. We're going to have the comeback of Sam Sevian, of Ray Rapson, of Wesley So.
Right.
And we're going to have a ton of people joining that are from the surrounding universities. Many 2,600 grandmasters joining in. We'll have Grisha Oparian, Darius Schwiertz. We'll have tons of strong people.
And
including
we don't see the time that begins, but I do believe it's 1 p.m. just as the rounds of this tournament from 1 to 2 p.m. Estimated time of the end for that tournament is 5:30 p.m. 40 players, 9 rounds. I believe that's going to be the situation. And unfortunately, we're not playing. We're actually going to be doing commentary for that one as well.
No throwing of the patties.
No,
Verusian
we're not throwing the patties.
Will be not in the truck, but we'll be throwing patties in the tournament. I'll be cheering him on as we at last see all 4 players seated at the board, Levon and Aronian, getting settled on the black side.
Seconds away from starting these games, we're definitely going to be focusing on the game between Lanier Dominguez and Levon Aronian, but we'll keep an eye out on the other one because this one has been an epic match, absolutely fantastic struggle from both players. And remember, it's a grudge match in a way, as Levon was knocked into the elimination bracket by Lanier himself. But it seems that after a couple of draws, blank slate here.
Absolutely. and e2, e4, and e7, e5. The whole Hungarian variation that we got yet in the previous game, the knight f6, bishop e7 line of the Joko piano, how did you feel about that overall?
Well, we're not going to see that.
We're not going to see the same thing, and I did not feel that Levon fully equalized. I felt that his position wasn't comfortable.
So, well, we're about to see the Hungarian again, as the bishop did not go to c5.
Exactly.
I think we're going to see some
G5.
G5 maybe.
No.
It's the modern treatment. Everybody's
Even
playing
G6?
G5 here.
Even G6
or
is
G5,
possible.
Right? And G6 played. A lot of people are playing this way. It's a tricky move order. It seems like you're playing a lot of pawn moves, but it's just saying the long-term prospects of the bishop on G7 are simply better than on E7.
I'll agree with that.
And to try to take advantage of all of these pawn moves,
yes,
you can
open up in the center.
You open up in the center, but it costs you a tempo, right? Because you went D3 first and D4 second.
Exactly. It has a feel of some of those Rui Lopez variations where black Fian shadows. But since the bishop is already on c4, not sitting on the b5 square, it feels like white has gained something, but now the whole Karpov maneuver, knight d2 to f1 to g3, has no purpose. The pawn is sitting on g6, and now white needs a different approach altogether in order to put pressure on the black position. What is the way that white is supposed to do that now? I mean, ideally, I would play knight c3, knight to d5, force the trade of knights, and then my rook would be very nicely open. It's illegal. Can't play knight c3.
So we have the answer. The move knight bd2 seems to be the most logical. Now you expect the move either h3 just to prevent the move bishop g4, followed by a very typical plan, knight f1, knight g3. You know how these games go.
Yeah, h3, and you're right. I'm assuming this is the latest and greatest in opening theory, Christian?
Yes, and the players are actually following the main line. Now, we've seen Lev try to diversify at certain times, and I do believe that might be one of those times, because right now we see bishop to d7 as potentially the main line, the typical a6 or a5. But another interesting idea is to actually try to go for that break with f5, the one that we've seen from Levon in the previous match as well, with the king to h8 move. King to h8 move is one. Knight to h7, you could try starting off with that move as well. King h8, knight h7, and then f5, and the position explodes. Let's see if he's willing to take those risks, those extra risks in this position. Let's see. One thing that strikes me as quite curious is I'm thinking about this match as a whole, and I cannot remember. Okay, I understand. Lanier was under some pressure in the last game, but I don't think objectively he was much worse. I cannot remember the last time I saw Lanier in the clash between these two players as being worse in this match.
Nope.
Silence from our side. I don't remember it myself.
With the Petrov, he got winning positions.
Right.
And with the white pieces, okay, you can count the last game as having to fend off some pressure, but objectively, he wasn't that much worse. He was never losing by any stretch, that's for sure.
Queen d8 to e7
Queen d8 back.
Yeah,
no,
Queen e7
to
back
d8,
to d8 may appear a little bit confounding. After all, you have developed your queen to e7, but you've developed your queen to e7 against a rook. Many times we've seen Levon reach for his d-pawn either after capturing on d4, but he wants to play the move d6, d5, and with the queen stuck on e7, d5 is not coming. e4 takes d5. Again, the rook on e1 will have a target against the queen. That was why Lanier withdrew his bishop to b3, kind of sidestepping knight takes e4 and d5 variations, and getting ready for d6, d5 is Levon, as he reinforces his e5 pawn with the move rook e8. A very different approach than the king h8, knight h7, f5, rather just playing through the center.
It always surprises me that black has the ability to play such moves, right? h6, g6, d6, and then queen e7, queen e8. It doesn't feel right. I can't imagine that I can exploit it immediately, but again, back to Christian's point, it feels like Lanier gets all these comfortable positions from the opening.
Right, exactly. Now, is this the moment where White is supposed to take more space in the center with d4, d5? Or what should
Well, he decides
bishops
not to do it. He played the move bishop to c2, and quite an interesting fact, after rook to e8, they were actually following a game between two players that you probably are quite familiar with. That is Yermolinsky against one Alexander Shabalov from 1998. Rook to e8, a3 was the move played in that game. Bishop to c2 was the decision by Lanier, and now we have this position. Take on d4, and take advantage immediately, and that's why Yermolinsky played the move a3 first to stop this move knight to b4. Hitting the bishop on c2, bishop to b1 makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
You're going to drop the bishop back, and then next move is going to be a3. Let's see what Lanier is going to play.
c5?
c5 makes a lot of sense, right? But what if I just, by the way, bishop to b1 is on, and c5.
Whoa.
Shh, we have to keep it quiet.
Yeah, that's true.
They're listening.
Yes.
It seems like they're
only
listening
2 floors
right
above
now.
us. Right, c5.
a3, I'm going to continue with d5. I understand you are having the two bishops as White. We do engage in some sort of a Benoni structure after that, after the move d5. But it does seem like White might already be ahead in this position. I really like Dominguez prospects right now, and I see Aronian with 9 minutes. Not more than he started off with, which is his usual self. So that signals that maybe he's not as familiar. Huge success.
Big success. Because the move a3 would likely drive the knight back purposefully to the c6 square, does it make sense, Christian, for White Lanier to begin with the move d5, anticipating that he will be able to play a3 and drive the knight back, I hope, to the lesser square a6?
Yes, you can also start with d5, and by the way, he did not. He played the move a3, which
right away, grabbing the tempo while he can.
Move.
Yeah,
The producers are telling me that it's a novelty, and they're right. Finally, yes, they're right according to my database as well. A game between John Nunn and Fernandez Garcia from 1982.
Oh, that was a while ago.
Yasser, you might have been there.
Might have been a witness
for that one. D takes c5 was played in that one. And by the way, after D takes c5, I just don't like this necessary decision by White. I like the structures after
but
d5.
I think it's very forcing. He wanted to go e5, and perhaps it was not enough. This feels a lot more patient for Lanier. I like it so much better. Keep as many pieces as possible. Grab that space. That knight on e7 is such a sore thumb. Look how it's dominated by a pawn. When you have a position where a knight is dominated by a pawn, and this happens very often when there's a 3-tile gap, let's say, between the pawn and the knight. Right now, this knight is simply dominated.
Exactly.
And why is Levon playing so fast is the question.
I think Levon came to this game with a very clear idea that he wanted to play this kind of Benoni setups. He's done them throughout his entire career, and he enjoys, I want to say, the clash, the battle of ideas. Here, if he had the move, I think g5, knight g6, because you're absolutely right. This knight is an eyesore. And if you could route it to a g6 square, so at least it would be holding the e5 and potentially the f4 square. So I can imagine g5, knight g6 on Black's agenda. Now, if I'm in Lanier's shoes, I mean, I'm dreaming of knight c4 and bishop f4 all day. And if I can get those two moves in at once, I know I've got the game in the bag.
Let's play it like a Benoni, right? Knight c4, maybe not first because you're allowing b5. So let's just play it like Benoni. a4.
Exactly. So a2, a4, you get in your moves
which was played
of the Benoni, a4 and knight c4. I get in my moves, which
was played,
g5, knight c4, knight g6. I love these types of fights with these battle of ideas. Yes, we like the space that white has in the center, but yes, there's dynamic counter chances on the king side. This is fun stuff.
Yeah, there we go.
The analysis.
G5.
Again, quiet.
Keep it quiet.
They can hear us.
They really can hear us.
Niger, how do you feel? How do you feel?
Oh, white all day.
White all day.
Yeah, white all day, baby.
White, okay, well, that leaves it up to me to take the gauntlet for Levon Aronian. Let's do it. Your turn?
Rook A3.
Good move. One of those moves that defends the seventh, that defends along the third rank.
You just never know when it's useful.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. And let me just throw
And
Rook A3.
Latin American School of Chess right there, Rook A3.
Exactly. And B7, B6. Okay, so one of the things that often happens in a Benoni is you want to play B5 as black, but the moment I play A6, you in a nanosecond play the move A4, and you just pile on the pressure on the B6 square. So oftentimes black is forced to play very slowly, B6, A6,
Right.
Rook B8, B5, and take it very, very slow. B7, B6, useful move, and again, kind of throws it right back at you.
Wait, what's the time situation?
Well, what are you going to do?
Exactly. Levon feels that he needs to play practical chess 8 minutes and 43 seconds against 3 minutes and 25 seconds for Lanier, piling up the time pressure right now. Really
Quickly.
huge time difference for this particular time control in favor of Aronian.
Okay, so after B7, B6, where are you guys focusing on? Are you going to try to play for B2, B4? You're going to try to play for E4, E5? You're not playing for F4. Not with the pawn on G5 already. So go ahead and tell me your active play.
Well, he played H4.
Whoa, I wasn't looking even in that direction. I was thinking of the move Bishop D2 and B4. Maybe
that was what I thought you guys were going to do.
Bishop D2, B4, put the pawn on B5, cement the knight on C4.
That if you were to achieve that, where you put your pawn on B5, just as you stated, then you could follow it with A5 and that pawn on B6 is static. I would have thought B2, Bishop D2 all day. H4. More or less, you're supposed to leave that side of the board alone where your opponent has built up their forces. What's the idea after G4? I want to take the pawn. I want to budge this knight.
Perhaps knight to H2, but then you just take on H4.
Don't ask me twice.
Well, there's
but now Bishop F4.
Right?
Yeah, Bishop F4.
We talked about this prior, which means that what I'm going to do right here is play the move Bishop A6.
He took on H4. He took the pawn.
Immediately with the pawn?
Well, that makes a lot of sense. You do win that pawn. You do have prospects of continuing the attack with H3 and not allowing Bishop F4.
That is very important. Not allowing the move Bishop F4, not trading knights on H4.
E5. Well,
Lanier is playing like he's had his board at home or something like, whoa.
Love it, though.
Lanier either calculated something and he sees something, or, well, maybe he's not making the right decisions right now.
And he wanted to include H4.
But okay, let's just take on E5.
Let's have a look-see. I take the pawn. Now, this bishop, I do appreciate, is hitting the knight. So you don't automatically have to play moves like D6 or knight takes E5.
Knight F takes C5 was played. Knight C takes E5, sorry.
Quickly.
Well, he has to play quickly. Right now he's down to his last 2 minutes and 49 seconds.
Wow. Okay, but now there is a discovery, not to mention the fact that this pawn on D5 is hanging. So knight takes E5, I assume the most purposeful.
Knight takes E5, and queen takes
D5?
Maybe rook D3?
This game has been explosive. While Levon analyzes everything, let's just check in on the ladies and see how Alice Lee is defending the black pieces back to back. And she, unlike her game with Arena, is a very similar opening, has played for C5. Very different from how she originally played this. We'll quickly get to the current position, and there's been a lot of toing and
moment
froing
right now. Huge opportunity for Tatev if she sees bishop takes c6, which she did not. She played bishop g2 as I was saying the move. She did not listen to me.
Why was that an outstanding move?
Bishop takes e6, f takes e6. You have to take with the f pawn, because if you take with the rook, then I just take on c5. Bishop takes c5.
What?
Knight takes c5. Nice. Queen to d4, setting up the pin, followed by b4 if you defend with the rook. Knight takes c5. I have the pawn, the compensation, the strategical bind. Your bishop on b7 is completely dead.
I think you do it before taking on c5.
Right.
Before, because otherwise I take on c1, right?
Well, perhaps I can even go rook takes c5 now.
I like that.
Not with the knight. Definitely not take with the knight.
I like that.
Rook takes
c5 and now b4. Yes.
That kind of clears some cobwebs for me. Wow.
You can continue with rook to c1, but even after rook takes c1 right now, and we exchange the rooks as well, we're
that's
entering
a very favorable outcome for white.
And I think the players keep missing this, because I think
Are they
after knight
repeating?
f6 you can still...
No, they're not repeating. Bishop to b2 went back.
No, but bishop g2, knight f6, you can still go knight c5, right? Nothing's changed. Yeah. You have to take with the... Yeah, that has to work. If it worked the last time, it has to work this time.
Maybe the difference was the knight.
So after missing this chance, how do we evaluate this position?
I like white's position. I like this battery along this diagonal. And Alice's knight, since she cannot play the move d5, d4, that will cost her the exchange. The bishop on g2 snaps that rook off the board. That knight's going to have to go back again. Let's put him on the board. And this hanging pawns, when you're playing the hanging pawn structure, which it requires the player who has the hanging pawns to play dynamically. When you're playing passively and you have the hanging pawns, it's not a good combination.
Yeah, they demand activity. These pawns demand the activity. That's
exactly. Right. And I do feel that Tatev in the driver's seat, but that game of Levon was just exploding with a double pawn sacrifice. When we left it, knight takes e5, not queen takes d5, but queen d6. And we have quickly knight c4. And there's a trade of rooks on e1. Rook takes e8 was on white's agenda. And again, queen takes d5.
Does rook d3 work?
I think again, because the bishop h7. The bishop controls h7.
Yeah.
So you're absolutely right. After queen takes d5, rook d3 might work.
And they're playing so fast. Queen to d8 was responded by bishop to f4 immediately. Now, once again, inviting this capture on d5. If you take with the knight, what happens?
I'm assuming it's the same. Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
To d3, I do have queen to e7, I think, right?
I do have queen e4 tickling h7, but rook to d3, you said you have queen e7.
I think so.
Are you so sure about
I'm not.
Look
at the position, Yasser. I'm not sure about anything.
Check.
Okay, so after rook to d3, I know what I should do. Bishop f5.
And bishop, sorry, I'm
this
having
is too
fun
dangerous.
At your expense.
You're having too much fun.
Yeah, what should you have done?
Rook d3. I think bishop f5.
You want to take
on d5? I still want to take on d5.
Okay, knight takes d5. Bishop.
And now bishop f5, which defends, I think, pretty much everything. And if you take on d5, I take, and that defends the bishop on f5 as well.
Wow, nice.
What a resource.
Nice resource.
Which is not even over, because you have knight e3 at the end.
Exactly.
But I do think that rook to e8 might be enough.
Yeah.
Or queen to d4.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly. Wow, rook e8. Wow. This is a hornet's nest of tactics.
Oh, yeah.
Something, I think, came off the board. No, bishop a6. He really doesn't want to take that pawn on d5.
But, you know, I have to say, I admire the fact that Levon isn't falling for a bevy of traps
that
was awaiting him.
And he's managed to almost completed his development. It feels he's a couple of moves away from being in a, I'm going to say not dangerous position, but less dangerous position.
Right. But it has come at some expense from Lanier's perspective. He's a pawn down on the king side. He's put a lot of emphasis behind this pawn, but it's hanging along with the knight on c4.
Let's invade, Yasser. Knight to d6.
Okay, the idea of the bishop on f4 and the knight on d6 was to achieve the success, but what you want me to do? Make a quiet move and just maintain the knight?
You have to take that at some point, right?
What do we do? Sorry?
No, you have to take on d5 at some point.
How do I take on
As you
d5?
did. So knight d6, knight takes d5.
Yes.
The pawn that had 9 lives.
Yeah, it's gone.
It's been on
finally.
for the
we
past
got rid of it. We got rid
10
of it.
moves. Knight d6 is on the board. So knight takes d5 does seem like the natural choice, which was responded instantaneously. What if I just simply go maybe bishop e5?
Bishop. I'm so happy I have a pawn on h4 preventing rook g3 in this case.
Right?
Bishop
Because
e5.
queen g5 might come.
Exactly.
Under a minute for Lanier. 45 seconds, actually, in a complex position. He still has to prove compensation.
Bishop
wow.
h2. That's
what a patient move.
That's what the move I was thinking of, because I mean, if I'm white, I just dreaming, please allow me the opportunity to play queen e4 so that I can threaten a mate on, actually it's not even
mate.
But I can threaten queen h7 as well as queen takes d5. Maybe rook
f3.
Rook can slide across the board as well, rook f3. How about queen g5 as a possible defense here?
Queen g5, or maybe just
defending the knight, developing the queen.
Queen e7, I think. Tickle the queen, ask her where it's going to go.
You are going to be walking
Making tempo moves. I like this move. Queen to e7 is on the board.
You are going to be falling for an eventual tempo yourself, a counter attack. But in any case,
but you're not threatening to take. You're not actually threatening to
move?
take on d5. Queen e1 is mate.
Details.
You don't.
Don't bother me with the small stuff.
So now I can just play rook d8 if I want.
I see. So even if Levon is handling his business.
By the way, bishop
very
e4
well.
is on the board.
Bishop e4 with the queen still on e1. So I hate moves like that where I self-pin myself, but something
knight
to be
f5
said.
to be said of. Remember, the knight on d5 cannot move. The moment you move the knight, you don't take the rook because of the pin, but you have bishop h7 check, a discovery on the queen on e7. So the knight on d5 must stay there.
Rook to d8
on the board.
On the board, it makes a lot of sense.
We were just mentioning a moment ago, with 1-2 more moves, Levon will complete his development, which the move rook d8 does. And after knight f5,
10 seconds, by the way.
queen e6, 10
Has
seconds.
to make a move right now.
10 seconds, knight takes g7. Get rid of that great bishop on g7, the Benoni bishop. Okay, king takes g7. And again, 2-pawn
4
advantage.
seconds, but it's 2 pawns, right? It feels like you don't have quite enough compensation for both of them. Maybe
Especially
one.
with the bishop stuck on h2.
No. I like the move knight f6, consolidating the position here.
Wait, but
It feels
what about
like this
rook
is
to e8? That forces the move f3, doesn't it?
I don't know.
love the move.
I love rook e8.
Yes.
Yeah, much better than my move.
Yeah, no, rook e8 forces white to weaken his king side. But this position with the rook on the open d file, doesn't it just simply demand knight to knight f6 allows the rook to come across. How can I use the d file? There should be a way here. It's made on the back rank, guys. Knight c3?
What?
Knight c. Wait a minute.
What?
Oh my goodness.
With the idea of queen takes?
You're going for the fireworks,
Really?
Yasser.
Knight c3 on the board! Yasser is strong!
Levon.
What a move!
Where did that came from,
Whoa,
Yasser?
that is-
No, the rook on d8. All I
And
needed
5
was an
seconds
8.
for this is a great simplification for Lanier. Queen A1 is such a
A1.
sad move.
Oh my gosh, this light squared bishop is
and
about
look at
to
Levon
play.
cranking his neck.
He knows it.
He knows
He's got this.
What a
By the
move.
way,
What a
Knight
great
C3.
move.
That was nice.
Knight c3. What a monster move.
By the way, I think I can
B7?
just force course, a win right now. Bishop b7, f3, queen e2, attacking rook to
I
d1. You have
love
to
it.
defend rook c1, h3, open you up, g takes h3, queen takes f3, resign.
Beautiful. Absolutely. You said it so
I don't
well.
think there's
Bishop
any
b7,
defense.
at threatening mate in 1, provoke f3.
Queen f1 is going to be met by rook
then
d1, and he's going for it.
queen
He
e2
saw it.
with rook d1 on tap, and then finally h4, h3.
It's over. There's no defense.
h4, h3. Oof.
Or rook d2.
Oh! B4, just move the king away.
That's
it. The bishop controls
spike
c8.
check, and the game is over.
It. Amazing, Levon Aronian, taking risks from the opening, but playing practical and fast. We still have the game of Tatev going on.
Let's jump.
Which is about to be over as well, because look at that attack. Look at that viciousness.
Well,
and pawns.
Wait, is the knight on e8 hanging too?
Yes. It's
all right.
Rook
and
d7.
Tatev seems to have broken the spell that Alice had over her. Alice Lee had won 3 games in a row against Tatev, and Tatev was probably staggered by these losses, but queen takes e8, and that will be her second
Rook
victory
takes
in a
g3
row.
is going to come on the board because there's absolutely nothing else you can do.
Exactly, and then she will sidestep.
You can go
that
king
rook take.
f1. You can probably even take it.
You can definitely take it, right?
I would go
But king f1
f1
is just a professional move.
The lazy move.
The lazy grandmaster is usually the better move.
Yeah, because we are threatening rook to d7, and I'm sure Tatev is going to play rook d7 and trade those rooks this time. Queen g6 check on her agenda.
This is over, guys.
Queen g6 is made 2.
Oh, that's a nice move.
Yes.
And she goes for it. She finds it. Checkmate.
That's checkmate. And Tatev takes the advantage.
Wow.
Impressive.
2 impressive victories by Tatev and Levon.
Yeah. And they will do it all again in 5 minutes. Remember that we now have players that are in the brink of elimination
from the tournament.
And Levon Aronian now giving Lanier a taste of his own medicine, winning the first game with the black pieces. It's Lanier that finds himself in a must-win situation with black now.
How ironic when you think about how Levon got eliminated in the classical. Right?
That's right.
And it's just, guys, this was a practical game by Levon. Vintage Levon, but without, well, he had some risks.
He did take a lot of
definitely
risks.
took some risks, and he was actually completely losing at one point.
Really?
Let me just point that out to you guys. After bishop to f4,
there was a moment.
At some point, you have to take this pawn, right? This was the correct moment to take the pawn. You could have taken it a couple of moves before as well, but now he takes d5 in this position, and after queen to e4, actually bishop to f5. Check this move out. Knight takes f4 right now, and queen to d1 is going to come on the board with devastating consequences. But knight takes d5 was the correct move, right? He played bishop to a6. He was afraid of this move, queen to e4, this battery along the b1 h7 diagonal. Knight to d6, correct move. Knight takes d5. Double question mark because of this incredible blow. Bishop to h7, finishing the game on the spot. Bishop to h7, if you take queen to e4, you have to go back on g8. If you go to h8, knight takes f7. Every day of the week, you cannot go there. I'm just simply going to pick up the knight on d5, attack the pawn on f7, as well as keep an eye on the rook on a8. Queen to f8, only defense, knight takes f7. Now you have to drop the defense of the rook on a8. Queen takes f7, queen to a8. That is it. Game over. You have
Bishop
absolutely no
h7.
compensation. King h7, queen to e4. This is over. Huge missed opportunity for Lanier, but I have to say, I mean, that's just the type of game that Levon loves to play, especially with this short time control.
Razor sharp, getting that advantage from the clock, and says if you have the time to find the correct tactics, go for it. But it's not easy to find all of these details in a few seconds, much less when you're been in time pressure. You don't know where it is. Nobody's telling you, oh, there's a win right now.
Right. But very complex. Bishop h7, and Lanier faces him, facing the brink of elimination, and he needs to win with the black pieces again. Tall order.
Tall order.
Yep.
A slightly easier path to recovery would be for Alice Lee. She does play with the white pieces now against Tatev Abrahamyan, who now has beaten her twice in a row, so a little bit of a reversal of roles
exactly
in that one. But Alice Lee, starting the day off very well with a victory, has lost twice in a row and now finds herself in her first must-win game to remain in the tournament.
Wow. Boy, I'm just kind of recovering from all that we've been witnessing. That move, knight c3, that was a really boss move by Levon.
Knight c3 was amazing.
Bishop h7 would have been amazing if Lanier had found that one.
But you're not even looking that direction, right?
Exactly.
You never think of giving
bishop?
a check with
No
the bishop.
way. No way.
You only think about queen to e4. That's one of your main moves. And then bishop to h2, which was played in the game.
Exactly.
You don't think of starting with the bishop to h7, just simply sacrificing a bishop. But of course, once you see it, it's very easy to understand why bishop h7 is such
Now,
a
I
critical
understand
move.
queen f8, knight f7 is terrible. Is there, like, can I withstand it if I just lose the f7 pawn? Like, the problem is I really don't have a good
Not
move.
really.
If
Yeah.
I could play a move like, I don't know, rook d4 or something, I would. But it feels like queen f8 loses. I like your knight f7. That's
clear.
That's clear. But it's
You
like,
don't have where to put your pieces.
like I can't play a move like king
King
h7
H7,
and say,
right.
go ahead, do your worst,
No,
take
because
on
I give you a
f7.
check.
Yes, exactly.
Queen to f5.
I want you to do your worst, and then I would go queen f8 or something.
It almost feels like maybe black loses f7, but you survive.
Yeah,
but it's not
right.
even close, right?
Right? Like,
black is totally dominated.
darn it. And maybe this rook
Coming to e3?
Or, yeah, sliding across the third rank somehow. So, yeah, I don't have a decent move.
It's crazy.
Wow.
Christian,
Okay.
tell
Yes.
us what happened in the Tatev game. We left it off in a position where we liked her bishops.
It was okay, right? Nothing special.
But what happened? Where was the killing blow?
Look, it was just one of those type of games that Alice Lee just simply hates playing, where she doesn't have the theoretical knowledge to just blitz out the moves, and she doesn't have the compensation and the initiative in the game. Just a slow game in which Tatev was able to crank the pressure and, well, find the final blow.
I always had this question. How do you find winning chances against the C3 Sicilian as black? I always had this question.
Good question. Good question.
We're about to find out if it's possible.
If it's possible. I felt these lines were so dry.
Yeah. I remember Bill Lombardi, of all people, was a big proponent of an early b6 and a bishop b7 variations, just as you said, as a way of, when you need a win as black, to try to offset your opponent. But yeah, this is a very, very sturdy way of playing for white when you want to make a draw.
Absolutely, and Lanier's going through his entire repertoire because he knows
he's thinking,
that. Because normally his repertoire is okay with a draw.
Of course.
Getting into some kind of dry endgame. And
the Petrov or whatever. Yeah.
And of course, against the C3 Sicilian, he's going to be more than happy to make a draw most of the time. But today,
he needs a win.
He needs a win.
And d7, d6 on the board, as Levon has choices of simply recapturing the pawn on d4, bishop to c4. I've seen white players do all kinds of funny things, actually, in this variation. Just bishop c4, there we go. By the way, I'm just going to check on Alice Lee to see what she is. Tatev, whoa, Tatev playing a Dutch. All she needs is a draw, and she's playing this crazy line with an early fianchetto.
At least hoping to take her a young opponent out of her theory, which it doesn't seem to be succeeding right now.
Not
I
so
was
much.
about to say that is a real. I mean, I can understand you doing that when you want to win with black. When all you need is a draw, wow. An extraordinary decision there by Tatev. Again, hoping that maybe her younger, more inexperienced opponent won't know the lines. G3, bishop G2, bishop E7, bishop G2. or pardon me, knight f3 on the
But why
board.
knight f3 first before bishop g2? Is there any specific reasons?
Probably not. I don't think it matters, but that's a strange move.
Yeah, I would have definitely played bishop g2. There are some times, you know, where you fall for a trap.
But also,
with d5, d6.
There are some times where you go knight h3, knight f4, right?
Correct.
In these particular
As I
lines.
did against Jonathan Tisdall in an Olympiad, I believe in Moscow. No, not in Moscow, but elsewhere. Bishop g2, okay. Alice Lee, with her back to the wall, needs to win with white, as does Lanier Dominguez. After bishop c4, knight drop back to b6. Well, if you're going to need to play for a win with black, might as well play it with a pawn extra in the pocket, right?
All right. But d takes d3 is supposed to be just bad for...
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but again,
he played d5.
These lines, well, at least you play this kind of French-ish structure. Perhaps you can find something here, right?
Maybe,
you can
maybe
hope.
not.
There is some hope.
Knight takes d4 is also a very intriguing move, which he played, by the way. Just sidestepping, maybe bishop g4,
bishop f5, right?
Right, these types of lines where the bishop suddenly jumps out. Knight c6. Now, we've offered a pawn in the past. Does he castle, offering up his e5 pawn?
Let's figure it out. He could also just develop normally, right? Play bishop f4. It's not like he can't defend it.
Boring. Yes.
Boring is good.
Yeah.
Boring is good.
You are permitted to play moves like bishop f4, as well as, for that matter, knight c6. Just defend the pawn. No reason that you absolutely must sacrifice it. But he did play f4? No. Did he play f4?
He did. Wow.
Whoa. That is a bit of a surprise.
Changes.
Inviting knight c3. And
knight takes d4.
Knight takes d4, pardon me. And bishop to f5?
Well, that's true.
And,
but after, I think you take with the... Do you take with the pawn or the queen?
We're about to find out. If you take with a pawn and I play bishop f5, knight c3, e6, I am so happy to have my bishop on the f5 square and a Lanier. Whoa!
That's how you play for a draw, baby.
Okay.
G4.
G4. That was a bit of a shock, for sure.
And G4, bishop E4, though, that's a wild move, because now after castle knight C3, that bishop is not coming back.
Well, it is about these ideas of with h5, right? Like if I play h5 at once, you definitely do not want to play. This would be like a painful strategic loss on the immediate horizon here. So the
but
problem
if you want
with
to do that, why don't go bishop to d7 first, right? Bishop to d7 and then try to go for h5.
Here.
Right. Not that it matters right now, because we definitely went on with the variation that you were mentioning, Yasser, with h5 after bishop to e4, and I do think we have a knight on c3.
That's what I was expecting as well, knight to c3.
And what if I just continue? I take on g4.
He's done it, and I'm expecting some line with the pawn landing on e6.
No, with white, actually. Just
I
take
beg your
g4.
pardon?
Yes.
Immediately. You
Why
don't
not?
even take
I'm
the
not going to
bishop.
take on e4. I'm not in a hurry to take on e4. At least I don't think I am.
Queen takes g4. Okay.
And by the way, I think we do have knight takes e4
on the board. I think I'm going to have to play e6. Yeah, this is what I thought.
Which he did.
Levon, his intention was after h5, excuse me, knight to c3.
Because after f5, bishop a4 is coming.
Takes.
This is over.
Takes e6.
This is looking really ugly.
This looks really ugly for black.
Okay.
Best way to play for a draw? Play for a win.
Play for a win. E6 take. Now,
what else
because
can you do?
bishop a6 check is a winning threat, as for that matter, e takes f7 might be a winning threat. We have seen takes on e6, bishop takes e6, capturing immediately on g4 would have left the d4 pawn hanging with check. But now queen takes g4. There's no castles. There's no nothing after queen takes d4. This looks terrible.
Terrible, yeah. I
mean, rook h6, I can imagine you really, really want to get rid of this bishop, but after a move like f5, I just say stop. I've seen these movies, and they're horrifying. g6.
No.
Wow. This looks like it's over.
You cannot play chess like this.
No. This is terrible.
No, you really cannot play chess like this. First of all, maybe bishop to e3.
I think just bishop e3.
What if I
queen
just
g4?
Okay, if I take on g4 with the queen, probably you do have queen takes d4 followed by queen f6, getting back, defending something. You want to go bishop e3?
Yeah, I did. I'm thinking about it really.
But then I have
is.
rook h6 at the end.
Seriously,
right?
thinking.
And things get a bit
fair
complicated.
I
don't think you need that.
No, I don't think you need it at all.
Just bishop e3.
And if you drop back to defend the g6 pawn,
or d5,
any
which
moves,
was played, I think.
Geez,
d5 was played.
By the way,
d5 also
very sensible. Anchors the bishop in, stops any of this counterplay based on queen takes d4, preps queen g4. I mean, sort of like avert your eyes, everybody. This is a disaster for Leonid Dominguez. Let's just jump back to the game. Has Alex managed?
That's a disaster for Tatev right now because.
Whoa!
Wait, what?
We're gonna see. Are we gonna see?
What happened there?
A Armageddon takes on e6.
Take on g2.
Takes on.
Beautiful intermediate.
Intermezzo.
Wow.
Threatens knight takes e7 with a
and the
royal
queen.
fork. Alice.
But with her last move, it seems to have blown it away.
No, Christian.
She did. She just played the move e4 when simple knight takes f5 would have just given her an extra pawn.
This game will go back and
Two
forth.
bishop, one bishop at least. That looked just like a tremendous position for white. Also with the pawn on e2, your king side is well protected. With the pawn on e4, not so much. And now we see e4, c5.
With the sudden discovered attack against the knight.
You have to defend the knight, right?
As well as the bishop. I was thinking queen
dicey.
d5.
It's getting extremely dicey.
Yeah. What was a clean extra pawn after knight takes f5 has suddenly become
Queen e5
very,
is an
very
option
clouded.
as well. And what if I try to run away?
Exactly. I was hoping that the bishop would be trapped.
Oh,
it will. It probably will. Yes, you can go queen to g5 and queen to f4, or queen to f4 and queen h4.
But it's definitely murky.
Oh, very murky. But
queen d6 defends the knight, and the bishop could try to run away, but we do have
has to, right?
Okay, let's go. Bishop comes down to h3, and it's all about this knight that's kind of trapped behind enemy lines.
And how are we doing on time right now?
Time is 7 minutes for Alice and 5 minutes for Tatev. So a couple of minutes advantage there for white. This is a very impractical decision. You
by Alice, yes.
By Tatev.
To fall into a thing right now.
Why are you thinking now?
You should be playing bishop f5 right away. Bishop h3.
The bishop is hanging, right?
Yeah, the bishop on f5.
You don't want to trade queens.
Well, you can start with rook a d8.
But queen c6, right?
But
queen c6 is a problem. Yes.
So, not to mention knight takes f5 would be probably a nice nice queen sacrifice to clarify. Remember, she's a pawn to the good at the moment. She would get a bishop, a rook, and the initiative. Oh, she's giving Alice an opportunity.
But I do think that queen c6 must be the easier option.
True.
Because knight takes f5, okay, you take on d6, I take back, you have a pawn, a rook, and a bishop for the queen. But still, objectively, black has the material advantage, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you have enough compensation for that. But queen c6 keeps the material advantage in white's favor.
I love the fact that my rook opens up at the end.
Oh, that rook on e1. Thanks, boss. That is just
awesome, right?
This is absolutely
And there you go,
awesome.
boss move, queen c6.
Wow. Wow, Queen C6. I think that this was underestimated
by Tatev, right?
Absolutely. But you're right. It's so impractical for her not to play Bishop H3. That was just...
Guys, it's so impractical to play F5 at move 3.
3?
Absolutely
right? And she's
not.
done it. Queen takes E7, and Alice is thinking, oh my gosh, I have a chance after all. Rook to D6, tickling the queen. Queen has to
retreat.
Probably A4. I don't like walking into the tempo. Knight C7.
Queen A4 play.
And Alice is just saying, give me a chance to play Bishop F4.
I don't think anything can
Bishop
stop
F4.
it. A knight on A6 is
Perhaps E5, right? You have to play E5.
And Bishop F4
is coming.
anyway.
Knight E4 also. I mean, strategically, just looks like a winning position here for Alice.
Absolutely. All she needs is just to get... Hold on. Am I seeing that right? Did she have 6 minutes?
6 minutes against 3 minutes and 50 seconds for Tatev. 6 minutes 21
For some reason, I thought Alice was the one behind on time. She's actually got time and position.
Oh, yeah.
Has she ever been behind on time in this
Especially not against Tatev.
Maybe in one of the earlier games that... Yeah. Tatev was...
Maybe?
No.
And today's? Yeah.
That Tatev may have actually been ahead on the clock. A very rare sighting indeed. But in any case, Bishop F4, Alice knows that if she can keep her composure,
And she'll force an Armageddon. Remember, she's in a must-win position.
It's about Bishop F4. Will hit the rook. She's got this rook bearing down. She's a pawn to the good. King's a little bit loose. Just you don't want to see any black pieces drifting around this, I want to say, weakened pawn shield.
But let's go to the other game really quick, because a lot of things have changed. At this point, the simple rook e1 would have just clamped down on black's position, and right now you're completely losing. There's absolutely nothing you can do in the position.
Queen.
He blundered his queen. Indeed, he played the move bishop to d2, allowing rook takes h2, king takes h2, bishop to g1.
That's an unusual
And now
discovery.
we have rook takes g1, queen e4, rook ac1. The position is still equal.
Queen h7 on the board.
All he needs to do as white Levon Aronian is to make a draw, and it doesn't seem like black has an extra way of getting out of this threat. Rook to g8, queen to h7 is on the board, king to g2 or king to g3, king to g2 is on the board. And I don't see a clear way for black to get out of this perpetual. Perhaps, though,
give up the exchange.
Rook to c8. Let's go. Rook to c8.
Give up the exchange and just get...
Played it.
Get that guy. And I had given up. Again, I was calling last rights, and thank you, Lanier. You played great, but whoa!
Are we going to see two Armageddons?
No, you think Lanier is winning this one? He's still not better, is he?
No, I think
he's not better. Perhaps he's not better.
But the wave is going the other way.
Yeah.
I have a knight. I have a queen. You have a weak king, and you don't have a checkmating pattern with the dark square bishop. If you decide to give the light square bishop and take on c8, which, by the way, is not such an easy decision, because you know you're going to suffer after knight takes c8.
You're right.
But what else? What else do you do?
That light squared bishop has just been such a dream come true. You want to play bishop c3 and king f2 in a single go, so that you could go rook g8 at the end of the day, but you don't get to
bishop c3, I activate my rook, rook to c4, let's go, and now king to c7 might come on the board. I have to be careful because you still have bishop e5.
Right.
But you don't have the checkmate yet.
Right. And I wanted to use the rook on g1 to get to g8 in the circumstance. Holy smokes. I mean, what a turnaround. Where did it happen?
Where did this story come from, right?
Right? So right about here, we just thought it was over, and rook h2.
Out of nowhere.
Bingo bongo, what a move. And Levon is kind of fortunate that his pieces, his minors, specifically his bishop, happens to give him such great compensation.
Also, Levon down to his last 2 minutes and 45 seconds against 4 minutes.
Reversal of roles completely.
Wow.
And 40 seconds.
What a fight. What a great fight.
I mean, yeah, heavyweight boxers just slugging it out.
Imagine Lanier wins this with black.
No, on demand.
On demand? Out of the opening?
I mean, the commentators would be tasered.
And Bishop takes
Bishop
C8.
takes.
After a long thing, he decides to take the material.
That's such a difficult move to make, though. Bishop takes C8.
Knight takes C8.
You hate
now you hate your life for the rest of the game.
Perseverance will, I mean, Levon has to dig deep and say, you know, I've got to hold this. Look, this is a guy who held a queen ending 2 pawns, 2 connected pass pawns down, and made a draw. If he draws this,
look at Lanier.
He deserves to get into the finals. He's
He's
trouble.
confident now. You can feel him brimming with confidence right now, Lanier.
Absolutely.
It should be.
This
is his best chance. And look at the time situation. So like,
position.
It's just easier to play for black.
Exactly.
So much easier.
So knight to d6, moves like queen e4 check, followed by queen e4 check, knight f5. Bring that knight. I'm thinking.
Oh, guys, let's move to the other game really quick because a tactical blow just appeared on the board. Knight to c6, jumping to d4, signaling that I'm going to activate my knight, but knight f4 came on the board, followed by knight to g6.
Ooh, with check.
With check, and this is going to allow me to take on d1, followed by taking on f8. This is just simply over.
I mean, everything
knight
is
on
hanging,
c6
right?
is hanging.
Queen d5.
You have to go knight d4, sacrifice the exchange, but I have a feeling queen to d5 at that point might end the game. Rook to c8.
And she's played rook to c8,
Every move. Rook d6
inviting rook d6 and queen d5 check.
Rook d6 must be mate.
Queen d.
Oh, there you go. Rook d6. Young Alice Lee, first time with her back against the wall, needing a win in the elimination bracket.
I am going to do you guys a great favor right here, right now. It's live broadcast. Offer a scholarship to Alice Lee. And it's on a first come, first served basis.
And by the way, queen f7 is going to be met by the simple knight e7 check.
Ooh, that's the lazy man. I was going to play rook d8 check.
Forget about trying to calculate mate in 2 moves. It's too difficult. Just go knight e7.
Yeah, and Tata realizing that she's going to be in Armageddon.
Oh, wow.
After this move.
What a turn of events, guys. What a turn of events. And the other one is still going on. Not a lot of things have changed. So let's stay with this one.
1 minute.
We expect resignation here.
There's just simply no moves. King cannot go to g7. You've got to play queen f7. Alice is prepping.
She's going for rook
d8. A lady after my own heart, rook d8 and queen h8 mate.
Wow.
There comes the handshake. Look at Alice. Wow. Checkmate.
Let's go back to the other one because things are getting feisty.
You know, somebody said to me as I came into broadcast today that this will be the fastest day of the broadcast because there's only 2 matches.
Who said that?
There's only, I think it was Tom. I'm not sure.
Understanding.
The production team, somebody on the production team said, you guys are going to have an easy day today. Of course we went to the Armageddon. And look at this. The knight did end up on f5, a very prime square for these types of positions. It's queen and knight trying to hunt down Levon's king.
Where's the killing blow here?
It would be much nicer if Black's king was on g6.
And that's where he's going. King e8, king f7.
Wow.
Yeah.
I like it.
I love it.
I mean, king e8, king g6, and then suddenly the mates all just magically appear on our screen.
So much better to play this with black. More time, the queen against the no-pin king.
Here we go. Rook e1
played.
You have to keep the rook on g1 so that any sort of knight e3 followed by queen to g2 is not allowed.
Exactly. And
Knight
we
to
do
e3
have knight e3 check.
jumping.
King g3.
Now,
And
what
now-
about queen to d3?
I think so, right?
That's the move.
That's the move, and there it is
Money
on the
move.
board.
And the king
f2.
sidestepping those nasty discovered checks and attack. Yes, I do
Where's
like
the
the
final
pawns.
blow, guys?
I do like the pawns. Knight takes d5 is 1. Queen d2 check, rook e2. Knight
You're also
D1 check.
tempted to go knight
leads,
f5, right?
Leads nowhere. Knight f5 is tempting, yeah.
To go knight h4 and try for the checkmate. Which one are you tempted more, the checkmate or the pawns?
You're asking Alejandro. You can't be asking
I
me.
apologize.
I mean, it's late.
Apologize.
I do appreciate it's late. But Lanier, who really does understand chess, took the pawn.
The pawn, yeah.
Very, very clever. Knight takes d5, and
A man to your taste.
Yes.
So queen to f5. Now, I have a question for the panel.
Please.
Are you going to ever take on f4 with a knight?
No.
Look, I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to go rook to e2.
Truly, I am not anxious in any way. Even though Levon defended the pawn, it's more like it's just a move and make a good move. I don't think I'm really eager to go to a straight queen versus two rooks. Even if I'm a pawn ahead with the queen, the rooks make so many blockades by themselves.
Rook to e3 played quite quickly. Now inviting the knight to take a pawn on a2.
That's a long distance capture, I must say. I'm a little bit worried that the e7 pawn might be tickled after knight takes a2, bishop d6. No me gusta.
Rook e2 is no longer an option. You have to.
And he's done it very, very quickly. King to g3, and the knight came back to tease the rook, keeping in mind that bishop is actually doing a very good job at holding the queen side together. Knight f5, tickling the rook on e3.
Now Levon, down to his last 30 seconds, fighting against 1 minute and 59 seconds for Lanier.
He's not material down, Alejandro, and all he needs is a draw. So it's still
holding.
Yeah, hard work.
The main problem is the practical issues rather than the objective evaluation, right?
Exactly. Rook goes, and again, if Black's king is on f5 or...
So let's go, right?
Yeah.
King f7. King f7, let's bring him closer.
Exactly, and getting off the e file.
I mean, the king gets to f5, you start seeing more checkmate patterns than what Black has right now.
I agree wholeheartedly with that.
Ghosts in the position.
And here we go, he's reaching for his king.
King f7.
There we go, King f7, a very practical decision.
Right, and was that a minute? No. How much time does he have?
10 seconds right now for Levon, 1 minute and 37 for Lanier.
And Levon recognizing it's so difficult. He can't, I mean, it's so easy to misplace the rooks and they fall for some
Let's get the queen to the center, queen e4.
Centralizing the queen is a nice move. I'm kind of more like e7, e6. What's the idea behind e6?
I don't like e6.
Don't go e6.
I love e6.
No.
Put the knight on f5 and then
you
my
can put the knight on f5 without moving that pawn.
No, that pawn shields the king,
free.
Yasser.
And Lanier listens to Christian, queen e4. They did work together for months.
That is true. King came back to f2, stopping ideas of knight e3
no,
to
knight
f5.
e3 is still on board.
But do you want to play it?
Yes.
No, why? If I take and go a3, how do you win?
And just play the fortress.
Just play the fortress.
Of rook and bishop versus queen.
Yeah.
I don't think you ever make any progress there.
It's so easy for me to want to put the knight on f5 that I could forget that you could play for such a fortress.
Right.
And he's played some expansion on
this
the queen
king to f2 was such a foxy move by Levon.
Know.
Inviting this knight e3, saying, oh, I missed that. Sorry, go knight e3. Let me take on e3 and set up the blockade.
Yeah, now there's no fortress, no knight e3 threat.
Now, how do you break? Do you go b4 or a4? Or not?
No, you bring the knight to c4 and hop around a little bit more.
More hopping.
Again, I really felt that the knight would have been more dangerous
on
against White's king being
Queen
on
f5.
Well, we can always bring it there, right? We're not in a super rush.
Right. That's one of the problems playing these positions as the defender. In this case, Black, he gets to play all of these roundabout kinds of moves.
Rook to g3, setting up this rook g7 pattern. Okay.
Yes.
He's going somewhere. Knight to c4, right?
Knight
I don't see
c4
why
will
not.
tickle the rook on e3. And he's done it.
Rook back to e2.
By the way, Levon is playing.
Wow.
really, really fast.
Time has evened out.
And even a little bit more for Levon. Knight e5, rook e5, queen f4, rook f3 is not an option for black. He's just cemented the pawns on the queen side with the move a4, but I don't think Levon is going to put them on any other squares.
No, especially with the bishop on e5 doing this fantastic job.
Somehow it just feels like Levon has everything covered. Everything is defended.
Now the queen can squirm into d1.
And then what? That is
Yeah,
the
I need to follow it up once again with
But you have to go for it.
knight e3. Well, he's
he's
done
going
it.
for it.
Yeah.
Bishop c3, all right.
Okay, guys, at some point,
You have to take the exchange, right?
Lanier has got to play king e6 and king up.
Not so easy with the rooks the way
Not
they
so
are,
easy.
right?
No, you're right.
The rook's always going to have g5 to kick out the queen. Sorry, the king.
That is a good move. Centralize the queen. Once again, such an important concept.
Check.
To g7. That's okay. King
I
to
lo-
f8.
Once again, I love the idea of knight e3 and knight
Building
f5.
up some time on the clock. Rook to g5.
Knight e3 would come
automatically
for me.
Let's jump.
Put the
I
knight
think
on
it's
f5.
time, right? Yeah, there, knight e3 is coming.
There is
But
no
I am-
rook e5. I've got queen h7 check.
Ooh.
Bishop b4.
Whoa, that's a
shying
step in
away
the-
from that diagonal. That looks dangerous.
Step in the wrong direction, if you ask me.
No, but I can get
I
behind
like.
it.
No, I thought the bishop.
Yeah, he's just ready to give up that rook.
I thought. The,
Rook.
oh,
Yeah, he's
That's
ready to
okay.
give up
That's
that rook.
okay. This is not over, guys. This
No.
is definitely not over because that
The
king is
king-
going to slowly push the white king back. Queen to
True.
d3, king g6, king f5.
And the black king needs to worm its way
Is the
to the
defense
f5
as
square.
easy? Queen to d5.
I don't. Think
It has to be a fortress.
I think it is.
Definitely has to be a fortress. But how easy it is?
Pretty easy, I think.
it's-
I think you put the rook on
I-
G. I think you put the rook on G5, rook G5, rook E5, rook G5, rook E5.
Okay.
Yes, rook g5 is a good pattern.
But
Now-
obviously, you need to get the opportunity when the king can get to g6. So you need to essentially trade the placements of the king and the queen. Check.
And
Queen
Queen
c4.
c4. But then after king f3, where's my progress?
There is no progress.
I just think this is a dead fortress.
Yeah.
I agree.
Without the king on f5, without the king past the 5th rank. it is
Exactly,
dead
that's the problem. Put the king on g4, put the bishop on e5.
draw. You don't even have to go all the way to g4. You can just stay on f2. And now just keep the rook on e5. But rook e5 runs into queen g4.
Okay, that might be off-putting the white king. If you have to play bishop d2, it's a kind of a progress. Maybe it's not enough.
I think you can play king E3 though.
King e3, queen g3 check. You've got to put your king on e4.
And then queen f2.
Maybe.
Bishop D2 played
He
instead.
shies away from it. Now let's go up with the king. King to f6.
Looks like a good turn. King f6.
Has to make a decision.
We know that
Come
this is a
on.
fortress,
Check.
but you have to try.
Exactly.
You have to create some practical problems down to his last 10 seconds, Levon. 10 seconds for Lanier.
Well, I think it's really easy for white. If white were to put his king on b1 and his bishop on c1, that would be more or less absolutely ideal because you can oscillate with your king. You could king a2, king b.
King d3. Okay,
Yeah.
the king is going in a different direction. Queen to b1. Wait a minute. Now the pieces are a bit awkward.
King, no, king c2.
King c2, good
It's
move.
all good.
Good
It's
move.
all good. King b1 and bishop c1, I think, is the most absolutely
Oh, yes.
Safest
fortress of
He
all
found the
time.
fortress and then get the rook to c3 and there is
that's it,
absolutely,
yeah.
that's it.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So I'm thinking the bishop will get.
Bishop to c1.
Well, for the moment.
Rook comes to c3. Wait a minute.
No, that's fine. You don't have to put the bishop on C1. You just have to defend it with the king.
Yeah.
And there you go, rook e5, rook g5. The bishop's stable by the king.
Exactly, that's what I thought.
The king will stay also on the queen side to guard the b2 pawn as well.
Right. So rook goes back to e5. And Levon, our #1 seed, looks like he's about to play the #2 seed in the tournament in the finals.
And you know Fabiano in
watching
his hotel
this
room
game.
is watching right now.
Exactly. Well, he's probably
Waiting
at
to
home here.
see. B4, final chance.
Right.
Not really changing much in the position.
No, it does not.
Everything is covered. Everything is protected.
That's if you play chess like that, you'll never get hit with a double attack. With everything protected, everything covered.
And I think both players right now know
Recognize that
this might be it.
Yep. Rook to e5, never mind b5. Look at Levon. He's going to go rook e5, bishop e3, and b6 too. Saying,
I think
look, if you're going to give me an extra pawn,
rook e5, rook g5, or linear is just going to go for the perpetual at this
exactly.
point. There's nothing he can do. It's just
his king never got
at some
into
point
a position.
you just have to accept it.
Yeah. And that looks like a 4-time
It's a
repetition.
difficult realization, but this match is over for
Wow.
linear.
Well done.
Just well done, Levon. Keeping the defense there. It got very sketchy. Of course, he was winning out of the opening.
Yes, yes.
But somehow they managed to get it at a really weird position. Linier with this great rook h2 trick, but it was just not quite enough.
As we say goodbye to Linier, we do want to say thank you so much for all the quality chess you brought to this year's American Cup 2022 Championship. And we have the finals all set, Alejandro.
Playing for $50,000 are going to be Grandmasters Levon Aronian playing against Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana. That starts tomorrow.
Back into a classical match.
Back into a classical match, and we will have the #1 seed facing off against the #2 seed of the event.
Who could have foreseen that?
Hard to say, right? But we still have more action for you guys because we have an Armageddon coming up in a couple of minutes between Tatev Abrahamyan and Alice Lee, who keep beating each other up. They have had 4 decisive games today.
Naturally.
And we'll see if the trend continues.
And how will the black and white be determined in this Armageddon?
The black and white is determined on a coin flip.
Okay.
And with that, 5 minutes for white, 4 minutes for black, 2-second increment for move 60, and black wins in case of a draw.
And you say you like the white pieces even though you have to win in these Armageddons.
Well, no, this is a very easy decision. Whoever picks almost won the match, in my opinion. And
because they've been winning all the games.
They played 6 games against
Nobody's
each other.
made a draw.
0 draws.
You're right.
0 draws.
I'll take the
Whoever
white in
wins
that
the
case.
coin toss, you have to pick up white.
I get you. And there you see the arbiter, Chris Bird. Hope it's an American Eagle big silver coin and not just a quarter or something.
Okay.
Oh, it's pretty big. Whatever it is, it's
massive.
pretty big.
It's a gold.
So it seems like Tatev is choosing. She nodded her head, and I think she won the coin flip.
Okay.
And she's taking white.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually. Especially considering the success of the opening of the second tiebreak.
Exactly.
No, but you cannot take black in this match.
I mean, there's like no advantage to it, right? 0% chance of draws. Black could win, but I don't have no draws in this games.
Chess has that funny thing where you're playing, and you just can't win again. You just
can't,
draws galore. You can't win a game, and then suddenly it's like the dam burst, and victories and losses are coming. Gushing, and what a match we've got set for you as a single Armageddon game is going to determine who plays for the championship against Irina.
Yeah, Irina, of course, taking her day off, resting enjoying as these two gladiators are simply battling and tiring each other out.
Right.
Seeing who is going to be facing against Irina Krush. Tatev seems to have won the coin flip, and she chose white, as she was instructed to do. And, well, everything to play for in a thrilling Armageddon.
Yeah, we'll be looking forward to this. And Cristian, your thoughts as we get ready for this Armageddon game. Winning on demand stuff is amazing.
It's amazing, and we were so close to seeing that in the big match between Lanier and Aronian. By a whisker, Aronian escaped that one, because that position with the queen and the knight coordination coming your way against a naked king like that was extremely difficult from a practical perspective to defend. Forget about the objective evaluation, which also was in Black's favor, but from a practical perspective, that was such a difficult defense. But we've seen it from Lev Aronian in the first game of the playoffs earlier. Well, wasn't that like 3 days ago? No, it was a couple of hours ago when he defended that queen endgame with 2 pawns down, the pawns marching down the board ready to promote, and he defended that. Once again, another exquisite defense from Levon Aronian. Well, and he escapes, and he actually wins the match, and he moves on to the grand finals, where he will have to defeat Fabiano Caruana twice to win this event. And of course, in that match between the two ladies, it's just back and forth. The ladies are hitting each other back and forth. And right now, Tatev with the white pieces. There you go. You see Levon as well as Fabiano Caruana next to each other.
One of the nice things that happens when you play in an invitational tournament here at the St. Louis Chess Club, you get your picture on the wall as the American Cup pictures.
Well, not only any invitational, because I played a lot of invitational tournaments here as well. The Spring Classic, the Summer Classic.
Well, then you get on the wall, too.
I never went on the wall.
You never got on the wall.
You don't go on the wall.
It's just not photogenic enough.
Oh, look,
You don't go on the wall, unfortunately.
For the ladies there, you see there. The Spring Classic does not get you on.
No.
I mean, we've got
Can we sign a petition?
We've got to talk to our agents. What's going on here?
What to do?
I mean, all we ask is, do the commentators go on the wall? No.
The commentators never get on the wall. Such a thankless job.
What to do? We do it out of passion, but definitely not out of...
Butterflies in the tummy.
Oh, absolutely.
As the players get started, what do you tell Tatev? What did you tell her? Stay calm.
Oh, I told her to flag her.
Play as fast as you can.
Yeah, this is the plan. The plan is to flag her. There is no other plan here.
Throw all your pieces against her.
Repeat the line that worked for the second game, and then flag her. That is the current strategy.
It worked tremendously that second round.
Yeah.
I mean, she got a winning position out of the opening.
And Alice is aware that the players have discovered a weakness in her repertoire.
Exactly.
Arena pressed against it, got the victory. Tatev did more or less the same thing, got a very nice strategic position, and Alice is in a kind of a, well, does she have a secondary defense besides this Queen's Gambit decline stuff?
We're about to find out, because
White won every game.
White won every game, and she hasn't looked very hot in the structures.
No. She did. Does she have a Grunfeld or a King's Indian?
Nope.
You want to play the Grunfeld?
No. I'm just asking if she has a plan B.
But she doesn't. That's the thing. We already know that she doesn't.
Knight f3, d5, and look at their go.
Her repertoire is very narrow.
5 to 4.
And I really like what Tatev did in the last game with the wrinkle of g3, bishop g2. That's why Alice takes on c4.
Queen's Gambit accepted.
Yeah, I told her specifically not to play d4. This is incredible.
And that's why he's listen to you.
Yeah, that's why he's coach of the year. Because they do their own thing. I mean,
thank you.
No, we had you in slow motion the other day, you know, looking at it and going, oh my gosh, that's an irritating move.
But he also told her to flag her. So
we'll see.
She's played quickly.
To that part, yeah.
Okay, b7, b6 in order to fianchetto the bishop.
b6 is also a mistake. You have to go b5.
Yes.
Because you want to push the pawn, the knight on,
There are in these wrinkles, bishop to b7.
Few different.
Makes a lot of sense, yeah.
And
now bishop to
there
f3.
was a moment there where knight takes e5, d takes e5, queen takes it. D1
She's
could have been
so
trade.
fast, the young lady, but
look at her
C
go.
takes D4. But how do you
Why
defend?
are they playing so quickly? That I understand it's a blitz game, but
yeah.
This is an important part of the
minutes.
game. This is a very important part of the game to develop. Bishop F4, Rook D1 looks crushing.
Why not even Rook D1 first, but she decides to go Bishop F4?
Yeah, because Rook A7 is going to be
She has
Alice's
to castle.
move.
Rook D7 is a threat.
But Queen C6 might be a problem if you castle.
I understand,
Castle.
but what else can you do?
Yeah, she's got no. I thought she had to play Rook A7.
Oh, but wait, Queen B7.
Oh, Queen B7 is over.
Queen B7 just finishes the game.
No,
It's
Queen
not
B7,
clear.
Knight C5.
Knight takes B7, Rook D7, my
Yeah.
friend.
Oh, you have Rook D7 at
Queen
the end.
B7
What a
wins.
miss! What a miss by Tata.
King H8.
Queen
King
B7.
What a move.
She didn't play Queen B7. That would have won the game on the spot.
Well, she still has a good
And
position.
King H8. What was that?
That's an incredible
Rook
move.
A7. Oh, at last she got out.
Wait, Rook C1 here.
Oh, she wanted to play
Rook C1.
Queen C7, but she was afraid of Knight F6 check, which is
Now
why
you have
Alice
Queen
played
B7 because
King
there's no Knight F6.
H8.
That was a good move, Knight H6.
Wow.
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 What a miss there by incredible. How do you not play Queen C6 though?
By the way, the
True.
ladies are equal on time right now.
And again, black has draw odds.
Draw odds.
We haven't seen a single draw in any of these white games today. Tatev sidestepping Knight C5, but now B takes C5. No, B takes C5. And you've got an easy draw.
Look at the, whoa!
The mate is coming.
Whoa!
Queen H5 is a big threat. She has to do something about it, and it's not that easy. What?
What?
Queen H5?
And how do you defend the
Queen E4.
Oh my
Queen
goodness.
E4. Wow. Queen E4.
But Queen C2 came on the board. You cannot go H6. You have to go G6. Only move.
Bishop G5.
But now the bishop can go.
Well,
Bishop G5, Bishop E7.
Correct. Bishop G5, Bishop E7.
oh,
This
come
is so
on.
tense.
A3.
This is so tense.
A3 is a very weird
Rook.
It's a very bad move.
Rook to D4. In order to play Rook to D8 and Queen D5, and suddenly Black could take over. Something like Bishop E7.
I like Bishop E7. Consolidate the position.
No.
Whoa! Threatening mate.
Allows
Threatening mate.
Yeah, but after F3? What?
Exchange the rooks? Well, there is a queen coming to H6, and you do have to be very
gotta
careful
play
about
Bishop
that.
to E7. Get rid
But
of
the
that.
young lady is playing B4.
Oh, no!
Oh,
Bishop
my
F2.
goodness.
How did she miss that?
Oh my
Alice
goodness!
is winning. She's winning. She just has to avoid getting mated. Something like H6, King H7.
Queen D2 is a big threat for Tatev right now.
That's right.
She just needs a little bit of patience. The young lady needs a bit of patience. She's got to control it. Take a couple of seconds.
Run with the king. Go King F8.
And run with the king.
What is she
Wait,
doing?
What?
Queen
D2.
went to
No, but
B8.
she also wants to play Queen F8 always.
She's going to meet Queen F8 with Queen D2,
with
Queen
Queen
H6. Yes.
Yes.
Alice
I love it.
understands. Queen goes to F8.
Queen D3, B5.
Right. Very good move. Queen is going to go to F8. Correct. Rook is going to go to C4, and you can't fall for anything, and then you get to go H6.
And remember, she just needs a draw.
Of course she does. Rook to C3. Oops.
Well,
Why not Rook to C3 there?
that is a good question.
Okay.
Rook to C4 now. So she's setting up any sort of, if you go Queen
She just
off the C1, H6 diagonal, Queen H6.
She just needs to play H7, H6, and
But now Rook
put her
H4
king on
might
H7.
be a problem.
And now that there's no Queen H6, Queen C8, now you don't have to worry about the king.
At some point, you try to win.
Exactly. Rook check. Rook takes pawn. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no way that Tatev can go Queen H6 anymore.
And now they're at move 42.
Oh, yeah. That's very important.
But she's such nervous.
Yeah, I know. She's
hand
moving.
movement.
Exactly. She's making me nervous with her hand nervous moves. A5, perhaps, Alice? Okay.
Queen C5, Rook to A2. Setting up Queen A8. That's a big threat. you cannot allow queen a8. But how do you defend against
What are the clock times? Reminding everybody that once they reach move 60, they will get
queen a7, defending against queen a8.
Don't go
it's
for
almost as if Alice is not ready to move.
Rook a4.
Good move by Alice, rook a4.
What a funny position. It feels like black is winning, but it's trying not to lose.
It is trying not to lose. That's exactly what it feels like.
Queen to e8, bishop to d6.
And look at her. And Tatev is like in this situation, she can't make a single threat, so she doesn't move. And quickly move the rook. There you go, Alice.
Very good. Very practical.
Good. Very practical. And the times I wanted to ask again.
45 seconds to a minute 13. Alice also very close to getting her increment.
She is indeed
She was
very
about
close.
to play queen takes g2, rook takes g2. That would have allowed queen takes g2.
She should probably just go a5.
Rook to g3 hits the g5 pawn. Take that pawn.
Where is Tatev going with the king?
I think she's going to take
and
a6
now
and b5.
h5 and make sure that your king never gets mated.
But rook takes g2 might be
exactly.
a problem.
And now rook, yes. Good play by Alice. It's a little nervy play, but it's good enough. Oh, that's a queen trade for sure.
Very strange move. Yeah.
And look at that. That's a new queen
That's
now.
a new queen.
And wow.
Whoa, Alice Lee!
A
Congratulations.
rematch.
What a great end there.
Every game a victory in this tiebreaker. Every game a victory in this elimination.
Amazing. Wow, what a match we had here today.
But she had to take white.
Yeah.
She had to take white, and I'm
she
pretty
couldn't
sure
have-
she had her chances.
I mean, queen b7, right?
I haven't
Yeah, well,
checked.
queen b7 wins.
Queen b7
Never
just
mind.
Queen to
Just
b7 was
besides, right?
completely winning. Let's go back. Where
This
was
the
it?
moment right
Bishop
here.
to f4 here, yes. Bishop to e7, put the rook on the d file, castle.
Queen b7.
Game over.
Pinned pieces, you attack.
Remember the game Alice Lee Stavroula Tsolaki do?
Yes.
The same. Well, there was a
Tactic.
bishop on a7, a2
Two.
respectively, and the knight on e2. b2, I think, actually, the bishop was.
Right.
Rook to d7, hitting
It's
both.
a mirror image.
Mirror image.
Yeah.
And this would just simply win the game on the spot.
Right.
I'm wondering if she had any. Well, first of all, even after knight to e4, it's still +2 according to the engines.
Outstanding.
It felt so close to a victory right now. Knight takes c5, you're still
H3.
trying to.
She did the same thing she did in their classical game.
Right. She went on the attack
for no
when
reason.
she had the center.
By the way, this rook to d8 was really nice, and let's enjoy the end of the game.
As Alice Lee just pushes her h-pawn to coronation. Nothing to be done, and Tatev.
And here it is, the finals. The winners of the tournament will be determined between Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana in the A group. Meanwhile, in the B group, it's a resurgent Alice Lee that will have her rematch against Irina Krush. She was defeated 1.5 in their match in the championship bracket finals. And Alice comes back, forces the Armageddon against Tatev, then wins it with the black pieces, moves on to beat Irina Krush. What a day we had. And remember, this is our action tomorrow. Tomorrow we will have 2 classical games for you, one in the A group, one in the B group. We go back to classical. We're going to take a little bit of a breather after this Armageddon as we have slower chess.
Exactly. And we do have a very special guest in studio, Alejandro.
Yeah, a man that just proved incredible resilience today. Levon Aronian has booked his ticket to the absolute grand finals of the event.
With the surging Levon Aronian, first of all, Lev, congratulations. What a match this was. He played the Petra for the second time, and it felt like almost got a winning position. Actually, did get a winning position, but you did survive that endgame, and after that, it just felt like you took over the match. How did you live this crazy intense match?
Yeah, definitely that first game was, you know, I should have lost that game, and then I don't think it would be easy to come back from it, because Lanier is such a solid player, and once I got lucky there, I think it really that was a swing in a match.
One of the trends of this match felt like you taking risks in the opening, but focusing on the practicality of the time control. You were playing really fast, putting a lot of pressure on his time. Even that Benoni structure situation that you had with the black pieces, it was lost for you, then it was winning for you, then you finally managed to win that game. Was that something that you came into this match with, this strategy?
You can say that it strategically lost that position, but, well, your opponent has to prove it. You know, there are weaknesses, but there's also a lot of counterplay, and it's type of position Hikaru would play with black, so I was kind of inspired. You know, he likes to put the pawn on g5, and, you know, it does look ugly, but there are always some tricks with g4, so I was hoping, because I thought that for Lanier, after this upsetting first game, and then the second game that he was also defending, it would be kind of unpleasant to face something that is asking him to play very precisely.
Very concrete play. And then he had this opportunity to play bishop to h7. Did you spot this move? After bishop to a6, knight d6, knight takes
I've actually
d5.
missed knight c4, yes.
And now after knight takes d5, bishop to h7.
Oh no, I didn't see this move at all. Oh wow. So that is a problem, yeah.
He did not spot this move, and you found that brilliant knight to c3, forcing resignation in this game. And let's go to the final game, the crazy final game, because, well, you got a completely winning position out of the opening. You were cruising towards a victory in the match. And then something happened. This rook takes h2 came on the board.
No, I saw it.
You did?
Yeah, I saw the rook c2. Well, of course I can play, you know, after queen e4, queen c4, I can play any move. Queen g2, yeah? It's the easiest. But I thought, you know, I'll calculate a little bit and just, you know, I saw this rook c1 and I thought, oh, right, you know, there's no way he has something more than a draw. And rook c8, of course, came as a
cold shower.
Yeah, because now, yeah, I don't know. It's definitely very unpleasant.
Not so friendly. But Levon, I mean, this match has been about perseverance and holding, holding difficult positions, and you did it once more. You saw the fortress that you achieved in the game from afar. I think there was a couple of moments that he could have maybe forced the win of an exchange, which would get you the draw. But I think more or less this position that he achieved. What were you most afraid of, or what did you not want to see him achieve from this position as black?
If he gets his knight on f5, you know, then kind of this kind of feels like one of these Pert's positions, you know, where black has this pawn on e7 and the king is running around, but he never commits with e6, so it's kind of annoying.
No perpetual checks, right?
Yeah.
And the knight gets to f5. That was the one thing you wanted to avoid.
Well, I thought that generally I should be drawing this.
Okay.
I mean, I wasn't really too afraid, but it's a practical game, you know,
exactly.
And I'm notoriously famous for leaving my pieces on prey. That's why when I had a chance to get rid of one rook, you know, and as my friend Boris Gelfand says, you know, the more you exchange, the less you will blunder. So you exchange a rook for the knight, and now you can only blunder one rook and not two.
The second. I got to ask you about the upcoming finals. It's #1 versus #2. You have a long history with Fabi, but he did knock you out of hold on, now I can't even remember the tournament.
Never mind. This tournament.
You have a long history. Tell us what you're looking forward to about this finals match.
I'm a survivor, and I got this far, so I just want to, you know, kind of enjoy it and see if this training that I've got with my opponents, and especially me kind of fighting till the end, if it will be useful tomorrow.
Wonderful. Alejandro.
No, absolutely. Congratulations. What an impressive display of nerves. Tell us, how do you manage not to blunder into a queen check when you have seconds on the clock?
I think it's, I don't know, it's kind of a natural thing. I do blunder a lot, but then sometimes I don't. So this is kind of a roulette, I understand my opponents must be very upset.
The ball is bouncing around.
Yeah, they're looking at me blundering continuously, and then suddenly in one game I don't. So.
Yeah, that's very upsetting.
One final question, Lev. I see you're sporting some impeccable green shoes with some avocado socks. Is that it?
I guess.
Lime green. It's a dark green.
And there you have it, guys. Maybe we can zoom on the avocado there.
It looks black, but it genuinely is a dark green with the matching socks.
Who's helping you with the fashion?
Ani, of course.
Ani.
And she knows that, she's when she's negotiating with me, she knows that whatever crazy idea she gets is going to pass. That she knows that I like to just, wear anything for fun.
Right.
So
try things out.
For her, because she likes fashion a lot, it's a lot of fun.
Lev, congratulations once again, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Our congratulations as well.
Yeah, looking forward to that match. Fabiano Caruana versus Levon Aronian. They will be playing here at 1 p.m. Remember, they start with the classical chess. And if Fabi wins the classical chess, that will be it.
That's it.
That's it. If Levon wins, they go to the elimination bracket, both of them, and they play rapid to determine the winner of the tournament.
Got it.
Oof.
I think we're just catching our breath, even as we're...
Armageddon always does that to us.
Hope to have Alice Lee join us, as, again, she will make it to the finals against Arena Crush in a rematch of their classical games. She will make her adjustments.
What an experience for her. She lost to a grandmaster, gets to play her almost immediately again in classical. Let's see how she fixes not only her repertoire, but some of the strategical understanding that we felt needs still a little bit of work. But what an impressive show here from the 12-year-old. Great nerves, and she is with us right now.
Alice, first of all, congratulations. You started off the day blazing hot with a victory, but after that, Tatev bounced back with 2 victories in a row, forcing you to win on demand. How did you approach that difficult moment?
I mean, after I lost the first game in the rapid match, I kind of thought that I was losing, so I just was like, okay, just play chess. She surprised me in the opening a bit, but I think I was able to handle it reasonably enough. And of course, Armageddon was a bit chaotic.
Tell us, were you worried because in this match, well, you did not make a single draw. And she got white and she had to win. Were you worried about this tendency of you ladies not making any draws in this match?
Yeah. I mean, her opening was a bit strange, with a bishop e2 on move 7, but I think I'm pretty comfortable with the QGA, although in this game I think I was probably losing out of the opening. But of course, yeah, it was a pretty big concern that she might try to beat me with the white pieces, especially since her record was 2-0.
One thing that you did quite consciously was play fast in the opening, and you played this move castle, and we thought that she had this queen to b7, attacking the knight, which was pinned on the d file. Were you worried about this move? Did you spot it during the game?
Oh, queen to b7. Oh, that should probably be winning. I was actually only looking at queen c6 and rook a7, but queen b7 should just be losing the piece.
And after knight to c5, rook takes d8, knight takes b7, and rook to d7, the same pattern that you encountered in the game against Stavrula earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Alice, had you won the coin toss, what color would you have chosen to play in the Armageddon?
I probably would have chosen to play white because, like, first of all, there weren't any draws. Second of all, like, the time advantage can be pretty important.
But then the next question I have for you is, you are aware that a draw wins the match, right?
Yeah.
So exactly in this position, when Tatev played knight e5, I thought that this was your opportunity to trade queens.
Yeah, I
Just
mean,
trade queens. But you played bishop b7 and traded pieces rather in the wrong fashion, got yourself into a world of trouble. And this might have been the easier way for you to try to make a draw.
yeah, I mean, I considered trading queen for like probably like 1 second, but then I thought that this endgame might be like more passive to play. Of course, I didn't exactly see how losing I was. I knew I was worse, but yeah, here trading queens probably would have been better strategically.
Right, and from the match perspective. But well done, young lady. I mean, you're going to be facing 8-time U.S. champion Irina Krush once more. How do you feel about that?
Well, mostly I'm relieved to be able to win this match, but I think against Irina it will probably be like tough, but I'll try my best.
Very good, very good. Alejandro.
No, just very impressive the way that this young lady handles herself and just comes back from any position. Very accurate calculator. Alice, really looking forward to what you're going to bring against Irina.
Okay, last question, Alice. I have told these gentlemen that they've got to offer you a full scholarship right here, right now, and that furthermore, you've got a choice. Where would you rather go, to St. Louis University or the University of Missouri?
Yes, sir, you dirty dog.
I mean, I'm putting the pressure on. Have you even started thinking? Have you started thinking about your university?
No, it's still in like 5 or 6 years.
Well, give it some thought, because these coaches are anxious to have you. Good luck, Alice. We'll be here with you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. And a reminder for you guys what we have for tomorrow. 2 classical games. It'll be Levon Aronian against Fabiano Caruana. I believe that Levon starts down with the white pieces, since he is the higher rated player. And Irina Krush will be playing also with the white pieces against Alice Lee. Let's take a look at our brackets in the championship bracket. Group A. It has been Fabiano Caruana that took it all the way. And he is now facing the winner of the elimination bracket. And that is Levon Aronian. He just proved to be the most resilient player of everybody, and they will be playing for a $50,000 first prize. Remember, Aronian has to win twice. That doesn't mean he wins to win 2 games. He wants to win 1 match and then another. The first one in Classical and the next one in Rapid, while Fabi just needs to win the Classical. That will be enough for him to win the tournament. And in the ladies, a similar situation as Alice Lee loses there in the championship bracket against Irina Krush
in the
cruising
finals.
in the finals, cruising through this one. But Alice gets bumped down and immediately makes a comeback, beats Tatev Abrahamyan, and wins her ticket to the rematch against Irina.
Oh, it's so, after losing, it's so difficult to come back, and she will be playing for $25,000 first.
Oh, that's amazing.
This rematch, and again, it all starts tomorrow.
Absolutely, 1 p.m. Central. Remember, championship matches starting tomorrow. We will have no rapid games, but we will have plenty of excitement.
Absolutely. And Cristian, final thoughts on this elimination match derby?
Well, first of all, Yasser, before I offer the young lady a scholarship, I'm going to offer you an assistant coaching position as well as top recruiter, Yasser, because you've been doing an amazing job. Joking aside, of course, we have 2 mouth-watering clashes coming tomorrow. I mean, the one between Aronian and Fabiano Caruana couldn't be scripted. Number 1 versus number 2. These players know each other. These players train with each other. They know each other's strengths and weaknesses. This is going to be an incredible matchup. And of course, with her win in her sails, that is Alice Lee, who just defeated Tatev Abrahamyan. Well, tomorrow she has a big task ahead of herself. Well, against the 8-time national champion Irina Krush, who has been resting today. It's going to be 2 amazing matches, and I'm looking forward to calling all the action with you guys.
Absolutely.
Well, thank you, Christian. Absolutely. Join us tomorrow, 12:50 p.m. We start, 1 p.m. the games start. We are looking forward to these matches. We'll see you then.
Good night, everyone. Thank you for sharing your day with us.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.